Coming up next, it's Callum MacDonald. Stay with Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Hello, good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald in for Alexis Conran with you until 4. This afternoon on Times Radio, we'll bring you continuing coverage of the takeover of the government in Afghanistan as Taliban militants surround the capital Kabul and insist they want a peaceful transfer of power. Throughout the programme, we'll be live in Kabul to hear the latest. We'll hear from former Foreign Secretary David Miliband. We'll also speak to Aisha Khurram, a youth rep to the United Nations for Afghanistan, who will tell us about her new fears for the living conditions of hundreds of thousands of women across the country. And we'll ask former diplomats how catastrophic a failure this is on the part of Western nations. First this afternoon, with the latest headlines on Times Radio, here's Tom Clayton.
Callum, thank you. Good afternoon. Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan as Taliban militants have encircled the Afghan capital Kabul this morning. The SNP's leader in Westminster, Ian Blackford, says it's the right decision to reconvene.
I've asked the government that we can have a debate rather than a statement, and we've got the opportunity to explore the issues properly and I guess help to guide the UK government and what it should be doing in terms of its approaches both with NATO and with the United Nations, because we need the United Nations Security Council to meet really with a sense of urgency.
The Reuters news agency reports the Afghan Interior Minister Abdul Sattar Mirzaqual says the security of Kabul has been guaranteed and there will be no attack on the city. Kabul airport remains open, but it's understood that the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan of British nationals and also Afghans who've been working alongside Britons in the country. Black Hawk helicopters have been seen in Kabul as US troops started to evacuate its staff out of the Afghanistan capital. Conservative MP Tobias Elwood, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, has told Times Radio this is a very serious situation for those being evacuated.
Our focus, the immediate focus, is to get the Britons out. Taliban will gain control of the city within a matter of days, and they will not treat kindly any part of the alliance that were involved in attacking them in the first place 20 years ago.
Andrew Mitchell is the former International Development Secretary. He told Carol Walker on Times Radio that a humanitarian crisis will now rapidly unfold.
Hundreds of thousands of people seek to escape from a Taliban regime and cross over borders into adjacent countries. And that is why it is so important that the United Nations takes a strong position here, operating both carrots and sticks with the Taliban, working with the regional powers, working with the permanent five, of which Britain is one at the United Nations, to see what can be salvaged from this desperate situation.
Elsewhere today, special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Keyham on Thursday. Questions are being asked as to how the gunman, Jake Davison, was allowed to have his weapon and licence returned after it was previously removed. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. The Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, has declared a month-long state of emergency. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
All 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary Sajid Javid says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. A painting by the street artist Banksy has been defaced in a town in Suffolk overnight. The local council in Lowestoft says it's appalled that the artwork of a rat sitting on a deck chair was painted over with white paint. However, a statement from the authorities remained hopeful that the work can be restored. And Spain may have recorded its hottest day ever with a provisional 47.2 degrees Celsius registered in the Andalusia region in the south of the country. Southern Europe is experiencing high temperatures from an anticyclone that's been named Lucifer. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. It will feel warm across central and eastern England. In the cricket, the third wicket has fallen at Lords as England look to attack India's batsmen in the second innings. In the last few moments, the India captain Virat Kohli has been caught by Sam Curran, giving India their third of the innings. A short while ago, India were on 56 for 3, giving them a lead of 29 runs with 7 wickets remaining and England still to bat. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Fully flexible booking, so if things change, so can your ticket.
It's 6 minutes past 1. Good afternoon. This is Times Radio with Callum MacDonald. Throughout the afternoon, we're going to bring you ongoing coverage of the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban after a lightning-quick advance, overrunning provincial capitals across the country in a matter of days. Taliban militants have arrived in the capital, Kabul. They say they're in talks with the government for surrender. They say they've encircled Kabul, and a Taliban official said that fighters would not be allowed to conduct celebratory gunfire. They want a peaceful transition of power. He added that members of the Afghan forces would be permitted to return to their homes. He was also quoted as saying that the airport and hospitals would be allowed to continue operating and that emergency supplies would not be blocked. Meanwhile, the United States has evacuated diplomats from its embassy by helicopter, and a government minister said power would be handed over to an interim administration. The Taliban, of course, were ousted from Kabul 20 years ago by US-led forces after the 9/11 attacks. This afternoon, a Taliban spokesperson has suggested they do want a peaceful transfer of power and said Afghans in the country should stay there.
Our policy is no one should leave the country because it is the country of all. We need all the talents and the capacity in the country because when we close the chapter of war and enter another chapter of reconstruction, peace, tolerance, peaceful existence, national unity, we need all Afghans to stay in the country and to participate in the construction of their country and serve their people.
He also said women and girls are not being persecuted.
There are hundreds of schools for girls, universities there where the girls students are studying. There is no restriction on them. They are continuing their studies and they are going to schools they were going in the past.
600 British soldiers were deployed to Afghanistan this weekend to evacuate officials. Parliament will sit on Wednesday as Prime Minister Boris Johnson is set to recall MPs from the summer recess to discuss the situation. First then, this afternoon, let's speak to Arthur Snell, former British diplomat in Iraq and Afghanistan, and has expertise, of course, in international security, foreign policy and counter-extremism. Arthur, welcome to the programme.
Thank you.
First of all, then, the day has come where the Taliban have reached Kabul. How do you feel about that?
Well, the first thing I'll admit to is surprise. You know, exactly a week ago, the Taliban had managed to take, I think by that stage, just a couple of the provincial outlying capitals, and there was still a sense that Kabul itself might well, hold out, or at least there'd be some kind of negotiated agreement. But in the end, the Afghan government seems to have collapsed entirely.
What do you put that down to? Why has it been so seemingly easy?
Well, it is interesting, and it's important to note, there hasn't been that much fighting. So, the Taliban have not been winning battles. They have been securing the loyalty of large groups of both the Afghan army and provincial officials. So I think what we have to accept is that the government of Afghanistan had not succeeded in convincing, its people that it had any ability to sort of continue to maintain power and operate as an effective force in the country.
Tobias Elwood, the chair of the Defence Select Committee, has been speaking to Times Radio today, describing the current situation in Afghanistan as completely humiliating for the West. We've made some schoolboy errors, he said. It's a tough environment, there's no doubt about it, but operationally speaking, we're now seeing the evacuation. Do you agree, schoolboy errors, and this is complete humiliation for the West?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's hard to think of sort of another way to put it. I mean, I think that there are many layers of error and mistake, and of course, a lot of people are very focused on the decision made by President Biden. But let's not forget that President Trump wanted the troops out by May, so that's one layer. But we have to step back and ask ourselves, what about the Afghan military? It is clear that this military force had not been set up in a way that it could stand alone. Now, the counter-argument there is, of course, that they weren't expecting very suddenly in August to be, standing on their own without any support. But yeah, ultimately, the West has invested up to $2 trillion in Afghanistan over 20 years, and we leave with almost nothing to show for it.
In terms of the diplomacy then in this situation, just in the last couple of minutes, Reuters reports that an Afghan government delegation, including Abdullah Abdullah, are to travel to Qatar to meet with Taliban representatives. Is there a place in this? Those talks in Doha, I think, were sponsored by the US and have been ongoing. Is there a place for the West and for Western nations in working out the next chapter for Afghanistan, or is it time to butt out completely?
Well, I mean, I think I don't think we're going to have much to add to the specific negotiations about, what happens, who takes power, what happens with government ministries and the like. It seems to me where the West needs to continue to play a role is in aid. We are still the richest countries on earth, even with our reduced aid budget. Britain is still a major aid player. There are loads of Afghan civilians who will face all kinds of, uncertainty and risk, including, the over the winter, simple questions of things like food distribution and so on. Now, it's very understandable if you have a Taliban in power. I can completely understand people saying, well, we don't want to work with them. But ultimately, I think we've got to accept that the only thing left open to us is to find ways, whether it's working with the UN or other NGOs, to ensure that we can continue to support the humanitarian needs of the Afghan people.
And what about welcoming Afghan refugees to this country?
Yep, I think that's absolutely necessary. I am very, very upset and dismayed to see reports that people who have worked as interpreters or in other ways have worked alongside the Brits have had their applications rejected by the Home Office for reasons that don't appear to be remotely clear. So those are specific individuals who've worked for the Brits, but ultimately, I think we've got a wider responsibility to Afghans who find themselves refugees to accept some of those people into our country. And I'm aware that this is a very toxic political debate. I'm not trying to intervene on that, but we can't pretend that we weren't involved.
Arthur, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
That is Arthur Snell, former British diplomat in Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's speak now then to Naveed Nurmal, former Afghan diplomat and commentator. Naveed, welcome to the programme.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for your time. Can you just explain to me how you feel this afternoon with news that the Taliban is in Kabul once again?
Well, it's a very mixed feeling, given that we have worked very hard for the past 20 years to basically avoid a day that a military advancement or a military pressure of such an extent would happen to Afghanistan, and now it's at the edge of Kabul, the capital. It is definitely very difficult to absorb. However, I think that's the reality that we have to face. For many reasons, we're here today, and that I think all of us are having a responsibility towards this. The responsibility goes towards every one of us, including the international community as well as the government of Afghanistan. Definitely, it's a difficult day for a lot of people in Afghanistan. People are very worried about what will happen next. We still don't have the details of what's going to be the future or how it would look like. But it's very early to say anything more than this. However, the worry and the fear that people have at the moment is definitely something understandable.
In your diplomatic experience, then, what do you make of what a Taliban spokesperson has been saying in an interview with the BBC this afternoon, that they want a peaceful transfer of power? We assure the people in Afghanistan, particularly in the city of Kabul, that their properties, their lives are safe. There will be no revenge on anyone. He said that all Afghans would have participation in the Islamic government, meaning Afghans who are not Taliban would also be included. Do you feel any comfort or reassurance in that message?
Given our experiences in the past, I'm also product of this 20 years work and that happened in Afghanistan. We haven't seen sincerity in what Taliban has said in the past and what they did. And a good example is the agreement in Doha for not basically attacking the cities. But unfortunately, we saw that it was not the case, and many people were killed. Even children were massacred, women were killed, and the prisoners of war were killed, which is a war crime. So we were hoping that they have changed, but unfortunately the change that we saw in Taliban's action was more brutality and more killings. That's something which makes us basically bleak about what they say and what they do. So we hope, what they say that we want to have a peaceful overtake of Kabul. Definitely Taliban do not want to basically make the same mistake that they did in the previous regime. They want the recognition by the international community. And given that the NATO allies as well as international community has called on them many times that a military takeover would not be acceptable for them, so they make sure that they will have that recognition from the international community this time, something they didn't have last time. But what we see on the ground, in reality, when I talk to people on the ground right now in different provinces, people are very scared. For example, in Herat, women are told not to go to work. Students are taken out of the university. It's very sad to hear that professors have said bye to their female students, not knowing what will happen next. So these are some of the examples and realities on the ground that we are overhearing in the past couple of days. And that's not, unfortunately, making us any hopeful at this point of time. We hope things will change. We hope for a breakthrough. But at this point of time, it's not hopeful, unfortunately.
When you consider the last 20 years and the involvement of the international community, of NATO forces, of Western nations, in attempting to prepare Afghanistan to go it alone, as it were, and then you see the collapse of the government that is unfolding in the last few days and into this weekend, who do you blame? Who do you hold responsible for the apparent weakness of the Afghan state? It's been left to fend for itself, and it's not able to.
I think the responsibility goes towards everybody at this stage. The withdrawal of the international community in a very hasty decision, and also the lack of preparation on the Afghan side, the lack of coordination on the Afghan National Security Forces, lack of political consensus within the government of Afghanistan, the gap between the people and the government of Afghanistan. These are some of the reasons that that basically affected the morale of the soldiers on the ground, as well as a very huge support by Pakistan to the Taliban in terms of financial as well as technical support on the ground, helped basically Taliban to make all these advancements. And this is very unfortunate that after 20 years of very hard work, a lot of sacrifices, both at the national level from the Afghans as well as our international partners, we have lost a lot of lives of our international partners in Afghanistan, including the British soldiers, which we are always appreciative of. But unfortunately, what we see today is basically kind of a compromise, not only in terms of treasure, but in terms of many bloods and many lives. I think this was not something we deserved. This was not something the world deserved. And this was not something that our soldiers deserved, who basically fought for their lives to basically fight the terrorism, the global terrorism happening in that country. So everybody has a stake and responsibility towards what's happening in Afghanistan, from the government, region, as well as the international partners.
Yeah. Naveed, thank you for joining us this afternoon, and best wishes to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
That's Naveed Nurmal, a former Afghan diplomat and commentator. It's 1:21 on Times Radio. We're bringing you ongoing coverage of the fall of Afghanistan's government as the Taliban reach Kabul. One female Afghan MP has said, "I feel threatened and scared." A Taliban spokesperson has suggested they want a peaceful transfer of power and said Afghans in the country should stay there. They do not need to leave. Well, let's bring in Charlie Herbert now, former British Army commander in Afghanistan and a former senior NATO advisor to the Afghan Ministry of Interior. Charlie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I mean, the sheer scale of this humiliating defeat is absolutely breathtaking. I mean, it's heartbreaking, isn't it?
Explain more about what you mean by that, the scale of this and the humiliation of it.
I mean, this feels like the decision to leave Afghanistan by President Biden and by other NATO members, a couple of months ago now, we said at the time was probably the greatest strategic miscalculation in the absence of there being a political settlement. And everything that's followed since has seen that. You know, it's hard to see this as anything other than probably the greatest strategic miscalculation since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And I think we're going to live to regret this for decades.
In terms of those regrets, how will they play out? How will they materialise and manifest themselves?
I mean, we often forget why we went there 20 years ago, which was in response to 9/11. You know, the very same Taliban that we're seeing rolling back into Kabul today are those very same people that 20 years ago provided a safe haven to Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda. And 20 years later, we know that their intention hasn't changed. You know, there are two things that concern me significantly. I mean more than two, but two in particular. One is the threat that Afghanistan will descend back into a failed state, effectively, and a safe haven for terrorism. And the second one is the scale of the humanitarian disaster. I mean, it is unprecedented what is happening there. You know, this isn't an academic exercise that's taking place a long way away. This is a human tragedy on an enormous scale right now.
We were speaking to Naveed there, a former Afghan diplomat, who highlighted that over the last 20 years, NATO forces, including UK soldiers, have committed their lives. They've given their lives to try to improve conditions in Afghanistan and to try to, I don't know, secure some sort of victory for the Afghan people. And he was saying that feels like it's kind of all gone to waste. I wonder, as a former British Army commander, how you feel about that service of our armed forces now.
I mean, the decision to leave was a betrayal of our Afghan partners, number one. But I'll say now, I think it was also a betrayal of all of those who served there, who fought over the last 20 years. You know, from the entire coalition, American, British, all the other NATO members and all of the other partners, it was a betrayal to what they were doing. I simply can't begin to imagine how this feels to the parents, you know, and the widows of those who lost somebody. You know, there were small successes. We made small successes, you know, whether that was advancing human rights, you know, everything which we achieved just completely unravelled and undermined by a strategic miscalculation about 2 months away. you can probably sort of detect the anger in my voice. I know a lot of people have said, how long do we stay there? How long do we stay there? My belief was that staying there was the least worst option. What we've seen in the last 2 months is the very worst possible option.
In terms of that phrase, the betrayal of our Afghan partners, it's interesting that you say that because Ben Wallace, the Secretary of State for Defence, has been writing in the Telegraph, and in fact the headline on his piece is, "We have not betrayed Afghanistan. In the absence of international allies, there was little more that Britain alone could have done." Is it actually in Britain's interests to not be involved in Afghanistan now?
I don't believe a word of what Ben Wallace said there. I didn't hear that particular line. How on earth can he say this wasn't a betrayal? We stood shoulder to shoulder. The reason they have collapsed so quickly, it isn't just because we withdrew US air power and the rest of that and planning support. The reason they collapsed was because we psychologically pulled the rug from under their feet. And that is exactly why we have seen such a catastrophic collapse, on a scale that is unprecedented in living memory, because we pulled the feet from under them and we betrayed them when they weren't expecting it. I just don't buy into what the Defence Secretary is saying there.
Yeah. He says, watching Afghanistan slide slowly towards civil war and the Taliban advance is a painful experience for all of us. It is especially painful for the men and women of our armed forces who fought over the past 20 years. He goes on, the sense of frustration and powerlessness is shared by us all. Is what Ben Wallace, the Secretary of State for Defence, says in the Telegraph. It's online and in the Telegraph today. I just wonder then, Charlie, in your expertise, if there is a place for the UK to be involved here. You mentioned the threat of Afghanistan becoming a safe haven for terrorists and the scale of the humanitarian crisis. Those are quite different threats, I suppose, to address. One of them feels like a security issue and one of them feels like providing aid. Are we back where we started 20 years ago?
I think we're going to be picking over the carcass of this humiliation, for months and years, decades potentially. It's the next few days and weeks that are absolutely critical, and it's about getting people out now. It's all very well for Ben Wallace to talk about betraying, just the British Army. Yeah, you're right, he has. But what about those brave Afghans that stood shoulder to shoulder with us? There are thousands of former interpreters and local staff who are stranded in Kabul right now. I'm speaking with them every half an hour. Their heartfelt pleas, their tearful cries. Some of them are in Kandahar, some of them are in Lashkar under Taliban control. I heard this morning, unverified, that the brother of an interpreter was murdered yesterday. We have got to get them out. I don't care what it takes. We have a moral obligation to get these people to safety. And Matt, I know the UK's launched this non-combatant evacuation or withdrawal in contact, whatever we want to call it. We have got to massively accelerate that. We've got to buy time by some means with the Taliban now as part of this transition to get people out. At least we might sacrifice some dignity from this.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that you are in such regular contact with people who are on the ground. Can you tell us more about the conditions, particularly in those places that have been overrun by the Taliban in the last few days?
It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. So the former gardener who worked for the British, he was ruled ineligible for relocation. A former interpreter who work for the British, they're in Lashkar, I'm in regular contact with them and their family. They're moving from house to house. They're fearing for their life while the Taliban are searching for them. Those in Kabul, I'm speaking to on a regular basis, mainly former interpreters, but also former Afghan security forces. Again, they are absolutely terrified. They know that retribution will come. There will be no forgiveness from the Taliban for those who worked for the coalition forces. Many have been murdered. I can't really describe the feeling of what it's like to talk to somebody who describes themselves as a dead man walking, them and their families, because we have ruled them ineligible for protection in the United Kingdom. The handling of this over the last few years has been disastrous. And it's all playing out. And this is why I say it's not an exercise. This is a human tragedy that's playing out in front of our eyes.
Yeah. Well, we're attempting to find out this afternoon at what stage that British evacuation is at. We will bring you the latest on that as we can and as we find out more, basically, throughout the afternoon. In the meantime, and for now, Charlie, thank you very much. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
That is Charlie Herbert, former British Army commander in Afghanistan and a former senior NATO advisor to the Afghan Ministry of Interior. So as I say, we will bring you the latest developments throughout the afternoon. We are trying to find out what stage the British evacuation is at. We're keeping an eye on developments as the Taliban have reached Kabul to find out what happens next. They say they want a peaceful transfer of power and that negotiations are ongoing with the Afghan government. And by the way, just on the point that Charlie was raising there about interpreters and bringing them out of Afghanistan, a Home Office spokesperson has said the Home Office has already resettled over 3,300 Afghan staff and their families who have worked for the UK. We will continue to fulfil our international obligations and moral commitments. Home Office officials are right now working to protect British nationals and help former UK staff and other eligible people travel to the UK. That was part of the Sunday Times reporting indeed today, but we will seek to bring you an update on that situation throughout this afternoon. This is Times Radio with Callum MacDonald, and this afternoon we're bringing you ongoing coverage of the situation in Afghanistan as the Taliban reach Kabul. We'll get the latest news headlines now with Tom. It's 1:30.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Callum, thank you. Good afternoon. Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan as Taliban militants have encircled the Afghan capital Kabul this morning. Taliban officials says negotiators are heading to the presidential palace in Kabul to discuss a peaceful transfer of power. Meanwhile, government officials are said to be travelling to Qatar for talks with Taliban leaders. Insurgents have apparently been told not to injure or kill any innocent civilian while seizing control of Kabul. The former British Defence Minister Johnny Mercer says it's a mistake to abandon the Afghan army.
We went to that country and supported these people who saved our lives, who worked with us. And we have a duty, irrespective of everybody else and what everybody else does, we have a duty to get these people out. I never thought I'd see the day, where I'd see, us essentially surrender to the Taliban.
Meanwhile, the former British diplomat in Afghanistan, Arthur Snell, has told Times Radio it's important to carry on playing a role in supporting the needs of the Afghani people.
It's very understandable. If you have a Taliban in power, I can completely understand people saying, well, we don't want to work with them. But ultimately, I think we've got to accept that the only thing left open to us is to find ways, whether it's working with the UN or other NGOs, to ensure that we can continue to support the humanitarian needs of the Afghan people.
Elsewhere today, special prayers will be said in Plymouth for 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Keyham on Thursday. Questions are being asked as to how the gunman, Jake Davison, was allowed to have his weapon and licence returned after it was previously removed. And authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. And all 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In the cricket, it's lunch on day 4 of the second test between England and India, with the hosts firmly on the front foot. 3 early wickets have fallen in the second innings at Lord's, meaning India stand on just 56 for 3 at the break, with England yet to bat. Nick Ellaby has the rest of the sports.
The legendary Germany World Cup winning striker Gerd Müller has died aged 75 after a 6-year battle with Alzheimer's. His former club Bayern Munich revealed the news on Twitter, saying today the world of FC Bayern stands still. Müller scored 68 goals in 62 games for West Germany, one of those the winner in the 1974 World Cup final against Holland. He's also still the German Bundesliga's top scorer with 365 goals for Bayern Munich. Another Bayern legend, Karl-Heinz Rummenigge, has called Müller the Muhammad Ali of the penalty box, saying he still remains the best of all time. Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola insists his club are not at risk of breaking financial fair play rules. City have already spent £100 million on Jack Grealish in this transfer window. It led to Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp claiming their rivals have no limits. But Guardiola denies that.
We have limits for the financial fair play. If they are not agree, they can go to the court, make a statement, and we will defend. Listen, we spend because we can do it. And we don't spend when we cannot do it.
Paris Saint-Germain boss Mauricio Pochettino's hinted Lionel Messi could make his debut on Friday. Messi completed his move this week following his departure from Barcelona. And the grandson of Muhammad Ali has won his first professional boxing match in some style. Nico Ali Walsh, who's a 21-year-old middleweight, stopped his opponent Jordan Weeks in just over a minute in Oklahoma. He says he misses his granddad, who died 5 years ago.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Fully flexible booking, so if things change, so can your ticket. Visit virginatlantic.com.
It's Sunday afternoon on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald. It's 25 minutes to 2. And throughout the afternoon, we're bringing you ongoing and really moving coverage of the Taliban reaching Kabul. It's poised to take over the whole of Afghanistan. The Taliban has entered Kabul and are demanding a peaceful transfer of power. They have seized nearly all of Afghanistan in just over a week, despite the hundreds of billions of dollars spent by the US and NATO over nearly 20 years to build up Afghan security forces. A Taliban spokesman has been interviewed today on the BBC. This is Suhail Shaheen, saying that insurgents are awaiting a peaceful transfer of Kabul city and that a negotiating team has been sent into the capital. Thousands of locals are racing to escape the city before it is surrendered. Staff from foreign embassies are being evacuated. And throughout the weekend, indeed, as really this seems to reach a climax this afternoon with the Taliban reaching Kabul, there have been concerns about the well-being of women as the Taliban take control of Afghanistan, and what that will mean for women and girls across the country. Let's speak to Aisha Khurram, a former Afghanistan youth rep to the United Nations and now law student at Kabul University. Aisha, welcome to the programme. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Can you just tell us how you are feeling being in Kabul right now as the Taliban moves in?
Well, when we wake up in the morning with a heavy heart of all that happened over the last week and all the provinces and whatever we worked towards that we lost in the last week. And we were making, we were trying to leave home. We were trying to go to university and some of us to our workplaces. And suddenly there was a security alert that we have to go back to homes. And some of us who got to university, the teachers in classrooms, they asked boys to get out of the classrooms and they made some short speeches and said goodbyes to female students. And they did not clarify whether women would be banned from attending universities and schools or there will be a separation. And the situation is getting chaotic in Kabul. It's very sad to see that all these people are so desperate, either to get out of the country or to stay safe in their homes.
What do you want to do? Are you content to stay there or would you rather leave?
Well, there is a very little choice left for Afghan people. They either have to stay and keep the things like their homes safe, and their families that they cannot leave, or they have to leave everything and the search for survival and life and shelter. So it's the same choice for me. I have 2 months to graduate. I worked for this degree 4 years, and it's very difficult for me to give up at this last moment. And this, so far, I thought as a person who is leaving and who is actually living in Kabul, I could do the bare minimum and help those displaced who came to Kabul to seek refuge and stay safe. But still, I don't know.
The Taliban spokesman who has given an interview in the UK today said that women would be allowed to leave their houses alone and would continue to have access to education and work. But I don't know, does that match what you are hearing from friends, from family, and what you are experiencing yourself so far?
Not.
No.
Not at all. There is a quite big gap between what the Taliban leaders say and what's happening on the ground. I'm in contact with my friends in Herat province, and after it was captured, they had an announcement that young female and male students, they can get back to their schools and universities. And when female students went to Herat University, they were not allowed to enter. And afterwards, there was a statement by Taliban. They said, in regards to not allowing women to enter Herat University, they said, we have to consult with Quetta Shura and we have to make decision about the status of women under Taliban's rule. And then, and until then, women should stay safe at home. And it means that we might be going back to the dark eras of 1990s, something that women fear, and they try to speak up about during the peace process. But it seems like all these efforts have been wasted.
How do you feel about that you could go back to those dark days?
I feel my generation is betrayed. During this time, since the peace process started in 2019, as a youth representative, I reached out to international community, to our leaders, to everybody. I tried to mobilize young people, tried to advocate for the preservation of our rights, our achievements. I tried to do everything. I worked from the sunrise till the sunset to ensure that my generation's future will be protected and safeguarded. But now I feel naive. I feel wasted, and I think this is the cruelest form of betrayal that United States could do to my generation, and also my government.
Have you seen Taliban militants in Kabul?
Well, Taliban, they besieged the city, and they are taking control of the ports right now. But there are gunmen walking around in each street, and there are reports that Taliban called the authorities and some of the politicians, especially politicians they have been negotiating with in Doha or Moscow. They told them that those people with guns, they are not Taliban, they are thieves trying to use the opportunity, but at the same time, they did not reject the fact that they besieged the city and they are just waiting for the peaceful transition of the power and the negotiation that will happen tomorrow between the two parties for the interim government. And it seems like they are taking preparation in case the negotiation didn't work in their favor. So they will take actions accordingly. Yeah.
When you say it's the cruelest form of betrayal by the United States, and then you see gunmen walking around the streets, how concerned are you now for your safety? Do you feel safe?
Nobody is feeling safe neither in Kabul nor in any part of the country. Right now, the primary concern of each Afghan is survival, and everything that we were doing and trying to advocate for, like human rights and our rights and achievements over the past 2 years, it took a back seat for the moment, and everybody's thinking about how to escape, how to stay alive. And that's the primary concern of my family and every family living around here.
When you're talking to your friends and family, what are you talking about? How are you supporting one another? What is your day like when you're speaking with your family and friends at the moment?
Well, after lockdown, just a few days ago when we went back to university, the conversation between my classmates, it was all about how to escape, how to stay alive, what is next for us, whether we will graduate at all, when will the Kabul fall. And 2 months ago, we were talking about our graduation day, and the conversation is all about when is going when is Kabul going to fall to the Taliban? And there is no question on whether it will fall or not. There is a sense of panic and desperation. I myself and a lot of young people, they're not feeling like themselves. They are feeling like they are walking on a thin ice, not knowing when will they fall, and when their lives would be either ended or reversed to the dark eras of 1990s.
Aisha, I really appreciate you speaking to us this afternoon on our programme. Thank you, and stay safe, and sending best wishes to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
That is Aisha Khurram joining us live from Kabul, a former Afghanistan youth rep to the United Nations and currently a law student at Kabul University, who just 2 months ago was enjoying conversations about graduation and graduation day upcoming. And now says that she feels her generation has been betrayed, the cruelest form of betrayal by the United States. As Taliban militants, she has seen gunmen walking around the streets where she lives in Kabul this afternoon. Aisha Khurram joining us on Times Radio. We will continue with our coverage of the developing situation in Afghanistan as the Taliban reach Kabul. And negotiations apparently are underway in terms of handing over power there. More to come in the next few minutes. This is Callum MacDonald on Times Radio, sitting in for Alexis Conran in association with Virgin Atlantic, who offer fully flexible booking so that if things change, so can your ticket. Visit virginatlantic.com. It's 1:45.
Afternoons on Times Radio with Nat West. Explore the events and ideas that shape our times with topical discussion and original perspectives from the world of politics, culture, literature, entertainment and the arts. Monday to Thursday afternoons from 1 on Times Radio with Nat West. Speaking to a mortgage advisor today could help you start planning your dream home tomorrow. Search Nat West Mortgages. Your home may be repossessed if you do not keep up repayments on your mortgage.
This is Times Radio.
It's 1:46 on Times Radio, and this is Callum MacDonald with you till 4. We are reflecting on the developing situation in Afghanistan this afternoon, where a peaceful transfer of power to transitional government is being prepared, according to Afghanistan's Interior Minister. The Taliban have arrived in Kabul. They have encircled Kabul, and we have reports on this station of gunmen walking the streets. The Taliban say they've ordered their fighters to refrain from violence and allow safe passage for anyone wanting to leave. They say members of the Afghan security forces will be allowed to return to their homes. But as we were just hearing from Aisha on our programme there, people in Kabul fear for their lives. She said everyone is thinking about how to escape and how to stay alive. That's what Aisha's told us this afternoon. We will continue our coverage now with Lieutenant General Douglas Lute, former US Ambassador to NATO and United States Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan under President Bush and Obama. Lieutenant, welcome to the programme.
Thank you.
Aisha, who we were just speaking to live from Kabul, described this as the cruelest form of betrayal by the United States. How do you respond to that?
Well, certainly everybody's surprised at the pace of the Taliban advance over the last couple of weeks. No one expected this. And what it reflects, I think, is the fragility, the frailness of not only the military forces that we've worked so hard over 20 years to field on behalf of the Afghan government, but the government itself. This is as much a political collapse as it is a military collapse. And certainly as the Taliban and the Afghan government had these final discussions, there's a lot to reflect on in terms of how we got to today.
In April, US President Joe Biden announced that US troops would pull out of Afghanistan. Here we are on the 15th of August, and the Taliban have re-entered Kabul. You speak about the fragility of the military and the government in Afghanistan. NATO forces have been there for 20 years. Surely they should have been better prepared for this day.
Well, of course, we thought they were better prepared. But I think, frankly, we underestimated the role of what the military profession refers to as the moral factors of a conflict. So there are material factors, so numbers of troops, equipment, training, units organized, and so forth. But what we know over the history of warfare is that the moral factors, the intangibles like leadership, discipline, the will to fight, legitimacy, unit cohesion, those moral intangible factors tend to always overwhelm the material. And my concern is that over the last 20 years, we focused very much on what we could count, what we could quantify, the tangible factors. And in the end, it was these moral factors, like the will to fight, that actually proved dominant.
Do you think President Biden has betrayed the people of Afghanistan?
No, I don't think so. I think the leaders of Afghanistan have betrayed the people of Afghanistan because America's NATO allies, other Western forces gave Afghanistan 20 years to find its feet. And they did make progress in that 20 years, but the progress was insufficient. And here, mostly I'm talking about political progress. The infighting among political elites in Kabul, the refusal to form anything like national political cohesion, the insufficient efforts to battle the corruption across the government structures in Afghanistan. Those are the major failures. And in the end, I think it's those political failures that have proven dominant.
Similarly, one could suggest that with 20 years, that actually the US could have been more involved in these political sort of situations, these moral factors as you describe them, that actually 20 years is long enough for the US to actually make some progress here. But it feels like there isn't any progress. We're back to square one, where we started 20 years ago.
Well, look, I think outsiders like us, like the UK, like our NATO allies, and like America, we can do a lot in a place like Afghanistan. But at the end of the day, the future of Afghanistan has to be decided by Afghans. And unfortunately, what we see is, in a very tragic way, that's exactly what's happening now. The future of Afghanistan is being decided by Afghans, both the Afghan Taliban, obviously the dominant party right now, but also those Afghans who have simply, by way of political deals and abandonment of their posts, have assisted in the setting of the stage. So, at the end of the day, Afghanistan belongs to Afghans. And we're seeing exactly this sort of resetting of an equilibrium among Afghans. It's not an equilibrium that most of your listeners or most of the people here in the United States, and in fact, it's not the equilibrium that many Afghans would prefer. But it is an authentically, genuinely organic Afghan equilibrium. And at the end of the day, that was always going to happen.
I don't know if you heard Aisha, who we were speaking to just before we came to you, who is a student in Kabul. And one of the things that she said that is going to stick with me, I think, really for days to come, is that everyone is thinking about how to escape or how to stay alive. What sort of equilibrium is that?
It's not satisfactory at all. And it's tragic. But the reality is that eventually, whether it happened in 2021 or 2031, Afghanistan was going to find its own place. It was going to be left to its own devices. And I'm afraid, in a very tragic way, like your previous presenter, many people will suffer in the process.
Do you feel there should be any role for the US now and ongoing as we see Taliban militants reach Kabul? Is the US right to withdraw troops and to get out of there and to leave it to the Afghan people?
Well, I think there is a role. The U.S. has certain responsibilities. I mean, first of all, we have a responsibility to ourselves to ensure that we have a counterterrorism capability that can return to Afghanistan if needed, if the remnants of al-Qaeda or elements of the Islamic State pop up and present a threat. Second, we have a moral responsibility to those Afghans who served alongside of us, so interpreters, drivers, security personnel, and so forth. That program has for too long been over-bureaucratized. It's been full of red tape, and it has been much, much too slow. We need to accelerate that program, even as the Taliban are at the gates of Kabul. There's time for us to continue to make good on that promise. And then finally, we'll have to see how the politics of the situation now settles out. I mean, are the Taliban of 20 years ago, or are the Taliban different? We just don't know that yet. But swinging in that balance will be a U.S. role for whether we continue economic support to Afghanistan, if the Taliban are different, and to what extent we play a diplomatic role in the region to either support a potentially promising regime, which does now look likely, or assert diplomatic pressure on some sort of transition government. So the form of this transition government will dictate what tools the U.S. has.
Don't you find it remarkable that here we are speaking in 2021, we're speaking about waiting to see whether the Taliban is the same as it was 20 years ago or whether they've changed? Isn't that actually just quite astonishing and pause for thought that we are, considering the role of the Taliban in the rule of Afghanistan and its people?
Well, look, I've been involved with U.S. policy on Afghanistan for about 15 years. And yes, it's astonishing. But here we are, and we have to deal with the world as it is. And the world that we see today is vastly different than it was 2 weeks ago. So the key here will be, how do our governments adapt to this new reality? And yes, we should take time, and we should take a deep breath and reflect on how we got here. But most important right now is, how do we adapt to the rapidly changing situation? And part of that question, what will the future look like, the rapid change, has to do with the Taliban. And we know the Taliban better today than we knew them 20 years ago, because we've been talking to them in Doha for several years now. And we'll just have to see, what form does a transitional government take?
When you were advising President Bush and President Obama on Afghanistan policy, was the future of Afghanistan forefront? Was it dominant in your conversations with both presidents about the condition in which the United States would leave the Afghan people?
Well, it was, because our national objective, of course, centered around al-Qaeda. And it was, of course, the al-Qaeda threat that emanated from Afghanistan that brought us 9/11, all the way back 20 years ago in 2001. But as we dealt with al-Qaeda, we also wanted to buy some insurance that al-Qaeda, while defeated in the region, would not return one day. And the best insurance to protect the future was a responsible, representative Afghan government, which could protect itself and could, by extension, provide us insurance that groups like al-Qaeda would not spring up again on Afghan soil. So the development of the Afghan state, which was a project that began mostly from scratch in 2001. There was almost nothing there in 2001, has been the effort of these last 20 years. And while we decimated al-Qaeda, most prominently with the 2011 raid that brought bin Laden himself to justice, we have not been able to sufficiently build the Afghan state over these 20 years. And it's the Afghan state that we've seen crumble in these last weeks.
Just as a sort of concluding thought, if I may, Lieutenant, I'm very grateful for your time. We've heard on our radio station today from the UK's former International Development Secretary, Andrew Mitchell, who said that Afghanistan will be a magnet now for terrorists and all those people who we originally went in to try and stop. Would that be your forecast as well? Will Afghanistan be a magnet for terrorists?
It's not clear to me. The international terrorist phenomenon has metastasized since 2001. It's not clear to me that Afghanistan will revert back 20 years to 2001. It's not clear to me that al-Qaeda will revert back 20 years. Al-Qaeda today is much more franchised, much more segmented and dispersed than it was in 2001. In fact, the branches of al-Qaeda in other places like Somalia, Yemen, northwest Syria, the Sahel in Africa, are much more dangerous transnational threats than any al-Qaeda presence in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So it's not clear. I don't think there's a crystal ball that we can look into and imagine that we know exactly how this is going to transpire in the coming years. In fact, if anything, the last 2 weeks ought to give us pause in trying to predict reliably the future.
Lieutenant General Douglas Lute, thank you for joining the programme. It's nice to speak to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Lieutenant General Douglas Lute is a former US ambassador to NATO and United States Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan under President Bush and Obama. Lovely to speak to him, lovely to get his insight and expertise. In the next few minutes then, in our ongoing coverage of the situation in Afghanistan, we will be speaking to the former Labour Foreign Secretary David Miliband, who of course is President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee, a global humanitarian aid, relief and development organisation, which surely will have a vital role in the ongoing story of Afghanistan. More to come on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Hello, good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald with ongoing coverage of the situation in Afghanistan as the Taliban advance into Kabul, and negotiations are now underway for a transfer of power. All the latest to come. Let's get the news headlines first with Tom Clayton.
Callum, thank you. Good afternoon. Parliament is to be recalled next week for one day to discuss the crisis in Afghanistan as Taliban militants have encircled the Afghan capital Kabul this morning. Taliban insurgents say they're awaiting a peaceful transfer of power, with supporters reportedly seen moving towards the presidential palace. The acting Defence Minister of Afghanistan, Bismillah Khan Mahmadi, has released a statement saying Kabul is secure and defence forces are preparing to protect citizens of the city, also saying negotiators will travel to Doha for talks with Taliban leaders. Kabul airport remains open, but it's understood the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan of British nationals and also Afghans who've been working alongside Britons in the country. Black Hawk helicopters have also been seen in Kabul as US troops started to evacuate its staff out of Afghanistan's capital. The former British Army commander in Afghanistan and former senior NATO advisor to the Afghan Ministry of the Interior, Charlie Herbert, has told Times Radio that this is humiliating for Western countries.
The decision to leave Afghanistan by President Biden and by other NATO members, a couple of months ago now, we said at the time was probably the greatest strategic miscalculation in the absence of there being a political settlement. And everything that's followed since has seen that. It's hard to see this as anything other than probably the greatest strategic miscalculation since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And I think we're going to live to regret this for decades.
While speaking to Times Radio earlier, the Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, had this stark warning.
The humanitarian disaster that's about to unfold will be catastrophic. The migration challenges will be huge. And of course, don't forget that we will see further terrorist attacks. I would not be surprised if we see another attack on the scale of 9/11, almost to bookend what happened 20 years ago.
Meanwhile, Aisha Karam, a former Afghanistan youth rep to the United Nations and law student at Kabul University, has told Times Radio the Afghan people now have little choice for their short-term future.
They either have to stay and keep the things like their homes safe, and their families that they cannot leave, or they have to leave everything and in the search for survival and life and shelter.
A statement by a Taliban spokesperson insisted that their supporters have been ordered not to injure or kill any civilians. Elsewhere today, special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Keyham on Thursday. Questions are being asked as to how the gunman, Jake Davison, was allowed to have his weapon and licence returned after it was previously removed. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insight team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
All 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. And a painting by the street artist Banksy has been defaced in a town in Suffolk overnight. The local council in Lowestoft says it's appalled that the artwork of a rat sitting on a deck chair was painted over with white paint. However, a statement from the authorities remained hopeful that the work can be restored. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales and northern and western England this morning. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. It will feel warm across central and eastern England. In the sports, play has restarted at Lord's after lunch, with India currently on 61-3 following a strong morning session from England's bowlers. The day's first Premier League match has just kicked off as well as Newcastle host West Ham. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Fully flexible booking, so if things change, so can your ticket.
Good afternoon, it's 2:05 on Times Radio. It's Sunday afternoon, it's the 15th of August, and this is Callum MacDonald with you till 4 o'clock. Now, throughout the afternoon, we're bringing you ongoing coverage of the situation in Afghanistan. Taliban militants have reached the Afghan capital, Kabul, and say they are awaiting a peaceful transfer of power. They've ordered their fighters to refrain from violence and allow safe passage for anyone wanting to leave. Eyewitnesses say the militants met very little resistance along the way to the capital. It really sort of concludes their rapid takeover of Afghanistan over the last few days. We've learned today that the Prime Minister Boris Johnson will recall Parliament from its summer break on Wednesday to discuss the crisis, and this in the midst of about 600 British troops being deployed to try to help the departure of UK nationals and others. Let's speak now to David Miliband, former Labour Foreign Secretary and now President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee, a global humanitarian aid, relief and development organisation. Mr Miliband, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Just how catastrophic a failure is this on behalf of the Western nations?
It's a very significant day. It's a day of pain and a day of some high degree of dread, I think, for the people of Afghanistan. Now, it's important to say that the International Rescue Committee, the organisation I lead, has about 1,700 staff across the country in 9 different provinces. And some services are open today. We're delivering education services, health services, some economic livelihood services. But obviously all eyes are on Kabul and on what stance a new administration is going to take in the country. And I think the whole country there is waiting to see what happens. Obviously, you asked about the West, and there are duties that we have in the short term, but in the longer term, there are obviously very, very important lessons to be learned, not least given the loss of 457 British troops in the course of the Afghan conflict.
Which has been going on for 20 years, and it feels like we perhaps should have done better at learning lessons on what to do with this chapter in Afghanistan's history and for the Afghan people. It feels like we're cutting, running and abandoning them.
Well, I think that it's an important point you make. I think that, to be fair, the various strategies that have been used over the last 20 years have not been singular. It's not been just head down. But I think that most people would make a slightly different criticism, which is that there has been an over-reliance on the military, when the truth is that no military strategy, no development strategy, no humanitarian strategy can work without political settlement that allows different ethnic and other forces in a country to share power. And without that, there's always going to be a drag anchor on any effort. The way I'd put it in very simple terms is that, and I've said this over many years, since my first visit to Afghanistan was in 2007. Soon after I became Foreign Secretary, I went there in July 2007. As it happened, it coincided with the funeral of the last king of Afghanistan, Zahir Shah. I saw there the huge diversity of the country, but also a sense of Afghan unity, Afghans coming together. And I think that the big lesson I drew then, and that I've tried to articulate since then without sufficient success, is that if you do think you can do the military first and the politics second, it's not going to work. It's got to be the military, the politics, the diplomatic and the humanitarian together rather than in sequence. But I do want to emphasize that our immediate duties are not to retreat into academic seminar rooms. Our immediate duties are towards Afghans who depend on us, are towards, obviously, in the British case, there are British personnel on the ground. And there are big interests of the Western world, not just within Afghanistan, but in the region, because obviously Pakistan is a very important country for the UK. So I think this is a day for engagement rather than for retreating into academic seminar rooms.
Just as we're speaking, Mr Miliband, I just want to bring you this, that Downing Street says the Prime Minister has convened a Cobra meeting for later this afternoon to discuss the situation in Afghanistan. Of course, anything emerging from that we'll bring to you on Times Radio. Let's continue our conversation with David Miliband. I'm just interested as well to, I guess, consider the terminology around this. We spoke a short while ago to Aisha Kuram, who was a youth representative to the United Nations for Afghanistan, and she described this as the cruelest form of betrayal by the United States, as who she named. My generation is betrayed, she told us. I reached out as a youth rep to try to preserve our rights and achievements. She said she now feels naive and let down. And, you know, just in the context of our conversation now, it's people like her, isn't it? It's women, it's young women and girls particularly, who are going to have to deal with the really sharp end of Taliban rule in Afghanistan.
Well, that's a very good point. And in fact, there are 2 points there that I think are important. First, because of 20 years of investment, Afghanistan is a different country today than it was 20 years ago. I don't mean in terms of its roads or its buildings. I mean in terms of its people. And above all, those people who've been able to go to school, go to university, set up businesses, go to work, and notably women and girls. And in that sense, it's premature to say that all the gains have been lost. The nation building, so-called, was always to be done by Afghans. Foreigners can't do that for them. But that leads to my second point, which is that those people need support today. They need support. I mean, for example, the UK is cutting its humanitarian aid to Afghanistan. That's not going to do any good. The US is failing to increase its humanitarian aid. That's only part of the equation, obviously. There's a very important duty that's owed to those whose lives are in danger because of any work they've done on or alongside British or American forces or diplomats, and notwithstanding what has been said by the various armed opposition groups today about their commitment to a peaceful transfer of power. And there's obviously then a wider diplomatic effort. I mean, it's been very interesting to follow what's been coming out of China. 3 weeks ago, they were welcoming Taliban representatives to Beijing for 2 days. Now I think there's widespread recognition that a tumultuous shift in power is in no one's interest. And so I think there's a diplomatic angle to this as well.
Yeah, the diplomatic angle is an interesting one, actually. We were just discussing some of these elements as well with Lieutenant General Douglas Lute, former US ambassador to NATO, among other things. And I put it to him that it almost feels remarkable to me, astonishing was his word, actually, that the Taliban is, as you just said, is kind of being invited for diplomatic discussions. And here we are in August 2021 discussing what role the Taliban will have in the rule of Afghanistan 20 years after they were kicked out of Kabul.
Well, Doug Lute, I know Doug Lute, he's a very serious person as well as being ambassador to NATO. He was the special representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan for President Obama during the early years of his presidency. And I think that speaks to this central conundrum, which is that without a political settlement in which the diverse elements of Afghan society or any other society are represented, it's very, very hard to see how political or other stability is engaged. And obviously, The decision that was made 4 or 5 months ago by the Biden administration has had very proximate and immediate consequences. And they're being played out now so that the diplomatic element is a sideshow compared to what's happening on the streets of Afghanistan. And so the disposition of the range of armed opposition groups in different parts of the country is going to be absolutely key to the life chances of literally millions of Afghans. People forget it's a country of 40 million people, 39 million people, with a landlocked country, obviously, massive challenges of its own. But we also know that challenges that start within Afghanistan don't end in Afghanistan.
Was today, this moment, the fear that is being felt by people in Afghanistan, the apparent sort of chaos and turmoil on the streets, the indecision and the uncertainty about what happens next, was all of that inevitable?
I don't think so, no. I participated in something called the Afghan Study Group, which was a group of people mandated by the US Congress to come up with a report at the end of last year, beginning of this year. It was published in February. We did warn of the dangers of precipitate action, and we also warned of the danger of widespread violence. And our warnings, I'm afraid, show that this hasn't come out of the blue, but they also show that it wasn't inevitable. I mean, we gathered a wide range of expertise, and I don't think it's what one can write this off as just being the inevitable consequence. I think that would suggest that there's been 20 years of blindness. I don't think that's right. I think that there are structural problems. You can see that in the Afghan armed forces. There are proximate or acute issues raised by more recent decisions. My own view is that this isn't the inevitable consequence of 20 years of hardship.
Interesting, I suppose, then, to consider a bit of UK politics in all of this as well. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, says, "We will do our best for Afghanistan as we draw down. This is not the end of our support. We shall be clear with the Taliban that hosting Al-Qaeda, committing war crimes and atrocities will not be tolerated and will prevent them ever being given international recognition. And we, alongside our allies, reserve the right, the capability and the determination to act against imminent threats to our national security." I mean, just to borrow my previous question, is it inevitable that we will have to act against threats to our national security as a result of all that's going on this week?
Well, I think that the Defence Secretary probably feels he's got to say that today. But of course, the words go into the ether on a day like this. We know from the US National Intelligence Assessment earlier this year that there are significant extremist groups across the country who do have global intent, not just local intent. And so there remains pressing international security and possibly national security issues as well. Obviously, Al-Qaeda has been degraded significantly over the last 20 years, but it's not been exterminated. And so it's the duty of any British government, any government, frankly, to continue to be vigilant. But I don't think this is a day for either for promising new interventions or for saying that they're inevitable. I think, to the point that I made at the beginning, the first task is to take the appropriate actions to fulfill the duties that we have towards the Afghan people as well as our own people. And then secondly, to learn the right lessons. And over-promising and under-delivering is one lesson that we should have learned by now.
Yeah. In terms of what the you at the IRC are doing then in Afghanistan, you said you had nearly 2,000 staff, I think, across Afghanistan.
That's right.
Yeah. Are you, in terms of the working conditions, I suppose, of your staff, has anything changed in the last week? Are they finding it more difficult to get help to those that need it, for example?
I mean, the short answer is that it's an extremely challenging environment, even without the changes in the conflict in the last 6 to 8 weeks. I mean, there's only vaccines for 9% of the population from COVID, and 80% of the country is facing a drought. But the important point for your listeners is that the International Rescue Committee, other charities, we were in Afghanistan. We've been in Afghanistan since 1988. We were there before the events of the 1990s when the Soviet Union pulled out. We were there during the Taliban period of rule. We've been there since 2001. And at local level, we work both in government-held areas and in areas controlled by armed opposition groups to deliver services to people in need. And the key point is, it's Afghans delivering those services. Of our 1,700 staff, all but a handful are local people. They're working to build their own communities. And so the healthcare they deliver, the education they deliver, the economic livelihood support they deliver, the child protection support and women's protection they deliver is about building life chances for people, maximizing life chances for people in a very, very poor country. And it's an extremely difficult operating environment. We work with the consent of local communities, but we do work. My colleagues do work, and they'll be working today, frankly. That doesn't mean they'll be able to work everywhere, because some services have to be suspended at various times when conflict strikes. But we're determined to continue supporting them. And the message that would come from those staff is please stand with us. Please stand with us. It's our country. We're not asking you to run this country, but we are asking your support, because we're one of the poorest countries in the world that needs your support.
At what point would you look to pull your staff out, Afghans or otherwise? Would you ever look to try and get those 1,700 people out of there if the situation was to deteriorate, for example?
But these are people who are committed to their own country. Where there is a specific threat to any individual, then obviously we take that extremely seriously. And obviously if there was a threat to an IRC group of people. But those 1,700 Afghans have all got husbands and wives, they've got kids, they've got parents, they've got extended family. It's their country. And so it's very, very important for people to realize that international charities are run on the ground by local people, not by helicoptering in international staff. And their commitment is to build a better Afghanistan. As I say, it's very, very important that countries like the UK, if there is specific threat to individuals, that the countries like the UK allow them to claim asylum. I saw a report somewhere saying that a third or even two-thirds of the applicants to the British asylum scheme for Afghans were being turned down. I hope that's not true, because there are obviously a range of people who have worked alongside UK personnel. And obviously if there are Afghans who are being threatened, then it's the responsibility of the international system to make sure they're taken to safety.
David Miliband, thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Nice to speak to you. Thanks.
Take care.
And you. David Miliband, former Labour Foreign Secretary, now President and CEO of the International Rescue Committee. In the next couple of minutes, we will be live in Kabul on the programme to bring you the latest from UNICEF. That is to come. This is Callum MacDonald sitting in for Alexis Conran on Times Radio in association with Virgin Atlantic. Visit virginatlantic.com. It's 2:21.
Times Radio.
I'm Aisha Hazarika. Join me this afternoon from 4 o'clock on Times Radio. We'll be taking a look back at the week in politics and current affairs. We'll also be looking ahead at the big stories coming up. We'll be doing it with lots of well-informed opinion and a bit of wit and wisdom.
Aisha Hazarika. This afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Swap TV repeats for Calypso beats. Fly to Jamaica Virgin Atlantic style. Visit virginatlantic.com.
It's 2:21 on Times Radio. This afternoon we are focusing on Afghanistan now that the Taliban have reached Kabul. The Taliban say they are looking for a peaceful transfer of power to transitional government. They've ordered their fighters to refrain from violence and to allow people who want to leave. We've heard from a range of people this afternoon on the programme already. We were just speaking to David Miliband, the former Foreign Secretary, of course. A short time ago we were speaking to Aisha Khurram, who is in Kabul and was a youth representative to the United Nations, saying, and as I say, I feel like this bit of what Aisha said to us will stick with me for a few days yet. She said everyone is thinking about how to escape and how to stay alive. Such was the fear of the developing situation there. We will be live in Kabul again in the next couple of minutes, but first I want to let you hear what the current president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, has warned today that law and order still needs to be observed across Afghanistan.
There is a clear need that the National Directorate of Security, alongside the police and Afghan army, take responsibility of the security of all citizens, as per my order to the Defence Minister and the Interior Minister. It is our responsibility, and God willing, we will carry out the responsibility in its best manner.
That is President Ashraf Ghani speaking a short time ago. We will continue to bring you developments. How long he remains president for, I suppose, remains to be seen. In any case, let's speak to Mustafa Ben Messaoud, Chief Field Coordination and Emergency in UNICEF in Afghanistan, in Kabul right now, in fact. Mustafa, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, can you just explain and describe what is happening in Kabul right now?
Well, the situation is still not clear. Things are happening. I think we're hoping for a peaceful change or a transition, and that has been our goal since the escalation of the conflict. We wanted the conflict to stop. We wanted the violence to stop, and we wanted the Afghan population, women and children, to be as safe as possible. And I think that's exactly the same message that UNICEF is sending as we speak.
Is your ability to operate, has it changed at all in the last, say, 24 hours or even in the last few days as the Taliban have advanced through Afghanistan?
We've had multiple discussions with them, and the latest one was actually in our field office in Jalalabad, and UNICEF field office met with the leadership in that specific area, and we received the same guarantees as we received in Kandahar and in Herat in the western region. We received reassurances that UNICEF will be able to resume its full work within the next few days, and that our offices and our staff would not be concerned by the change in terms of political power here.
So you have been meeting with Taliban leadership in the last few days?
We've been meeting with the leadership in the provincial area where we have our field office, and you know that UNICEF has 11 offices across the country, spread across the country. And yes, we've been interacting and engaging with them.
With the Taliban?
Yes, with the Taliban leadership on the ground.
Yeah. And do you feel confident in their reassurances to you?
So far, the guarantees that we received in those areas, and as you know, there was some civil unrest during the takeover of those towns, and the security and integrity of our premises was done efficiently. So far, we don't have any reason to doubt the commitment and the assurances that was provided by the leadership.
Okay. Did you express concern with the Taliban on any front? I think most clearly we are hearing concerns from women and girls in Afghanistan about their lives changing under Taliban rule. Is that something that you have expressed to those leaders of the Taliban as you've met them this week?
UNICEF has always been a strong advocate for women's rights and children. And a few months back, we've signed a work plan in terms of ensuring access for girls to education, and we've had the conversation with them in Kandahar and in Herat about some of our staff. Half of our staff are Afghan women, and we received guarantees that they will be able to work. Now, we're not able to speak for every woman in Afghanistan, but that's a discussion and advocacy that we intend to carry out with them once, we do have a communication channel with the political leadership when it takes over in Kabul.
Mm. Do you trust them?
I mean, so far, I think we've had working relation, and so far we've been able to expand our program in the field. I think there is a little bit of uncertainty until things settle down. But UNICEF has been here for 65 years, and we never left the country, even in the 90s. And we do intend to stay, and we do intend to be the voice for children and the Afghan women.
Yeah, which will be reassuring, I'm sure, to the hundreds of thousands of women and children who will not be able to escape, as many peers are trying to do. Many people are trying to get out of Afghanistan at this point. I suppose as well, Mustafa, it's just interesting to consider what your own experience is. You are in Kabul right now. I mean, as you look out your window, are you seeing any signs of trouble? Are you seeing any signs of, a Taliban presence there?
No, we haven't. We haven't seen any sign. I mean, we're in the UN base here, but we know that they're here, and there were sporadic gunshots that were heard. But a few days back, I was also in Kandahar, and it was a similar situation before the town was taken over, and even there we were able to work. And I was visiting IDP camp and UNICEF program are functioning there. So we haven't seen drastic or traumatic changes as we speak right now in Kabul.
You sound relatively calm, if I may say. Is that a fair description of how you're feeling?
I think that's what we heard from our colleagues and friends that we have in town, and where we are in the base where we are right now. I mean, as I said, we've heard some sporadic gunfire, but those are in Kabul. It's always happening. I mean, and I haven't seen a massive increase in those gunfire as we speak.
Understood. Mustafa, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us on the programme this afternoon.
Thank you for having us.
That is Mustafa Ben Messaoud from UNICEF on the ground in Kabul this afternoon. And as you heard him explain, he has, or UNICEF have been engaging with Taliban leadership in the last few days to seek assurances that they will be able to continue to operate, that their staff, some of whom are Afghan women, will be allowed to work. Mustafa telling us that they will continue to be strong advocates for women and children as the Taliban take over in Afghanistan. He says there is a bit of uncertainty, and as he described, there have been sporadic gunshots in Kabul even today. But interesting to hear from somebody who is from UNICEF and has direct experience of dealing with the leadership of the Taliban, even as recently as in the last few days, as they advanced through Afghanistan. We will continue our coverage on the developing situation in Afghanistan this afternoon as the Taliban reach Kabul. Just a reminder that in the last few minutes, Downing Street has confirmed that the Prime Minister has convened a Cobra meeting for at some point this afternoon to discuss the situation in Afghanistan. That follows reports that Boris Johnson is recalling Parliament, we think on Wednesday, it looks like, to discuss the situation as well. The Taliban have captured more territory, including, by the way, the former US airbase at Bagram, as they continued their advance through Afghanistan. And the US has been evacuating staff from its embassy in Kabul. About 600 British troops are being deployed to help the departure of UK nationals and others. I think depending on who we are speaking to this afternoon, we're beginning to get a bit of a picture of the concerns, the worries, the anxieties of people who live in Afghanistan, the work that is being done by organisations like UNICEF to try to get reassurances, particularly for women and girls and children in the country. And it is a time for reflection, as we've been hearing from some of our guests, on the potential failures here on the behalf of the West and of NATO forces who have been in Afghanistan clearly for 20 years now. And yet the Taliban have moved back in. 20 years ago, they were kicked out of Kabul, and today they are back. We will continue our coverage after the latest news headlines with Tom. It's 2:31.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Carl, thank you. Good afternoon. Downing Street has confirmed the Prime Minister has convened a Cobra meeting to discuss the developing situation in Afghanistan. Taliban insurgents have now encircled the Afghan capital, Kabul, but are insisting they're waiting for a peaceful transfer of power. Interior ministers from the Afghan government are travelling to Doha for negotiations with Taliban leaders. Meanwhile, the UK Parliament will reconvene for one day on Wednesday to discuss the ongoing situation. Speaking to Times Radio in the last half hour, the former Labour Foreign Secretary David Miliband has played down criticisms that Western governments have not learned lessons from the occupation of Afghanistan over the last 20 years.
I think that, to be fair, the various strategies that have been used over the last 20 years have not been singular. It's not been just head down. But I think that most people would make a slightly different criticism, which is that there has been an over-reliance on the military, when the truth is that no military strategy, no development strategy, no humanitarian strategy can work without political settlement.
Meanwhile, it's understood the RAF has been scrambled to speed up the evacuation from Afghanistan of British nationals and Afghan citizens who aided the UK during the last 20 years. Elsewhere today, special prayers will be said in Plymouth for the 5 people who died in the UK's worst mass shooting in more than a decade. Churches across Devon are expected to use their Sunday services to remember the victims who lost their lives in Keyham on Thursday. Questions are being asked as to how the gunman, Jake Davison, was allowed to have his weapon and licence returned after it was previously removed. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. And all 16 and 17-year-olds will be offered their first coronavirus vaccine by August the 23rd. The Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, says it will give teenagers 2 weeks to maximise their immunity before returning to school next month. The weather showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In the sports, England are firmly on top in the second innings at Lords, with India on 71 for 3 on the fourth day of the second test. In the day's first Premier League match, West Ham have equalised with Newcastle, having conceded an early goal. The score is currently 1-1. Nick Ellaby has the rest of the sport.
The legendary Germany World Cup winning striker Gerd Müller has died aged 75 after a 6-year battle with Alzheimer's. His former club Bayern Munich revealed the news on Twitter, saying today the world of FC Bayern stands still. Müller scored 68 goals in 62 games for West Germany, one of those the winner in the 1974 World Cup final against Holland. He's also still the German Bundesliga's top scorer with 365 goals for Bayern Munich. Another Bayern legend, Karl-Heinz Rummenigge, has called Müller the Muhammad Ali of the penalty box, saying he still remains the best of all time. Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola insists his club are not at risk of breaking financial fair play rules. City have already spent £100 million on Jack Grealish in this transfer window. It led to Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp claiming their rivals have no limits. But Guardiola denies that.
We have limits for the financial fair play. And if they are not agree, they can go to the court, make a statement, and we will defend. Listen, we spend because we can do it. And we don't spend when we cannot do it.
Paris Saint-Germain boss Mauricio Pochettino's hinted Lionel Messi could make his debut on Friday. Messi completed his move this week following his departure from Barcelona. And the grandson of Muhammad Ali has won his first professional boxing match in some style. Nico Ali Walsh, who's a 21-year-old middleweight, stopped his opponent Jordan Weeks in just over a minute in Oklahoma. He says he misses his granddad, who died 5 years ago.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Swap working late for the Sunshine State. Fly to Florida, Virgin Atlantic style. Visit virginatlantic.com.
It's 2:36 on Times Radio. This is Callum MacDonald, and we are giving you running and ongoing coverage of the situation in Afghanistan. Taliban militants have reached the Afghan capital, Kabul, and they say they are awaiting a peaceful transfer of power. The situation developing. We'll bring you all the latest as we go through this afternoon. In the last few minutes, Reuters report comments from the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying that embassy staff in the Afghan capital of Kabul are leaving the facility and moving to the airport as part of their evacuation efforts. He's also been reported, Antony Blinken, this by CNN, saying it's simply not in our interest to remain in Afghanistan. Well, let's get some insight and expertise now from General Jack Keane, retired 4-star general and former Vice Chief of Staff of the US Army from 1999 to 2003. General Keane, good afternoon. Thank you for joining our programme.
Sure, delighted to be here.
First of all, I think I want to consider really how the Afghan army have seemingly melted in the face of the Taliban this week as the Taliban advanced across Afghanistan relatively unhindered.
Yeah, well, certainly that's a profound disappointment. Anybody looking at that, and certainly for the people of Afghanistan, it's a horrific situation. What has transpired is that the United States pulled its combat forces out of Afghanistan in 2014, and since that time, we provided robust intelligence capability and decisive air power support with coalition partners that have always supported the Afghan ground forces. And every single year there's been a Taliban offensive. that the combination of the Afghan ground forces and air power and intelligence have been able to stop. And what happened this time? Well, frankly, the Biden administration made a decision that I think is an ill-conceived, hasty withdrawal that has turned into an embarrassing retreat. And the reason for that is they set a date certain of 31 August for the withdrawal of all U.S. forces. The Taliban knew full well that meant that the United States had to shut down 7 military bases in that shorter period of time. And the impact of that meant that there would be no time and no resources available to support those ground forces. And that's actually what took place. There was some limited air support provided towards the end from bases in the Middle East that were 8 hours flight time away, and they were not able to sustain any of the air support. That impact on resolve and will of the Afghan forces certainly took its toll, and they essentially imploded without that support. We've had problems with the Afghan security forces and not being aggressive enough and not being on the offense and too much on the defense and too prone to their checkpoints. But nonetheless, the President of the United States' decision impacted on this as well. And the Inspector General from the Pentagon rendered a report in the last 10 days that said the Taliban offensive began in May after the Biden decision to execute a withdrawal by 31 August, which was the catalyst for this latest offensive, which turned out to be obviously very successful for the Taliban and horrific for the people of Afghanistan.
You describe it as an ill-conceived, hasty withdrawal and an embarrassing defeat as a result of President Biden's decision. Would you encourage any change of tactics from the United States at this point, or is it all too late now?
No, it is all too late. I think what needs to take place now, certainly, is two things. One, the United States and our allies should not entertain the thought of recognizing this illegitimate Taliban government, which will eventually take over from a very imperfect, but nonetheless a constitutional democracy that had 4 national elections. And that, by definition, in my mind, makes the Taliban government illegitimate. We know full well that they're barbaric and that they're one of the world's worst human rights violators. We should leave official recognition of that government to China and Iran and stand fast against it and isolate it as much as possible. The second thing is we clearly need a strategy in concert with our allies. And while we're not in Afghanistan, how are we going to prevent an international terrorist organizations falling in on Afghanistan as the Taliban take over, and certainly the rise of al-Qaeda again, which is the reason why we stayed in Afghanistan as long as we did, to make certain that we did not have another 9/11. We were able to prevent that from happening, but certainly that threat is going to rise now because al-Qaeda has never given up the aspiration to attack America again.
It feels like, General Keane, that there is no real international consensus or enthusiasm of any degree to be involved in Afghanistan at this point. It's simply a withdrawal and a get out and leave them to it.
No, I disagree with you on that. The fact is that when President Biden was considering this decision to pull the remaining forces out, the 2,500 that were sort of the guarantor of a stalemate in Afghanistan and no reemergence of the al-Qaeda, the United States military, the entire chain of command, from the Secretary of Defense, former general, all the way to our field commanders, all opposed removing that force for the very thing that we see happening. It'll result in a Taliban takeover and reemergence of al-Qaeda. Our coalition partners, to include the UK, did not want to leave, and they advised President Biden on that. They believed that this modest force that was there, supporting, yes, an imperfect government, was effective in achieving what we wanted, and that is no Taliban takeover and no reemergence of al-Qaeda threatening the United States and our allies. So there was plenty of advice that President Biden was getting to stay the course, so to speak, even though it wasn't the most desirable of situation. And listen, reasonable people can be on both sides of this argument, and I certainly recognize that.
Yeah, I understand. Do stay with us. I just want to interrupt our conversation briefly to bring you a couple of notes from Reuters news agency suggesting that the Afghan president, Ashraf Ghani, has left the country. I've got this. A senior Interior Ministry official says Afghanistan's Ashraf Ghani has left for Tajikistan, according to Reuters, although the Afghan president's office has told Reuters that they cannot say anything about Ashraf Ghani's movement for security reasons. So just to bring you the latest then, so Reuters suggesting that President of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, has left the country. I think it's fair to say we await official confirmation of that, but the suggestion is that the president has left. We are currently in the company of General Jack Keane, a retired four-star general and former Vice Chief of Staff of the US Army from 1999 to 2003. And so if these reports are correct, General Keane, President Ghani has left the country, and so this paves the way then for the Taliban to reach some sort of settlement to take power.
Oh, well, they were going to take power whether Ashraf Ghani left or not. That was inevitable. I know President Ghani very well. I saw him when he was here in the United States, and I've talked to him multiple times on the phone. It was frustrating to hear the desperation grow in his voice, as he was talking about what was happening to his country and the profound disappointment he had in the United States and pulling the rug out at the very end that President Biden did and leaving him with essentially no air support, no contractors to take care of his airplanes. It was a real tragedy unfolding before our eyes. I wish him well. He certainly could have been a better president. He knows that. He's not really a politician. He's a huge Afghan patriot, and he was elected twice in a constitutional democracy, and I wish him well, and hopefully he's able to survive this. If he stayed in Kabul, he would not survive. That's for sure.
When was the last time you spoke with him?
I spoke with him on the phone a few weeks ago, and I also saw him when he was here in the United States, when he was in desperation, literally begging the president to give him some resources so that the Taliban would not take over.
Begging the president of the United States to help?
Yeah, I mean, that's my words. I mean, I'm sure President Ghani found the right elocution and the right words to use, so he didn't appear to be begging, but the fact is he was.
Yeah, I understand. And you spoke there about how he was becoming more and more desperate when you were speaking to him, and you could hear that in his voice.
Yeah, I mean, I know him pretty well, and every time I went to Afghanistan, even before he became president, I'd always have dinner with him because he had such insight. I was there to help Generals Petraeus and others as advisors to them, and he was always quite astute as to what was happening, particularly in the country politically. But certainly Ashraf is controversial. The government he ran was not particularly effective in terms of the services they provided to the people. There was a fair amount of corruption. I think it was an improvement over his predecessor, Karzai. And these democracies, I mean, you can question whether the Afghans wanted to move towards a constitutional democracy, whether we should have full-throatedly supported that with all the challenges that represents and the disappointments that can go with that. It takes many years for fledgling democracies to mature, and it's much more difficult when you're being challenged by an adversary every single day.
Would you describe President Ghani as a friend of yours?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I would.
How do you feel about his removal today?
Well, I thought it was inevitable. I actually thought there may be a good chance that Ashraf would not make it out, and I understand. I'm not questioning why he's leaving. I think if he stayed, he's just committing suicide. Suicide by Taliban, so to speak. So I don't disagree with his departure. That's a personal decision, and I think he knew full well that there was no way that he could work a deal with the Taliban in terms of any power share. And it's one of the things I really question about our administration here, and to a certain degree the previous administration, the Taliban has always been seeking military victory. This guise that they created, that they really want to negotiate and share power, has always been a ruse. Because the Taliban, in survey after survey for 20 years, are rejected by 85% of the people of Afghanistan, who know full well that they're barbaric and fanatical and impose their will on their everyday life. And they want no part of it. So the Taliban know that they could never legitimately ever share power where there are elections being held. They couldn't get elected except by forcing people at gunpoint to vote for them. And they knew that. Their intent from the outset, all during the Trump negotiations that the United States, I think, was ill-conceived to do with the Taliban without the Afghan government, all during that, they were absolutely playing our senior negotiators, al-Khalilzad, that they were sincerely interested in some kind of peace negotiations, and that we never had a ceasefire. If you were interested in that would have taken place. They insisted on releasing 5,000 hardcore Taliban fighters, and there was never a ceasefire or any attempt to have some kind of a peace agreement. And yet the United States forced Ashraf Ghani to give up those 5,000 fighters who, 80% of them, President Ghani told me, returned to the fight, almost immediately. I mean, we were very hungry to leave Afghanistan, and it manifested in the policy decisions that we were making during the negotiations and leading up to this ultimate withdrawal, which looks more like a retreat.
Just one more, if I may, on President Ghani, your friend. I just wonder how it felt for you, General Keane, when your friend, the President of Afghanistan, was expressing his profound disappointment in the United States to you, a 4-star general, a vice chief of staff of the US Army for several years, and here's your friend expressing disappointment in the US.
Oh, it's heartbreaking, frankly. Ashraf left Afghanistan after an acclaimed high school academic accomplishment and came to the United States and was educated here all the way through PhD and returned to Afghanistan, to help his country. And he's a huge American supporter. He supports our values. He supports this great country. He knows the history of it better than most Americans. And he is intertwined with this great constitutional and oldest democracy that America has. And he feels the same way about the UK, who he has very close relationships with as well. Great admirer of the British people and the United Kingdom and what it has stood for all of these years. So he's very tuned into Western democracies and a huge supporter of it, and certainly was trying to move his country in that direction, with all the challenges inherent in that and the problems in governing Afghanistan.
Will you look to reach out to him again? Do you think he'll be back in touch with, I suppose now, former President Ghani?
I'll find him someplace in the world. No doubt about that.
Yeah. General Keane, I'm really grateful for your time. Thank you so much for speaking to us this afternoon.
Yeah, great talking to you.
Likewise, thank you. That is General Jack Keane, retired 4-star general and former Vice Chief of Staff of the US Army from 1999 to 2003. And as you heard there, his live reaction to his friend, President Ghani. I suppose, I don't know when we can start saying former President Ashraf Ghani, who we understand has left Afghanistan for Tajikistan. And General Keane there responding to that live development on the programme this afternoon, that President Ghani has left Afghanistan. And General Keane, as you heard there, was speaking to him only weeks ago when he was expressing his profound disappointment in the United States and the lack of support for Afghanistan in the last few weeks. This is Times Radio, it's 2:52.
Weekday mornings on Times Radio with GoDaddy. All the help and tools you need to grow your business online.
All this week, Matt Chorley is off having a much-needed spa break. So you've got me, Luke Jones, instead, I'm afraid, and I'll have all the politics, pandemic, Olympics news without the boring bits.
Get to the real stories behind the headlines with a different kind of political talk show. Tomorrow morning from 10 on Times Radio with GoDaddy, the official domain name, website builder and web hosting partner of Team GB.
Across the UK, On DAB, online and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
It is 2:53 on Times Radio, and we are continuing our coverage of Afghanistan and the developing situation from Afghanistan. Today, the Taliban have arrived in Kabul. President Ghani has now left Kabul, has left Afghanistan, and the US has reportedly, in the last little while, already begun evacuating its embassy. It's been described as frenzied, that evacuation of the US embassy, ahead of the embassy closing soon as personnel are transferred out. Interesting as well, in the last little while, we've been hearing some comments from US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who has been speaking to CNN, and he was asked by host Jake Tapper, how did President Biden get this so wrong? They played a clip of President Biden calling a total Taliban victory extremely unlikely. Mr. Blinken went on to defend the withdrawal of US troops from Afghanistan. He said, on the terms that we went to Afghanistan in the first place, we've succeeded in achieving our objectives. The idea that the status quo could have been maintained by keeping our forces there, I think, is simply wrong. So that's the US Secretary of State speaking to CNN. In the last few minutes. Well, we can bring in Ambassador Hugo Lorenz, former United States Ambassador to Afghanistan. Ambassador Lorenz, thanks for joining us.
Yes, good to be with you, Callum.
It's nice to have you on. I suppose, first of all, then, do you agree with US Secretary of State Blinken that objectives have been achieved, that there is success there, and that actually keeping US troops in Afghanistan would have really done nothing to maintain the status quo?
Yeah, look, Callum, I know Secretary Blinken. He's a good man, and I know President Biden as well. I worked with him when he was a senator going back to the 1980s. So, you know, they're good people. But on the issue of Afghanistan, as I have mentioned in your radio station going back many months, it was the president's decision on April 14 to precipitously withdraw American forces, and by extension, UK NATO forces, was a strategic blunder of the highest order. You know, this could have, you know, the result is of no surprise to me. It happened maybe sooner than I would have expected. I would have expected the kinds of advances that the Taliban made would have happened probably a bit later in the year. Be looking at October in terms of the seizure of provincial capitals and sort of the sieging of Kabul. But really, you know, this is kind of a you know, France 1940, you know, moment. And, you know, I completely disagree with Secretary Blinken that we couldn't sustain this. Look, I was ambassador for President Obama and also for President Trump, 2016, 2017. We had a matrix that was military, diplomatic, intelligence, and economic development that was sustainable. It was rolled out in the South Asia strategy in August of 2017, and essentially had a very small U.S. NATO military force, 8,500 U.S. special forces advisors. Same thing with NATO. We had a very small air contingent, maybe 80, 100 aircraft, but very well positioned in a network of bases around the country. And basically, the Afghan army was doing 95% of the fighting, 99% of the dying. They've been doing that for 6-7 years. And we had a stable military situation. We had the advisors embedded with the units. We had some special forces that could be used for strategic effect, but the Afghans in the lead. But the air power was key. You know, the British Army, we created the Afghan army. And yes, it was created always with the presumption that you have air. So that from one moment to the next, you eliminated the air. You left them alone. You know, the U.S. and the U.K. have some of the finest infantry in the world. But if we were fighting in Afghanistan, in the Kandahars, in Herat, in Lash, without any air cover for ground support fire, intelligence, and logistics, all of that was gone. I mean, we left in a matter of weeks. I mean, really. And the effect was, think France 1940. It was a massive psychological blow. They fought. I mean, if you look at the casualty figures, the Afghans dead in last numbers I saw in June, 1,000 dead. There was a lot of fighting, but eventually it just was not sustainable. So it is a dark day for the United States of America. We abandoned our allies. We have created all of the gains that were achieved despite all the problems I mean, Afghanistan is a messy place. It's hard to get things done, but one can't negate the gains, whether it's in education from 600,000 to 8.5 million kids in school, kindergarten to university. Before, women were not allowed to attend school. Now 40% are women. Whether it's communications, no autarkic society under the Taliban to 25 million cell phones, a society that was really connected, where there was a liberal constitution, which was supported by the urban, modern society that was being created a new generation of people, the advances in healthcare. There were institutions, there were women's groups, there were elections flawed, but there were elections. So Afghanistan, all of that is gone. The president made I don't know, I know the president when he was vice president, again, a very fine man, and he was always a great skeptic of our presence in Afghanistan. And within the Obama administration, he'd always been calling for the withdrawal. But I thought that he'd have enough sense that he would have listened to his professional military and professional diplomats who laid out for him exactly what was going to happen if we had a precipitous withdrawal. My final point, Callum, is that if we were at a critical moment in Afghanistan, because we were promoting negotiations between the Taliban leadership and the government in Kabul. So the presence of this small but extremely effective military U.S. NATO force, British force, was a key instrument in our leverage. And that leverage was gone. And by the way, I don't want to exempt President Trump either from responsibility. The original sin is his. He engaged the Taliban in direct negotiations, excluding our allies in Kabul, and that was a major blow in terms of the legitimacy of the Kabul government. And then, of course, he signed one of the worst. I've been in diplomacy 36 years. The agreement that Ambassador Khalilzad signed with the Taliban was one of the worst diplomatic agreements America has ever signed, and that was the beginning of the end of this total fiasco.
Ambassador Lorenz, I'm so grateful for your insight. And just one thing that I wanted to ask as well, just in the context of actually developments in the last few minutes about the US embassy being evacuated. I mean, that is a place that you will have spent a lot of time and that I imagine even now you can conjure up images of in your head. And, potentially people that you know and have worked with are being rushed out of that embassy to evacuate Afghanistan. I just wondered if you might reflect on that for us and the fact that is actually having to happen as we speak.
Callum, I mean, my heart is broken. I did 2 tours in Afghanistan at the ambassador level. I devoted, the best of, what I had. And my colleagues, there was always a high morale. Embassy people were dedicated to serving in that cause. The same for your diplomats. You had some of your finest diplomats, UK diplomats serve in Afghanistan, wonderful colleagues. So it's sad. I'm heartbroken. Ambassador Wilson, who's a colleague and a friend who's there, he's been put in a very, very difficult position, and it's just tragic. I mean, it's just a terrible tragedy. We have thousands. Our foreign service is actually pretty small, smaller than you think, but we've had thousands of U.S. diplomats who have served. Who are in the foreign service, and this is I get calls every minute, right, from former colleagues, and they're all devastated, and not to mention our military, people who did 4 or 5 tours in Afghanistan, who fought in this fight as well as the British. You should be very proud, both of your diplomats and your military. The British military fought bravely and with great distinction in Afghanistan.
Ambassador Lorenz, I'm very grateful for you taking the time speaking to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Callum. Bye-bye.
Best wishes. That's Ambassador Hugo Lorenz, former United States Ambassador to Afghanistan. Our coverage of the ongoing and developing situation in Afghanistan continues in the next few minutes. With slight apologies for being a little late to the 3 o'clock news. It is 3 minutes past 3. Here's Tom Clayton.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Callum, thank you. Good afternoon. It's being reported that the President of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, has left the country amid a transition of power. Afghan delegates are travelling to Doha for talks with Taliban leaders who say they're awaiting a peaceful transfer of power. The acting Defence Minister of Afghanistan, Bismillah Khan Mahmadi, has released a statement saying Kabul is secure and defence forces are preparing to protect citizens of the city, also saying negotiators are travelling to Doha for those talks with the Taliban. Kabul airport remains open, but it's understood the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan for British nationals and also Afghans who've been working alongside Britons in the country. Retired four-star general and former Vice Chief of Staff of the US Army, General Jack Keane, has told Times Radio it's too late for a change in tactic from foreign governments, specifically his own.
The United States and our allies should not entertain the thought of recognizing this illegitimate Taliban government, which will eventually take over from a very imperfect, but nonetheless a constitutional democracy that had 4 national elections. And that, by definition, in my mind, makes the Taliban government illegitimate. We know full well that they're barbaric.
Meanwhile, Downing Street says the Prime Minister is to chair a Cobra meeting this afternoon to discuss the ongoing situation. Parliaments will also reconvene this week for one day to debate the UK's position on Afghanistan. Speaking to Times Radio, the former Labour Foreign Secretary David Miliband said Afghanistan still needs our support.
Afghanistan is a different country today than it was 20 years ago. I don't mean in terms of its roads or its buildings. I mean in terms of its people. And above all, those people who've been able to go to school, go to university, set up businesses, go to work, and notably women and girls. And in that sense, it's premature to say that all the gains have been lost. The nation building, so-called, was always to be done by Afghans. Foreigners can't do that for them.
However, Aisha Karam, a former Afghanistan youth rep to the United Nations and a law student at Kabul University, told Times Radio she feels betrayed by Western countries.
As a youth representative, I reached out to international community, to our leaders, to everybody. I tried to mobilize young people, tried to advocate for the preservation of our rights, our achievements. I tried to do everything. I worked from the sunrise till the sunset to ensure that my generation's future will be protected and safeguarded. But now I feel naive, I feel wasted, and I think this is the cruelest form of betrayal.
Elsewhere today, authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. An investigation by the Sunday Times Insight team raises serious concerns that China gained influence over the World Health Organization. The report suggests China's influence eroded the WHO's independence ahead of the pandemic and allegedly undermined its ability to avert the COVID-19 crisis. George Arbuthnot is the deputy editor of the Sunday Times Insights team.
What the WHO sources have told us is that what China does is, rather than give its money to the WHO itself, it gives it to developing countries in return for votes. And they see that giving money to the WHO itself is effectively wasted money because they can't get political favours in return.
And a painting by the street artist Banksy has been defaced in a town in Suffolk. The local council in Lowestoft says it's appalled that the artwork of a rat sitting on a deck chair was painted over with white paint. However, a statement from the authorities remained hopeful the work can be restored. A look at the weather. Showers affecting northern Scotland with patchy rain across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells. It will feel warm across central and eastern England. In sports, India are responding to England's bowling attack after a shaky start to proceedings as they now stand on 79 for 3 on day 4 of the second test. And Newcastle hold a 2-1 lead going into the second half of today's first Premier League football match against West Ham. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Fully flexible booking, so if things change, so can your ticket.
Good afternoon to you. It's coming up to 8 minutes past 3 on Times Radio with Callum MacDonald this afternoon, Sunday afternoon. Thank you very much for being with us. Over the last couple of hours, we have heard astonishing insight, expertise, experience and analysis of the developing situation in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have reached Kabul. And President Ashraf Ghani has now left the country as the Taliban militants move in and look to negotiate some sort of power arrangement. Vice President of Afghanistan, Amrullah Saleh, is also reported to have fled. He's come under Mr. Ghani, has come under increasing pressure to resign as major cities around Afghanistan fell to Taliban militants over the course of the last 10 days. The Taliban says it's seeking a transfer of power over the next few days. In the UK, Boris Johnson is convening a meeting of the government's COBRA, a Contingencies Emergency Committee, to discuss the situation in Afghanistan, and Parliament will be recalled on Wednesday to discuss events as well. It's a reasonably fast-moving story, this. Thank you for being with us on Times Radio as we reflect the latest developments with you and to you, and as we try to understand more about what is happening in Afghanistan and its impact, consequences and repercussions for Afghanistan, the people there, and around the world as well. Let's speak to Shahid Raza, a geopolitical analyst based in Islamabad. Shahid, good afternoon. Welcome to our programme.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure. Thank you for your time. First of all, shall we reflect on the fact that President Ghani has left the country in the last few minutes? And as I was saying, his position was really has been in jeopardy now for some time as the Taliban advanced across Afghanistan.
I think Ashraf Ghani's government was a fledgling administration for quite some time. There was rampant corruption, reports of mass mismanagement, and the Ashraf Ghani government has missed a lot of opportunities to actually sit down with the Taliban and strike a power-sharing agreement. Now what we are discussing is power transfer, not power sharing agreement, because the Taliban have taken over the entire country almost. They are about to take over the capital. So now there's going to be a power transfer. Earlier, if the Ashraf Ghani government had actually listened to its Western allies, listened to the pleas from neighboring Pakistan to actually sit down and strike a power-sharing agreement, he might even still be in Afghanistan now. But unfortunately, what we have seen is that his government consistently missed diplomatic opportunities and channels to strike a power-sharing agreement with the Taliban, even after the Americans signed the Doha agreement with the Taliban. And this really enabled the Taliban forces to rally and take over much of the country without any significant resistance. As we have seen, there has been no significant violence in Kabul. The Taliban forces have actually camped outside the periphery of Kabul city. I was on a show with the spokesperson of the Taliban, Mr. Sohail Shaheen, on BBC. He stated that we feel that the Western embassy, all Western embassies should remain open. We pose absolutely no threat to the Westerners. Nobody has been harmed, and we do not intend to harm anyone in Kabul, any civilians, any military personnel. We just want a peaceful transition of power. We just want a peace deal. That was his narrative. So certainly an interesting time in Afghanistan. We have been hearing a lot of narrative. There's a lot of information flying around, so it's very hard to make sense of exactly what's happening. And indeed, what is the role of the Western world going forward? Obviously, Afghanistan is a very important country. The Western powers and their regional countries, they are not going to be able to ignore Afghanistan. So I personally see in Afghanistan, that there is a role for Britain, there is a role for the United States, there is a role for the Western powers and the regional countries. It's not being seen as a zero-sum game in Islamabad. It's it's an evolutionary process, and if the Western countries actually choose to become part of this political evolutionary process, it actually might secure the objectives such as human rights, such as women empowerment, education, and other very important matters.
Right, there's a lot there. I'm interested to pick up on a few things with you then, Shahid. First of all, can we start with the Taliban? And they're seeking power transfer rather than power sharing, which is an interesting distinction to highlight. And actually, I just want to get your take on, I suppose, this feeling that is emerging from some areas that perhaps the Taliban are almost entitled to have a shot, to have a chance at taking over Afghanistan. That was something that kind of emerged earlier on our programme as well from Lieutenant General Douglas Lute, former US ambassador to NATO and United States Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan under Presidents Bush and Obama, where he sort of said we need to see how the politics settles here and whether this is the same or different Taliban to the one that was kicked out of Kabul 20 years ago. I'm just interested in that as a development here, that, as I say, that this sort of perhaps undertone of, does the Taliban deserve a chance?
I think it's a very interesting perspective, and I would try to answer it in a strategic manner rather than, in a spontaneous manner. The way I see it is that if the Taliban have evolved, or if they are the same Taliban that were removed from power 20 years ago, will be decided by how the international community, especially the Western powers, especially Britain, especially the United States, and very powerful regional countries such as Pakistan, Iran, China, Turkey, and Russia. It depends on their behavior going forward. So if they actually invest in a political evolutionary process in the whatever kind of government is going to come in Afghanistan, I think what could be done is that with the help of the international community, with the help of economic incentivization, economic investments in Afghanistan, the current, whatever government comes into Afghanistan would have to actually adapt under international framework. So in order to bring peace and security in Afghanistan, it is very important to ensure that the state of Afghanistan does not collapse. So it should be seen as a transition of a government rather than a transition of a state. So if that happens, and the whatever government comes into power in Afghanistan, whatever its structure is, it is inevitable that they are going to have to deal with the international law. They are going to have to deal with United Nations. They are going to have to deal with the Human Rights Commission. They are going to have to deal with international monetary institutions, because once the Taliban have taken over the country, even if it is a complete transfer of power, guess what? They are going to have to run the country. They will have to run the monetary affairs. And Afghanistan's economy, let me tell you, is in absolute crisis right now. Okay, so any government that actually takes over Afghanistan will be buried under the economic liabilities that they would have to take, which is why the Taliban have showed great flexibility in adapting to international norms. They have been very open to the idea of talking to the Western countries and trying to find a consensus on how their foreign relations are going to transform. And it is very important for the West as well, because the Western countries and regional countries themselves, they have a combined convergence of interest as far as the security dynamics are concerned, security dilemmas that are likely to emerge from an unstable Afghanistan, right? So Pakistan is worried about TTP, it is worried about some other groups, Iran is worried about certain groups, China is worried about certain groups, and indeed West is worried about Al-Qaeda and ISIS and other groups, right? Yeah. So if what I would like to see is, and what Pakistan would like to see is, there should be an international consensus, and through diplomatic, economic means, there has to be an evolutionary process, political process in Afghanistan, and maybe somewhere down the line it can transform into a proper diplomatic model. But if the Afghan state collapses right now, the likelihood of transition to democracy actually diminishes.
Yeah. Really interesting speaking to you, Shahid. Thank you for your expertise. That is Shahid Raza, geopolitical analyst based in Islamabad. Just as we've been speaking to Shahid, a few new developments just to bring you here. First of all, a Taliban spokesman says the group has ordered fighters to enter Kabul to prevent looting. So reports Reuters this afternoon. And just as a sort of continuation of that, the suggestion is that police and officials in Kabul have fled. So there is a law and order issue in Kabul city. So the Taliban saying that fighters have been ordered to enter Kabul to prevent looting. And in the last few minutes, we have heard from Dominic Raab, the UK Foreign Secretary, who says he agrees that it is critical that the international community is united in telling the Taliban that violence must end and human rights must be protected. He says he has shared his deep concerns about the future for Afghanistan with FM Qureshi as well, who is a Pakistani politician. Let me just give you this, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. in Pakistan. And so that's from the UK Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab saying in the last few minutes that the international community is united in telling the Taliban that the violence must end and human rights must be protected. So those lines just to bring you, of course, on the UK front, Parliament is to be recalled on Wednesday to discuss the situation in Afghanistan following developments today. And in the last half hour or so, President Ghani of Afghanistan has left the country. He has fled as the Taliban moves in. This is Times Radio with continuing coverage of developments from Afghanistan. It's 18 minutes past 3.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio. Join Laura Jackson for the podcast from the Sunday Times Style, where inspiring female founders share how they turned their side projects into success stories.
This week, hear my conversation with Kinda co-founder Ellie Brown.
I never had the plan, I'm going to start a huge food business. I always say it's a hobby that got out of control.
Secrets of the Side Hustle. Tonight from 7 on Times Radio.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. Swap Zoom calls for waterfalls. Fly to Barbados Virgin Atlantic style. Visit virginatlantic.com.
This is Times Radio. It's coming up to 19 minutes past 3. Now, throughout the programme, we have heard from a whole range of people, from military experts to former ambassadors, to lieutenant generals, to four-star generals, to strategists, diplomats, commentators. We also heard earlier from Aisha Kuram, who is a former youth representative to the United Nations for Afghanistan. She joined us live from Kabul, explaining how she felt her generation is being betrayed because of the departure of US troops and the fact that the Taliban have been able to move in to Kabul today. She described the cruelest form of betrayal by the United States of America. And she said everyone is thinking about how to escape and how to stay alive, which is a sentence I think that will haunt me for days to come, if I'm honest. Of course, as part of our coverage today, we are keen to reflect how people in Afghanistan are feeling, how Afghan citizens are feeling, what the consequences of the Taliban taking power could be for Afghan citizens. And one of the elements of this is around Afghan interpreters who have been pleading for relocation to the United Kingdom after their service for the UK in Afghanistan. This headline from just a couple of days ago: former interpreters are begging the government to expand the resettlement policy amid fears of Taliban reprisals. Now, it's worth saying, just as we start our conversation, that in the Sunday Times this morning, a Home Office spokesperson said the Home Office has already resettled over 3,300 Afghan staff and their families who have worked for the UK. We will continue to fulfil our international obligations and moral commitments. Let's speak now to Jamal Barak, a former interpreter for the British Army in Helmand province. Jamal, welcome to the programme.
Hello, good afternoon.
Now, I understand that you are in the UK, that you are an interpreter, former interpreter who has been allowed, who has come to the United Kingdom. When did you get here? What's your experience?
I'm in the UK, and I came to UK in 2015, which was about 6 years ago. Mm-hmm. I was a former military interpreter for the British Army from 2008 till 2015.
Okay. Just tell us a little bit about the work that you did with the British Army. We describe you as an interpreter, but actually, what does that mean? What were you doing?
I was basically doing the translation, and I was also interpreter. First, I was with the British Army fighting with the Taliban at the front line in Afghanistan. And then after that, I got shot 2 times in 2010. And then after that, I was working with the British key leaders, the military officers, in the provincial police headquarters, mentoring the Afghan forces and giving them the training and all sort of things.
Mm. So you were on the front line. You were serving on the front line in Afghanistan.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I did a few years, and then once I got shot, after that, I worked with the general, and we were mentoring the Afghan officials.
And it's worth saying that, even with my limited knowledge of Afghanistan and the conflict there, I introduced you as working in Helmand province, which was infamous during the time of the conflict for being so dangerous.
Yeah, Helmand was one of the provinces where we lost so many lives in Helmand. We lost so many brave British soldiers. We lost thousands of Afghans. Helmand was a very dangerous place in Afghanistan, and most of them NATO, they were located in Helmand province.
So clearly, Jamal, you are in the UK, having served with the British forces in Afghanistan. You were shot twice in 2010. I suppose, without wishing to be trite, but in the grand scheme of things, I imagine you are one of the lucky ones. I imagine there are people that you know that have had far worse experience than you.
Yes, I'm very happy, and I appreciate that the British government helped me and saved my life. Otherwise, I will be one of those people who are already trapped in Lashkar or Helmand or Kabul. We still have too many Afghan employed. Some of them are the Afghan interpreters, some of them are other contractors, the mechanics, the laborers, and the gardeners. So many people are still left behind, and as we can see, the situation is deteriorated. Afghanistan is completely taken by the Taliban, and Kabul is besieged by the Taliban as well. And we don't know what will happen in the next couple of days. What will be the consequences of these people who helped the British Army? And the biggest concern now I have, my father has worked with the British Army as well. He started work in 2008 and finished in 2015. He was a gardener for the British Army. He had a very small garden. He made it such a heaven for the British Army, for the officers in Lashkar, the main operating base. But he's been left behind in Afghanistan, and I'm deeply worried for his safety, as the Taliban already threatened him so many times, and they have killed one of my brother. They have kidnapped 5 weeks ago my nephew. So I'm still worried because now there's no Afghan officials or Afghan government. Lashkar is completely taken by the Taliban. So I'm extremely worried for his safety.
Gosh, Jamal, you say that almost in passing. So the Taliban has threatened your father. They've kidnapped your nephew. Goodness, when was the last time you spoke to your father?
I spoke to him yesterday, but since yesterday I haven't heard nothing. The phone is switched off, which making me really, really to worry. I'm sorry to say this. I'm so stressed, to be honest with you. Since yesterday, I haven't eaten nothing. I'm deeply worried about my father because the phone is switched off, and I'm not sure what happened. Is he still alive or not? And the Taliban came 4 days ago. My mom said they knocked the door. Now, when I opened the door, there were 4 Taliban fighters. 2 of them had radios as well, and asked me, "Where is your brother?" So, and then I shocked, "Who's my brother?" And then the Taliban thought that she is the Taliban looking for my father. They thought that's my father's sister, but basically that was my mom. So my mom said, "I don't know this person," and the Taliban said, "No, that's your brother. And if you do not find for him this person as soon as possible, we will burn your house." That's what they said when they were leaving the house. And then the day before yesterday, in the morning time, they knocked the door again. And my sister husband went there to open the door. That's why he said to me, I opened the door, and the Taliban came again and asking, "We need this person. We know his son was an interpreter for the British Army. He was one of the spies for the British Army. He was a slave of the British Army. He worked as well in Lashkar. We want this person. If you not find him, this will be the last chance. We'll burn your house." So I'm not sure what happened, and I've emailed so many times the people who are in charge in Kabul, running the Afghan relocation assistance policy, to please evacuate my father, call this number, get in touch with him. But I'm sorry to say that they are ruthless people. They haven't even said to me sorry, or we will do something, or we can't do nothing. Is all they do, just ignore us, and this is not fair. I think we done too much for this country. I mean, my father did a good job. I did a very good job for this country, but how much more does the British people or the MOD wants to suffer, that my father needs to suffer more?
It sounds as though your family is in grave danger in Afghanistan.
They are. Believe me, I'm so worried. I'm extremely worried about my father.
Is there any indication, has there been any indication recently at any stage that he, your mother and your family in general will be evacuated from Afghanistan? Is there any indication that might happen soon?
Well, this is the thing, because I was talking to the Defense Secretary in Kabul. I said to them, please get in touch with my father, so hopefully he could run in the middle of the night and leave the house with my mom and my two brothers. But there is, if the British government will tell my father, yes, we will do something for you, or to evacuate you or take you to the UK and save your life, my father is ready to take this biggest risk and leave the house in the middle of the night, whether he will come alive to Kabul or he will lose a life.
Gosh, so it is your family's desire, they want to get out of Afghanistan and come to the UK?
They are happy, yeah. I don't know my father said, when will be this happiest days in my life when I heard anything positive from the British government.
When you hear that the Taliban is looking for a peaceful transfer of power in the next few days in Afghanistan, and I guess to some extent they are perhaps trying to reassure an international audience, if not a domestic one, that they are going to refrain from violence and allow safe passage for anyone wanting to leave. When you hear them saying things like that today versus their threat to burn down your family's house in the last couple of days, how do you feel? Are you convinced that they will be peaceful?
Well, especially myself, what I have experienced from the Taliban, I don't believe them. I absolutely don't believe them. They say one thing, but they do another thing. As we experienced from the last 20 years, millions of Afghans, they lost their lives in Afghanistan. And I understand they telling people how the transition will be done. It will be a peaceful, there will be no conflict, there will be no fight. But I'm originally from Helmand. I know people tells me, my relative tells me, my family tells me what they have been doing from the last few weeks, especially in Kandahar. In Kandahar, a place called Boldak, when the Taliban took the control of that place 2 weeks ago, they have killed more than 100 people. After once everything done, I mean, when the city collapsed, after that they were looking for the people and taking them out, and without any judgment. As we all know, the Taliban have an open court. They have killed so many people. They have killed so many people in Lashkar. I especially don't believe them that this transition will be in a peace process or people will not die. I don't believe this.
We really appreciate you speaking to us this afternoon, Jamal. And already there are messages coming into our station asking, what can we do to help, for example, is one of them here. And so there is support for you and for your family. And, we wish you all the best, and we'll keep in touch.
Thank you so much. My last message to this country, especially the leaders of this country, the politicians and the people from the MOD, please, we have done too much for this country. I understand my father was just a simple gardener, but for the Taliban, there's no distinction. They don't care how many years you have done worked and what position did you work, and we all the same for them. So please evacuate my father and save his life.
Jamal, thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to us, and best wishes to you and to your family as well. Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
That is Jamal Barak, a former interpreter for the British Army in Helmand Province, who is in the UK, but as you've been hearing, his family is not, and his father, who worked with the British Army as a gardener, has been threatened even as recently as the last few days with violence by Taliban militants who knocked on the door of the house and were searching for him, were looking for him, and threatened to burn the house down if they didn't find him. Jamal there expressing how stressed and worried he is. His father's phone is switched off, he can't get through, and pleading with the UK government to accelerate the evacuation of those who served alongside British forces in Afghanistan over the last few years. Coming up on the programme then, in the next few minutes, we're going to speak to David Sedney, who's the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for Afghanistan, Pakistan and Central Asia during the Obama administration. David Sedney to come as our coverage continues of the developing story from Afghanistan today. We'll get the news headlines now with Tom. It's 3:33.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Khan, thank you. Good afternoon. Multiple reports suggest the president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, has left the country for Tajikistan. Afghan delegates are travelling to Doha for talks with Taliban leaders who say they're awaiting a peaceful transfer of power. The acting defence minister of Afghanistan, Bismillah Khan Mahmadi, has released a statement saying Kabul is secure and the defence forces are preparing to protect the citizens of the city. The retired four-star general and former vice chief of staff of the US Army, General Jack Keane, told Times Radio he feels sympathy for President Ghani.
He certainly could have been a better president. He knows that. He's not really a politician. He's a huge Afghan patriot, and he was elected twice in a constitutional democracy. And I wish him well, and hopefully he's able to survive this. If he stayed in Kabul, he would not survive. That's for sure.
Kabul airport remains open, but it's understood the RAF is now being scrambled to speed up the evacuation out of Afghanistan of British nationals and also Afghans who've been working alongside Britons in the country. Meanwhile, Downing Street says the Prime Minister is to chair a Cobra meeting this afternoon to discuss the ongoing situation. Parliament will reconvene this week for one day to debate the UK's position. In the last half hour, the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab has tweeted saying it's critical that the international community is united in telling the Taliban that the violence must end and human rights must be protected. Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keam, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those killed on Thursday, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. It came as questions continue to mount over how gunman 22-year-old Jake Davison obtained firearms licence and carried out his spree before turning the gun on himself. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake in the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. And around 30,000 children aged 12 to 15 have received COVID-19 vaccines in the first 2 days of the rollout in Ireland. The Health Service Chief Executive Paul Reid says 90,000 children in the cohorts had been registered for a vaccine appointment by early Sunday afternoon. The weather: showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere and broken cloud and sunny spells. Feeling warm across central and eastern England. In the cricket, India are responding to a shaky start. Their latest score was 99 for 3. They may have passed 100 by now. And West Ham have come from 2-1 behind to lead Newcastle 4-2 in the day's early Premier League kick-off. Nick Ellaby has the rest of the sport.
The legendary Germany World Cup winning striker Gerd Müller has died aged 75 after a 6-year battle with Alzheimer's. His former club Bayern Munich revealed the news on Twitter, saying today the world of FC Bayern stands still. Müller scored 68 goals in 62 games for West Germany, one of those the winner in the 1974 World Cup final against Holland. He's also still the German Bundesliga's top scorer with 365 goals for Bayern Munich. Another Bayern legend, Karl-Heinz Rummenigge, has called Müller the Muhammad Ali of the penalty box, saying he still remains the best of all time. Manchester City boss Pep Guardiola insists his club are not at risk of breaking financial fair play rules. City have already spent £100 million on Jack Grealish in this transfer window. It led to Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp claiming their rivals have no limits, but Guardiola denies that.
We have limits for the financial fair play. If they are not agree, they can go to the court, make a statement, and we will defend. Listen, we spend because we can do it, and we don't spend when we cannot do it.
Paris Saint-Germain boss Mauricio Pochettino's hinted Lionel Messi could make his debut on Friday. Messi completed his move this week following his departure from Barcelona. And the grandson of Muhammad Ali has won his first professional boxing match in some style. Nico Ali Walsh, who's a 21-year-old middleweight, stopped his opponent Jordan Weeks in just over a minute in Oklahoma. He says he misses his granddad, who died 5 years ago.
Weekend afternoons on Times Radio with Virgin Atlantic. The holiday you deserve is no longer on ice. Fly Virgin Atlantic style. Visit virginatlantic.com.
It's 3:38 and this is Times Radio with Callum MacDonald. At 4 o'clock, Aisha Hazarika will be here. Between now and then, we're going to continue reflecting on developments from Afghanistan today. Afghan President Ashraf Ghani has left the country, heading for Tajikistan. A Taliban spokesman says their fighters have been ordered to enter Kabul to prevent looting. Earlier, they had been told to refrain from violence and allow safe passage for anyone wanting to leave. There is a suggestion as well that a transfer of power is now being prepared to some sort of transitional government. As we know, the UK and US are sending troops to help with evacuations of embassies, diplomatic staff and others from Afghanistan as well. So yes, we're going to continue reflecting on this. Before 4 o'clock, we will be live in Kabul once again. We'll also speak to Tom Tugendhat, chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and Conservative MP. That's to come. Right now, let's speak to David Sedney, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for Afghanistan, Pakistan and Central Asia during the Obama administration. David, good afternoon and welcome to the programme.
Thank you very much.
So President Ghani has now left Afghanistan, and so it looks as though the Taliban will take full power in the coming days. First of all, just your response to the fact that the president has left and that leaves the door open, as it were, to the Taliban to take charge.
Right. Once President Biden made his decision that the U.S. was going to abandon Afghanistan, that he announced in April, this end was inevitable. Whether it was going to occur in 60 days, 90 days, whatever, the end was inevitable. Afghans realized it. All Afghans realized it. And in the end, the question for anybody who was fighting was, why fight? Why die when the U.S. has given up? So this was inevitable. And unfortunately, too many people have died in Afghanistan. And even more tragically, under the Taliban, even more people will die and more tragedies will occur.
We were speaking earlier on our programme to General Jack Keane, with whom I'm sure you're familiar, a retired four-star general and former Vice Chief of Staff of the US Army. And he said, he described the Biden administration's decision as ill-conceived, a hasty withdrawal that has led to an embarrassing defeat. Do you agree with that assessment?
Yes, I've stated publicly that it was that this was a disgrace. I'm ashamed of my country for doing it. It's strategically stupid because it does not allow the United States to focus elsewhere. It allows other countries to focus on U.S. weakness, and it's going to lead to a humanitarian catastrophe in coming years. I think it was a horrible decision and carried out horribly as well.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, what has inspired it? Why has President Biden made this decision?
President Biden does not have care for Afghanistan as an issue. Has made that clear for 13 years. When he was vice president, he was opposed to helping Afghanistan. And when he became president, he followed in President Trump's footsteps. The majority of American people have supported that, but that's because our American leaders, both President Trump and President Biden, have been determined to pull out of Afghanistan, basically because it's hard. There's a lot of things that are going to be written about why this failed or that failed, but the main thing was the resolve of the American people. People have seen this before in Vietnam. You'll see many pictures with helicopters departing the U.S. Embassy this morning and this afternoon and this evening, and helicopters departing the U.S. Embassy in Saigon
there's a lot of parallels there, but other places such as the Kurds, the Yazidis, many other groups have depended upon the U.S., and the U.S. has failed them.
I read one commentary earlier on today, which, in the context of this afternoon, is pertinent. It says the Afghan state is not so much collapsing before our eyes as revealing itself as a fiction. And that points to a dramatic failure on behalf of the UK, the US, NATO forces in general over the last 20 years, that actually 20 years has not been enough to build a strong Afghan state.
Well, I think that is simplistic and wrong in many ways, that analysis that you just gave, that you just passed on. The rule of thumb that many in the Reconstruction world you need 3 years to recover for each year of war. Afghanistan has been at war for 40 years, which means it would take them 120 years to recover. And so 20 years for recovering building a society is not very long. But the biggest mistake that the United States made, and I'll leave you and others to talk about your countries, but the United States never engaged in what was needed, which was a nation-building exercise. The United States had 4 presidents, all of whom said, we are not nation-building in Afghanistan, we're just there to fight terrorists. The United States carried out multiple military operations. It killed innocent civilians, for which we never apologized. There were many other things the United States did that were horribly wrong, that worked against our professed adherence to that democratic and human rights values. Now, there were a lot of good things. 80% of the Afghan people didn't want the Taliban. 80% of the Afghan people wanted democracy, human rights, a fair and open media. There were many, many accomplishments over the last 20 years. But in the end, the United States and the rest of the world decided to abandon Afghanistan, and the Taliban have very strong backing from Pakistan, and they have prevailed for now. But this is just putting off, this is just a chapter in the conflict. There'll be more conflict, whether it's in 2 years, 5 years, or 10 years, but it's coming back.
David, you sound dejected, defeated almost. Is that a fair comment?
I'm dejected about the defeat of the United States. But the United States defeat happened in February of 2020 when the United States signed a surrender agreement. Some people call it a peace agreement, but it was actually a surrender agreement with the Taliban in February of 2020. So the United States, under President Trump, already acknowledged defeat. At that time, the Taliban went out and fired guns in the air, stomped on the American flag, and said they defeated the United States. What we've seen since February of 2020 is just a slow unfolding of that. And today is the final sentence in this chapter of the war. But yes, I'm dejected. I have many Afghan friends who are seeking to leave Afghanistan. Many people who I've worked with over the years, particularly Afghan women, are feeling that they changed their lives to try and achieve rights for women, to try and live in a fair and just society, and that now, when the Taliban are back, they are going to be as abused or even more abused than they were 20 years ago.
Okay. David, thank you for sharing your experiences and insights with us. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks and best wishes. That's David Sedney, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for Afghanistan, Pakistan and Central Asia during the Obama administration. This is Times Radio with Callum MacDonald, continuing to reflect on the developing situation in Afghanistan. It's 3:46.
Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar, tomorrow afternoon from 4, powered by Range Rover. A pioneering daily journey of breaking news, forensic analysis and precision comment.
We'll hear from Labour, Tory MPs and people at the sharp end.
The undisputed leader in the field of quality political broadcasting.
We'll bring you that live.
Times Radio Drive with John Pienaar, because hard news needs powerful reporting. Tomorrow afternoon from 4, powered by Range Rover, leading the way.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's 3:47, very nearly on Times Radio. Just a reminder then that Afghan President Ashraf Ghani has left the country, bound for Tajikistan. It follows the arrival of Taliban militants to Kabul. A Taliban spokesman says their fighters have now been ordered to enter the city to prevent looting. They had been told to refrain from violence and to allow safe passage for anyone wanting to leave. Let's continue to reflect then with Tom Tugendhat, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and Conservative MP for Tunbridge and Malling. Tom, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
In the Telegraph today, Ben Wallace, the Secretary of State for Defence, says we have not betrayed Afghanistan. In the absence of international allies, there was little more that Britain alone could have done. Do you agree with the Defence Secretary?
Well, I agree that the Defence Secretary is doing all that he can. He's done as much as could be asked in the last few days. But the reality is we've found ourselves in a position because of various policies that have led here. And one of them is that we have such a difficulty in conducting our own independent foreign policy because we haven't enough military capability. And we keep talking about the amount we're spending and not the amount we're getting. Inputs don't matter; it's outputs that matter.
Okay, and what do you mean by that? That we don't direct our own foreign policy? Who does direct it?
Well, the United States, the redeployment of 2,500 American troops has changed Britain's foreign policy for 20 years. We have had an enduring commitment to the government of Afghanistan and had absolutely no desire to withdraw. We committed to sustaining our operations there. But the United States decided to redeploy 2,500 soldiers. Just for context, that's fewer than are doing ceremonial duty in the UK today. So it's not a large number. That's, when you factor in the Queen's horses and the guards outside Buckingham Palace and Holyrood and their replacements and their sustaining soldiers, that's about it. They got moved and we left.
So would you describe it as a betrayal then of Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan?
Well, I think that NATO and the United States together have betrayed the people of Afghanistan. It's very hard to use any other word. I've been getting messages over the last 72 hours, 96 hours from friends who I fought side by side with. And, James Clancy, who is an Army or Marines mate of mine, has also been getting the same. And I can list many others who have done so, who are getting messages which list the dangers that they now face and the chances of their not surviving the coming onslaught. Because we're expected to believe that the Taliban, a group of Islamist fundamentalists, are going to keep their word. Well, they never have before.
The coming onslaught is how you've just described it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. It's quite dramatic language. The Taliban
well, it's not dramatic, it's factual. It's factual. Look at what's happening in the city of Kandahar, for example, right now, where this morning the bodies of anybody who has been connected to us, military, intelligence, police, various people, even some teachers, and their bodies were found in the street. The Taliban went round to their houses and knocked them up and murdered them. So I'm afraid I don't have very great faith in the government of the Taliban. Let's see. I hope I'm going to be proved wrong. It would be fantastic if they have changed. But given that they're still partnered with the East Turkmenistan Islamic movement, with Al-Qaeda and with ISIS, let's see.
Yeah. A moment ago then you said that the US and NATO members, of which the United Kingdom is one, had in effect betrayed the people of Afghanistan. I just wonder, Tom, where that betrayal will end. Earlier I spoke to Jamal Barak, who is a former interpreter for the British Army in Helmand province, and I just want to let you hear just 40 seconds of what he had to tell us about the battle he's having, it's ongoing, trying to get his father, who also worked for the British Army in Afghanistan, out of the country.
I've emailed so many times the people who are in charge in Kabul running the Afghan relocation assistance policy to please evacuate my father, call this number, get in touch with him. But I'm sorry to say that they're ruthless people. They haven't even said to me sorry, or we will do something, or we can't do nothing. Is all they do, just ignore us, and this is not fair. I think we done too much for this country. My father did a good job. I did a very good job for this country. But how much more does the British people or the MOD wants to suffer, that my father needs to suffer more.
Tom Tugendhat of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. You heard Jamal there. How much more does his father have to do?
Well, I have to say he's not alone in doing that. I've been forwarding requests from many people today, yesterday, the day before. Many of us have been on this for many days trying to get help. And the reality is that the embassy staff in Kabul and the High Commission in Islamabad have been working absolutely 24/7, and they've been absolutely going at it full on to try and rescue people. So I'm very glad that the Foreign Secretary has decided to end his holiday today and join them.
I wonder how reassuring Jamal would find that. He has a father who just days ago, his house in Afghanistan, he also told us this, his house was visited by Taliban militants who threatened to burn it down.
Yeah, I'm afraid this is not an unusual. You see, you questioned my use of words earlier. You're now reinforcing them.
It's a dire situation, Tom Tugendhat, and I wonder, what are you calling on Boris Johnson to do?
Well, I think what we need to do now is focus immediately on getting as many people out as possible. Now, that's very difficult, of course, because effectively there's some few thousand British citizens in Kabul, which is now under Taliban control. And then there's many entitled people we trained, the special forces operators, the intelligence support, all those people who we need to help. So there's an awful lot of people to get out, and many of them won't be able to get to an airport, and even if they do, the airport in Kabul appears to be closed at the moment. So what we need to do is make sure that they have options, and the only way we can do that is to give them visas, because otherwise they'll arrive at the Pakistan border or Tajik border or Iranian border or whichever, and they won't be allowed in there. So at least if we can get them a British visa, then at least they will be able to transit through a country if they can get themselves there.
Understood. Tom Tugendhat, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Tom Tugendhat, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and Conservative MP as well. Right, we want to take you to Kabul to finish our programme this afternoon. We're going to speak now to Andrew Quilty, a journalist based in Kabul. Andrew, hello.
Hello, thanks for having me.
It's our pleasure. How are you? How are you feeling at the moment? How are things in Kabul?
It's been a tense day, but a surprisingly peaceful one. There was a lot of uncertainty when Kabul woke this morning. The Taliban were poised basically on all four sides of the capital and ready to come in by force. That was the fear anyway. And there was some feverish last-minute negotiation by the two parties, which ensured what turned out to be a very surprising and incredibly peaceful transfer of power.
Have you noted any sort of changes in behaviour of people? Does it feel different on the streets today, for example, in Kabul? As you look out your window, is anything different? Are you noticing the impact of the Taliban's arrival?
Look, it's hard to tell this early, but I would say that the noticeable aspects that have changed are, first of all the former government checkpoints dotted around the city guarding streets with high-profile politicians and ministers and embassies have been largely abandoned. The members of the national security forces who guarded them, some of them are still lingering around. They have shed their uniforms. There's a few members of the Afghan National Army who I stopped to speak to on the road today were in no mood to talk, certainly in no mood to be photographed, whereas a handful of Taliban who came in from the west of the city this afternoon, who I ran into, had an entirely different bearing, and for obvious reasons, they've just defeated the world superpower in a 20-year war, and they were largely being welcomed into the city. It's hard to know to what extent that the jubilation that was shown by the residents where I was genuine, or Apologies for my dog barking.
That's all right.
The gunfire outside.
Did you say barking
or
at gunfire?
Yeah. There's a bit of what has been what the concern was today was one of the many concerns, obviously, in the short term today was a power vacuum and lawlessness on the streets, which saw most of Kabul empty out entirely through the middle of the day. When I think when the announcement was initially made of the transfer of power, offices left and offices emptied and people just went home, and within a few hours the streets were eerily quiet. You might actually be able to hear a helicopter in the distance there. That's one of the American Chinook helicopters ferrying I think it's about 1,400 staff from the embassy to the international airport nearby. They've just been doing laps throughout the last 24 hours or so.
I don't want to just skip over the fact that you said your dog was barking at gunfire. You said that very, very calmly. Is that ongoing? What are you putting that down to? Is that continuing?
Look, it's not entirely abnormal. Some sporadic small arms fire in Kabul. I would imagine that any fighting or any violence that comes to the night probably has to do with looting or criminality. Given the serious, the fairly serious power vacuum at the moment, because the Taliban had instructed the government forces to maintain security of Kabul until they were instructed to enter the city. The government forces have not really stuck to that part of the deal, and for good reason are probably thinking about self-preservation and leaving their posts and probably heading home and heading back to their villages and hoping to evade detection.
Andrew, I just want to very briefly, just in a matter of seconds, because time is against us, do you feel comfortable to stay in Kabul or do you want to leave?
I mean, look, I think today was the point at which there was the greatest risk for violence and lawlessness. I feel a lot calmer now than I did 12 hours ago, put it that way.
Understood. Andrew, thank you for taking the time to speak to us. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Stay safe. That's Andrew Quilty, a journalist based in Kabul in Afghanistan. Thank you very much for being with us on Times Radio through today. Of course, continuing coverage of the situation in Afghanistan here on Times Radio throughout the rest of the evening. We'll keep you right across all the details, including here in the UK as the political response is presumably being worked out. There's a Cobra meeting underway this afternoon, Parliament about to be recalled. All the latest developments coming next with Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. You're listening to Weekend Drive on Times Radio with me, Aisha Hazarika. We'll be bringing you the latest on the unfolding situation in Afghanistan. Just after the news, we'll be speaking to the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy. We'll also be speaking to the former British ambassador to the USA, Sir Kim Darroch. And later on, we'll be speaking to Dan Jarvis, who served as a British Army officer in Afghanistan and Iraq. But before all that, let's get the latest news and sport with Tom Clayton.
Aisha, thank you. Good afternoon. The Foreign Office has confirmed the UK's ambassador to Afghanistan is still in Kabul. A statement says they have reduced their diplomatic presence in response to the situation on the ground as UK staff continue to work to provide assistance to British national and their Afghanistan staff. As Downing Street has confirmed, the Prime Minister has convened a Cobra meeting this afternoon ahead of Parliament returning for a single day this week. Meanwhile, the Reuters news agency is reporting that the president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, has left the country for Tajikistan. Afghan delegates are travelling to Doha for talks with Taliban leaders who say they're awaiting a peaceful transfer of power. The acting defence minister of Afghanistan, Bismillah Khan Mahmadi, has released a statement saying Kabul is secure and the Defence Forces are preparing to protect citizens of the city. The former British Army commander in Afghanistan and former NATO senior advisor to the Afghan Ministry of Interior, Charlie Herbert, has told Times Radio this is a humiliating situation for Western countries.
The decision to leave Afghanistan by President Biden and by other NATO members, a couple of months ago now, we said at the time was probably the greatest strategic miscalculation in the absence of there being a political settlement. And everything that's followed since has seen that. It's hard to see this as anything other than probably the greatest strategic miscalculation since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. And I think we're going to live to regret this for decades.
While speaking to Times Radio earlier, the Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, had this stark warning.
The humanitarian disaster that's about to unfold will be catastrophic. The migration challenges will be huge. And of course, don't forget that we will see further terrorist attacks. I would not be surprised if we see another attack on the scale of 9/11, almost to bookend what happened 20 years ago.
Meanwhile, Aisha Karam, a former Afghanistan youth rep to the United Nations and law student at Kabul University, has told Times Radio the Afghan people now have little choice for their short-term future.
They either have to stay and keep the things like their homes safe, and their families that they cannot leave, or they have to leave everything and in the search for survival and life and shelter.
A statement by a Taliban spokesperson insisted that their supporters have been ordered not to kill or injure any civilians in Kabul. Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keam, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those killed on Thursday, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. It came as questions continue to mount over how gunman, 22-year-old Jake Davison, obtained a firearms licence and carried out his spree before turning the gun on himself. Authorities in Haiti say 304 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The 7.2 magnitude quake has left nearly 2,000 people injured. Prime Minister Ariel Henry has declared a month-long state of emergency. Around 300,000 children aged 12 to 15 received COVID-19 vaccines in the first 2 days of the rollout in Ireland. Health Service Executive, the Chief Executive Paul Reid, said 90,000 children in the cohort had been registered for a vaccine appointment by early Sunday afternoon. And a painting by the street artist Banksy has been defaced in a town in Suffolk overnight. The local council in Lowestoft says it's appalled that the artwork of a rat sitting on a deck chair was painted over with white paint. However, a statement from the authorities remained hopeful that the work can be restored. A look at the weather. Showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales and northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In sports, India have blunted England's bowling attack on the 4th day of the second test at Lord's. They surpassed a second innings score of 100, now standing on 105 for 3 at tea. And West Ham have won their opening game of the Premier League season, beating Newcastle 4-2 on Tyneside. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio with Aisha Hazarika.
Good afternoon and welcome to Times Radio this Sunday with me, Aisha Hazarika, with you until 7 o'clock this evening. As you would expect, much of today's show will be dominated by the unfolding events in Afghanistan. A quick recap. Afghanistan's president, Ashraf Ghani, has reportedly left the country. The government is thought to be on the verge of collapse as the Taliban have entered the capital, Kabul. Here, Parliament is being recalled on Wednesday and an emergency Cobra meeting is being held this afternoon to discuss the situation. We'll bring you the latest on that as soon as we get any news. Thousands of British and American troops are arriving to support an evacuation. The Foreign Office says the number of British diplomatic staff in Afghanistan has been reduced, but the British ambassador remains in Kabul. It's a very fast-moving situation, but we will endeavour to bring you the latest news as we get it. We've got lots of big guests coming up in the next hour. Very soon we're going to speak with Sir Kim Darroch, former British ambassador to the United States of America. We're going to be speaking to a former Afghan national. We're going to be speaking to Yvonne Ridley, a journalist who was captured by the Taliban back in 2001. And we're going to be speaking to Dan Jarvis, who served in the British Army in Iraq and Afghanistan. But we're going to kick this show off by speaking to Lisa Nandy, who is Shadow Foreign Secretary for the Labour Party. Good afternoon, Lisa.
Good afternoon.
Well, your reaction to the situation as it is right now?
Well, it's a tragedy. I mean, what we're seeing unfolding in front of our eyes and have been seeing for a few days now is a catastrophe. It's a catastrophe for the Afghan people. It's a catastrophe for the British troops and their families who sacrificed so much to advance the situation in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. And it's also potentially a catastrophe for the world. If Afghanistan is allowed to descend into a base for extremists, hardliners and terrorists again, then the consequences could be very profound indeed. And that's why we've been saying for some time now that the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary need to resurface, they need to engage, and we need to start working with the international community to try to support the people of Afghanistan. As difficult as that sounds, we might look at this and despair, but the Afghan people do not have the luxury of despair right now.
Yes, you mentioned the Foreign Secretary. Dominic Raab has tweeted recently, shared my deep concerns about the future for Afghanistan, agreed it is critical that the international community is united in telling the Taliban that the violence must end and human rights must be protected. If you were sitting in Dominic Raab's seat right now, Lisa Nandy, what more would you be saying?
Well, first of all, I would have been doing and saying this some time ago. I understand he's now on his way back from holiday, but it is quite incredible that we've had a Prime Minister and a Foreign Secretary who've gone AWOL during a foreign policy crisis of this magnitude. My first priority would be to not just evacuate British nationals from Afghanistan, but to stop dragging my feet and to get all those Afghans who have supported the British Army, the British media, NGOs and the British government over the last 20 years out of Afghanistan. They have been targeted by the Taliban. They and their families are at serious risk of harm, even death. And we have hours, not days, to deal with that. So that has got to be the top and first priority for the government. And then on Wednesday, Parliament is being recalled finally, and what we need to hear from the Prime Minister is a strategy twofold. Firstly, to stop the humanitarian crisis, and that is complicated because with the Taliban now seemingly on the brink of forming the next government, it's not as simple as just simply handing aid to the country. We've got to find a way to deal with that. And the second thing is to step up as members of the UN Security Council, as leading members of NATO, as the president of the G7. The UK has a responsibility now to call an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council and to start working with regional partners and international allies to do what we can to make good on that promise that we made to the Afghan people of an inclusive, secure, safe Afghan state.
I mean, if a meeting of the UN Security Council were to be convened, what do you think Britain should be pushing for? Do you think Britain should be leading UN members and also NATO members to maybe go back into Afghanistan or to change America's minds?
Well, look, I think if you'd asked me this question yesterday, what I would have said was that the absolute priority must be to shore up the Afghan government and to provide what support we could, including intelligence intelligence support, technical support, and in the case of the United States, they've been providing, up until this moment, air support as well in order to help the Afghan government defeat the Taliban. I think what we're facing now is a new reality, and we've got to adjust our strategy accordingly. The problem at the moment is that there isn't a strategy and there isn't a level of agreement. Now, it's not in the interest of any Western country, the United States or the United Kingdom, to see Afghanistan handed over to hardliners. It's not in the interest of the Afghan people, and it's not in the interest of many of the regional partners, whether that's Pakistan or India or Iran, people who are close to this, who will see the knock-on effects. So we've got to find a way to reach an international agreement that sidelines the hardliners and the extremists and builds a dialogue with the pragmatists. The Afghan government, with the United States and NATO, have been trying to do that this morning, as I understand, but the UK government really ought to step up and be part of those efforts.
I mean, you've mentioned this new reality, and I think you're right. Sadly, looking at the pictures and all the intelligence that we're getting coming out of Afghanistan points to that new reality. Is there going to come a point where Western governments have to recognise that the Taliban is now in charge and begin to do business with them?
Well, look, there are still Afghan forces fighting across Afghanistan, and I think that point is not now. But certainly there has been an international process that's been ongoing for some time now to try to establish a dialogue with the Taliban. That is something that is unpalatable. It's difficult. This version of the Taliban in particular is, many of my colleagues, friends who are in Afghanistan say they have more in common with Daesh than they do with other versions of the Taliban, and that is saying something. So the consequences could be appalling if we don't get this right. And so establishing that process, establishing that dialogue, of course that is the right thing to do. But we also need to recognise that the Afghan government was elected by the Afghan people, and democracy matters, and inclusive government matters, not least for the very many women and girls who are currently sitting in Afghanistan looking at this unfolding situation with absolute fear in their hearts about what is about to happen next. We have to show that we're still committed to those goals, and we will do everything that we can, whether it's diplomatic, humanitarian or military, to help support them to achieve it.
I mean, the point about women and girls is really powerful. It's something which people across the world are absolutely looking upon aghast and heartbroken. If things get very, very bad, would you support boots on the ground again, going back into Afghanistan to save women and girls?
Well, look, I've said for some time now that we ought not to be ruling out future air support to the Afghan government. But like I said a moment ago, Aisha, we're in a new reality now, and we've got to adjust our strategy accordingly. The truth is there is no military solution to this conflict, and whilst until relatively recently the support for ongoing air support was a key part of how we might exert leverage on the Taliban and help to shore up the Afghan government, that reality has now changed. If the Prime Minister is suggesting that there may be a role for the UK military, for UK forces in Afghanistan, he will need to come to the House of Commons and explain how that is part of a wider political and diplomatic strategy to actually start to safeguard those goals and to achieve that stable, secure, inclusive state that we promised to the people of Afghanistan 20 years ago but haven't been able to achieve. And they're the questions that Keir Starmer will be asking him on Wednesday. And I know very, very many of my colleagues, not just Labour colleagues, but Conservative colleagues, Liberal Democrat colleagues and others will be asking as well. There is a cross-party consensus forming that the UK has got to be there. We've got to step up. But we've got to be wise about how we do that. And that's what we want to hear from the Prime Minister on Wednesday.
And final question to you, Lisa and Andy. We're very grateful for your time this afternoon. Canada has said that it will accept 20,000 refugees from Afghanistan. We know that there is going to be a huge refugee crisis. What will you be asking the government to do in terms of welcoming refugees from Afghanistan to the United Kingdom?
Well, it's really welcome that Canada has stepped up, but what we need actually is not country by country support, but a coordinated international response. We're all going to have to do our bit, and we've been urging the Home Secretary for some time to set up legal and safe routes for Afghan refugees to come to the United Kingdom. Over the last 48 hours, the Foreign Office has cancelled the scholarship scheme that it runs that was open to Afghans. It's cancelled that in relation to young Afghans, the Chevening Scholarship Scheme. We think that is absolutely shameful and ought to be reopened and those opportunities made again. And most of all, we have to prioritise over the next few hours evacuating the brave Afghans who supported our armed forces, our media, our NGOs and our government over the last 20 years, who are currently facing the most appalling consequences for them and their families. They are being targeted by the Taliban, and we cannot simply abandon them. But none of this is an excuse not to have a coordinated, concerted international response to what is going to be a refugee crisis. We know that already. We've seen the numbers of people who are understandably trying to leave Afghanistan, and countries need to work together to make sure that we rise to this moment.
Well, we're really grateful for your time this afternoon. Thank you for speaking to Times Radio. That was Lisa Nandy, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary. Well, joining us now is Sakim Darroch. Sakim served as the British ambassador to the United States between 2016 and 2019. He also served as a national security advisor to the British government. He joins us now. Good afternoon, Sakim.
Good afternoon.
Your reaction to the very rapid advancements that the Taliban has been making?
It's a tragedy for Afghanistan, which I visited some dozen times when I was National Security Advisor. It's shocking how quickly these towns and cities have fallen, that the Taliban now seem to be on the outskirts of Kabul. It's unquestionably humiliating for the Western Alliance that spent 20 years propping up the Afghan government. But I have to say there's also, for me, a sense of inevitability about it, because in my time as National Security Advisor, it was clear that the Afghan government, for a number of reasons, had never really established sufficient popular support for us to feel that, were we to leave, they could maintain their hold on the country. I mean, the speed of the collapse is astonishing and shocking, but it always, to me at least, felt like this was at least a possibility were we to leave.
And in terms of looking at where we are now 20 years on, do you think it was worth it? Was it worth going in?
Yeah, I do. And after Afghanistan was the place where Al-Qaeda were holed up, where Osama bin Laden was directing operations from. We all know what happened with 9/11, which was an assault on America, but actually on the whole of the Western world. So something had to be done at that stage. But it's not for nothing that Afghanistan is called the graveyard of empires, and it's an extraordinarily difficult place. And with hindsight, the idea of somehow transplanting Western democracy, Western-style democracy to Afghanistan was something that would have taken at the least, generations. 20 years on, it looks clear that we failed, all of us.
Yeah, and well, I appreciate your candour on that, and your comments about it being the sort of graveyard of empires, very, very powerful. Do you think this means that we are going to enter a new reality? We just heard Lisa Nandy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, saying it looks like certainly in the last few hours there is a new reality in Afghanistan. Is this the point, in your estimation, where the West finally says, look, we can't be in control of everything in that part of the world. At some point, we have to just let it be, and this is the moment that we do that.
I don't think we can just walk away and abandon it. As others have said powerfully, there is going to be a refugee crisis. We don't know quite what its scale, but it could be catastrophic. And we will need to support the international agencies that will have to go in and help. And I personally would hope that we would be ready to take in Afghan refugees not at least the scale that Canada has, as you've reported, has pledged, though I appreciate that's politically very sensitive in the UK. But we don't quite know. The Taliban is not necessarily the Taliban that we drove out back 20 years ago. It may have changed. This may be over-optimistic, but it may have changed a bit. We also need to be talking to them to see if we can preserve some of the things that were achieved while the Western alliance were in Afghanistan, particularly around issues like girls' education. So I would both rev up our whole refugee apparatus, the international apparatus for dealing with refugee crises, but also try and talk to the Taliban to see if there is any scope for trying to achieve a relationship with them in which some of the things that have been achieved in Afghanistan are preserved.
And in terms of talking to the Taliban, I mean, that is something which many people will feel really uncomfortable about doing because of everything that's happened, because of the regime, because of what they have done to women and girls and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, how big a sort of mind shift is that for governments in the West who have pumped in money? Soldiers have lost lives. A huge amount of political and financial and military capital has gone into sort of defeating what we always thought was an intolerable regime. How hard will it be then to shift that mindset and say, right, we're going to prepare to sit down, accept you as the government and do business with you?
Well, I think it's a good question, and it will be difficult. And one of the tragedies about what has happened is, we lost 475 men in Afghanistan, and I wonder how the families of those soldiers will be feeling now. Many more wounded, scarred for life. The Americans lost 2,500, other nationalities gone. So it is going to be very, very difficult. And I'm not saying that we should necessarily be doing business with them, but I think we should at least be trying to open channels to them to see what their plans are, and to see if there is any way in which we can have any sort of working relationship with them. We will see on that. They may have changed. I kind of doubt it, but they may have changed. But in the end, we are where we are, and to walk away completely and just say there's nothing can be done would be to leave the Afghan population we've been supporting for 20 years absolutely out on their own. I don't think we can do that.
And so, Kim, what do you think it means for the region? And also in terms of, we're going to have a much more hardline Afghan regime. Interestingly, a new leader in Iran as well, who is much more hardline. What do you think it's going to mean for the geopolitics in that particular region?
Again, it's a good question, and it's difficult. Pakistan, which is in itself kind of profoundly unstable country. The region of Pakistan bordering Afghanistan has been where the Taliban have had compounds and camps for the last 20 years, and from where they've been able to raid over into Afghanistan. Pakistan, in a sense, they've been giving some support, maybe involuntary, to the Taliban. It's different now with the Taliban in power in Kabul, and they have some challenges, as do India, Iran, and the other countries in the region. But it all depends on whether we face the same kind of profoundly fundamentalist regime that we saw in Afghanistan when Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden were there, or whether they have changed in any way over the last 20 years. The other problem, which is important here, Al-Qaeda, it's estimated by intelligence authorities across the West, are probably present in some 15 of Afghanistan's provinces. So there is a real security challenge for the West there as well, and we will have to work out what to do about that.
Well, listen, we're really grateful for your time and your analysis this afternoon. Thanks very much for speaking to us. That was Sir Kim Darroch, former British ambassador to the United States and a previous national security advisor to the British government. Well, it's just gone 4:25. You're listening to Aisha Hazarika on Weekend Drive on Times Radio.
Stories of our times from the Times and the Sunday Times.
One agenda-setting story, told in depth by experts.
I'm Manveen Rana.
I'm David Aronovich. Go beyond the headlines with original quality journalism and exclusive interviews.
What happens in the next year may define this country for the next 40 years.
We take you to the heart of the stories that matter. With exclusive access and reporting, you'll hear from the best and most informed journalists from the UK's most trusted newspaper. It's published for the start of your day, and you can listen for free on the Times Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search The Stories of Our Times.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, online and on your smart speaker, Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Welcome back. We're focusing on Afghanistan. Now let's turn our attention to somebody who used to live there but came to the United Kingdom as a refugee. Ro Jacobi is a fellow at the Human Security Centre and is also a commentator. He joins us now. Good afternoon, Ro.
Good afternoon, Aisha. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much for speaking to us. So what is your reaction to what's happening in Afghanistan?
Unfortunately, the conditions on the ground are changing so rapidly that you think about one, and then within a few moments later, it's completely different. So you don't know what to think. It's an overarching confusion, not only within Afghanistan and outside, and also what we hear from journalists keep contradicting each other with different stories. So the overall picture, we don't clearly know what's going on. And my feeling is that the Taliban are, as just been reported, the Taliban, as in the morning, it looked like that they were interested in some sort of a transition government for a period of time, and then a takeover, and that they wanted not to enter Kabul. They've reneged on that, and they've entered their forces in Kabul, but they entered it along, I think about midday, I was hearing from friends that the soldiers were busy taking selfies at the center of the city. So they have now entered Kabul, trying to take institutions where there's a vacuum now, and also that they have apparently rejected the idea of a transitional government. And they wanted to take over the entire system. So my feeling is bewildered, angry, feeling betrayed, and deeply worried about what is going through in Afghanistan, and also specifically about the Afghan people who are facing an uncertain future. And I'm worried, and I dread darker days await.
And Ro, we've been hearing from different voices in the media and, of course, on Times Radio. Some people are suggesting that there is a possibility that the Taliban may have changed. It may be a slightly different type of regime. Do you think that's possible? Do you think a leopard can change its spots?
No, I wouldn't say a leopard. I'd use hyenas. For the Taliban, and no, you cannot change them. You cannot. A changed Taliban is no longer a Taliban. Why should they change? They've been fighting for what they believe, and they've succeeded. There's no incentive for them to change. They motivated their fighters to fight for the very thing that they stand for, and I don't think they're themselves capable of changes, capable of change. But one thing that we've not been paying attention to is not what the Taliban leaders that we see on our TV screens say. It is what their commanders on the ground decide to do. They're the main powers. They're holding all. They will be the ones who will rule. They will be the ones who will decide. And they're not just commanders. They're savage. They're savagely brutal. They have been so in implementing their rule. And also, there's there also happen to be many of the commanders, many top commanders, powerful drug lords as well. So there's a myriad and mix of, ethnofascism, Islamic extremism, and also, you have the drug trafficking.
And final question to Ro. I mean, you lived out there, your family had been out there, you've come over here. What do you think the future holds, particularly for women and girls?
It's what we see from different parts of Afghanistan whether it is forced marriages of young girls, or telling people and communities that they should hand over widowed women to be married to their fighters. Just remember that they've been promising their fighters a lot of things. Women is, one thing. They've promised them largesse. They've promised them heaven and everything else if they died. But in life, they've promised them a lot, to keep them motivated. So they will likely to, impose much stricter rule on women, particularly. The Taliban of today is more zealous and ideological and more savvy than they were before. So they know the modern technologies of the world. They know how to get around them. They know how to con the international community. And they will use every lever to implement their rule. And I dread that the world will just keep away from them. And, I feel the reality is that in a world where the world tolerates people like Ayatollah Khamenei, Putin, Assad, there will be room for the Taliban as well, and they absolutely know that.
Yeah, well, listen, Ro, we're really, really grateful for your time this afternoon. Thanks very much for speaking with Times Radio. Pretty sobering stuff there. That was Ro Jacobi, who is a former refugee from Afghanistan and now a fellow at the Human Security Centre. Now, the Sunday Times is out today with all the columnist reviews and features you'd expect, plus the news review. You can pick up a copy or read it online with a digital subscription. You'll also get access to a range of email newsletters, plus offers, events, and the chance to contribute to the online debate by posting comments. Just head to our website to find out more. And coming up later on Times Radio from 10 o'clock this evening, Henry Bonsu will be in the hot seat. He'll be looking at Monday's front pages, so look out for that later on. Well, it's just gone 4:32. Let's get the latest news headlines from Tom Clayton.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Foreign Office has confirmed the UK's ambassador to Afghanistan is still in Kabul. A statement says they have reduced their diplomatic presence in response to the situation on the ground as UK staff continue to work to provide assistance to British nationals and their Afghan staff. It says Downing Street's confirmed the Prime Minister's convened a Cobra meeting this afternoon ahead of Parliament returning for a single day this week. Speaking to Times Radio a short while ago, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy has accused Boris Johnson and Dominic Raab of dragging their feet over the evacuation of British nationals and those who supported UK workers in the last 20 years.
They have been targeted by the Taliban. They and their families are at serious risk of harm, even death. And we have hours, not days, to deal with that. So that has got to be the top and first priority for the government. And then on Wednesday, Parliament is being recalled finally. And what we need to hear from the Prime Minister is a strategy.
Meanwhile, the Reuters news agency is reporting the president of Afghanistan, Ashraf Ghani, has left the country. Afghan delegates are travelling to Doha for talks with Taliban leaders who say they're awaiting a peaceful transfer of power. The acting defence minister of Afghanistan, Bismillah Khan Mahmadi, has released a statement saying Kabul is secure and defence forces are preparing to protect citizens of the city. Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keyham, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those killed on Thursday, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. Around 30,000 children aged 12 to 15 received COVID-19 vaccines in the first 2 days of the rollout in Ireland. Health Service Chief Executive Paul Reid said 90,000 children in the cohorts had been registered for a vaccine appointment by early Sunday afternoon. And Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for the Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of schedule. Mr Trudeau's leadership is strong after COVID-19 vaccination rates and post-pandemic economic rebound. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In sport, play has resumed after tea on the fourth day of the second test at Lords as India continue to blunt England's bowling attack. A short while ago, India stood on 120 for 3, with England yet to bat in their second innings. Meanwhile, West Ham have beaten Newcastle 4-2 in their opening match of the Premier League season. A moment ago, Premier League champions Manchester City kicks off their new league season against Tottenham. We'll have updates in the news throughout the afternoon.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Welcome back to Weekend Drive this Sunday with me, Aisha Hazarika. Now, my next guest has first-hand experience of the Taliban. Journalist Yvonne Ridley was working for the Sunday Express when she was captured by the Taliban in 2001 in the days leading up to the US-led invasion of Afghanistan 20 years ago. She was held for 11 days. Yvonne joins me now. Good afternoon, Yvonne.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for joining us. Yvonne, what was your experience like of being captured by the Taliban? How did they treat you?
Well, it was terrifying, but they actually treated me with a lot of courtesy and respect that I hadn't expected at all. You know, when I was first arrested, I just assumed I wouldn't see the sun set that night.
And in the end, you were held for 11 days. Why? How did you get released?
I was released on humanitarian grounds, on the orders of the then spiritual leader Mullah Omar, who has since died. And to everyone's amazement, because the war had already started and bombs had been dropping, I was released unharmed.
And your journey's been really interesting because you've ended up converting to the religion of Islam after your release. And why was that?
Well, being a captive of theirs made me realise that Islam wasn't just a religion that was picked up and put down on Friday prayers. It was more a way of life. And I realised that if I was to report with any authority on the Muslim world, I needed to know more about the religion. So what started out as an educational exercise turned into a spiritual journey for me. And no one was more surprised than the Taliban when I did embrace Islam, because I had been the prisoner from hell. You know, there was they were so glad to see the back of me that when I did cross over from the border in between Afghanistan and Pakistan, I don't know who was happiest, them or me.
Oh dear, it feels very dark to laugh at something like that, but that is actually very funny. But listen, the other thing which I'm really interested to get your take on, Yvonne, is there's been a lot of speculation about what today's version of the Taliban is. What is today's incarnation of the Taliban? What's your take on that?
Well, you know, they're not some little marginal group. They've been on the go, resisting for 20 years now, with the sole aim of regaining power. However, I don't think they're as naive as the Taliban in 2001. I think they're a lot more mature, a lot more media savvy. And because they've had a lot of guidance and help, especially in Qatar, where some of the leadership is based, I think that they've begun to realise that if they are to take power, they can't go it alone again. And they've gained control with popular support, which is something that NATO and the media, the Western media in particular, have tried to downplay this. But you can't take control of a country as rapidly as they have without having popular support. And what they've been doing over recent months is making strategic alliances with tribal elders, tribal leaders, because Afghanistan is a very tribal society. And this is why they haven't really met with much resistance in some provinces and seem to advance at such a breathtaking pace. But also, they've realized that they need their neighbors on side because they're going to have to develop a good, strong economy and trading. And they have had behind the scenes meetings with China, with Pakistan, with Turkey, with Russia. And there's quite a strategic alliance that is building, and importantly, with Iran.
Yes.
Now, then, this alliance with Iran,
particularly with Iran having a new leader who's more hardline as well.
Well, I think that the most significant thing about this is that the Saudis will be furious, especially the Wahhabi establishment in Saudi. So the very thought of terrorist bases being set up again by Al Qaeda is very far-fetched.
Okay.
And I do remember when I was being held by them, I did ask them about their relationship with Al Qaeda, and they said to me quite specifically, they came in as our guests and began acting like our masters. So certainly there was no great love lost, but they were sort of forced together in a very uneasy coalition when the war started. And I don't think that they will allow their country to be used again by any rogue groups. In fact, one of the priorities, I understand, is to get rid of any trace of ISIS or Daesh, as they're known, because they're, I've listened to some media organizations say, no, they have the same ideology, and it couldn't be further from the truth. It's quite different. Okay. And so I think, the fears about, it's going to become a terrorist base again is nonsense.
But there are fears that it is a pretty repressive regime, and it can be a very brutal regime. We have just had an Afghan man who came as a refugee to this country. His family had a very difficult time. We spoke to another Afghan lady who'd grown up under the Taliban. She now lives in this country. Her parents fled because they worried about what would happen to her and her sisters, and they wanted them to be educated. Many women and girls are particularly fearful about what lies ahead. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I do have sympathy with people who are fearful, because one of the most critical periods during a country's transition is, unfortunately, old scores will be settled. When I first went to Afghanistan, well, actually it was in Pakistan, I met refugees who'd fled Afghanistan and had their homes taken. Now, I would imagine that those people will want to go back and retake their homes. And of course, goodness knows what's going to happen when those sort of really, those disputes start to erupt. But also, when I first returned to Afghanistan after the Taliban had fled, the university was opening. And when the university opened its doors, more girls than boys passed the entrance exam. So it's a big myth that schools were shut down and girls weren't educated.
Okay, well...
and that's it's an unfortunate story that has gained in traction.
Although
the
Yvonne, as
books
I
were
say,
burned.
we did, we have spoken to a number of particularly Afghan women who had grown up under the Taliban. They've come here and they have corroborated those stories about how women's education was really sort of curbed back. But Yvonne, we're going to have to leave it there, but we're really, really grateful for your time this afternoon. Thank you very much for speaking to us. That was the journalist Yvonne Ridley, who had been captured by the Taliban for 11 days back in 2001. Well, joining me next on the line is someone who knows all about the military situation in Afghanistan. Dan Jarvis served out in Iraq and Afghanistan as a member of the British Army's Parachute Regiment. He has written about it. He has lost friends and colleagues out there. He's now in politics. He's a Labour MP and he's also the Mayor of South Yorkshire. He joins us now. Good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon, Aisha.
We spoke a couple of weeks ago. You were very worried about what lay ahead. Today, it looks like the Taliban have almost pretty much taken over. Your reaction?
Well, the situation looks increasingly grim. The Taliban are now effectively in control of the whole country. And I think what there has been is a catastrophic miscalculation of the capacity, the legitimacy of the Afghan government and the resilience of the Afghan forces. And there is an urgency now for the British government and others to reach an agreement that will allow those foreign nationals and those entitled personnel who are desperate to get out of the country to do so. And I hope very much that that was a key point that was discussed when the Prime Minister convened COBRA earlier this afternoon.
I mean, many people are asking the question, reflecting on the 20 years, the reason Western troops went in and the kind of speed at which things have collapsed. And many people are asking the question, what was the point of going in? Dan, what's your answer to that?
Well, indeed, many people are asking the question about what was the point, what's been achieved, whether it was worthwhile. And I've had many heartbreaking conversations over the course of this weekend with people that I served alongside. And we are deeply angry, very frustrated at what's happened. I think there's been a catastrophic failure of political leadership over a number of years that has led us to that point. It's right, of course, to think about that and reflect on it. But the urgency of the situation at the moment, I think, requires us to think about what's going to happen next, what's happening tonight, what's going to happen over the next couple of days. I think it's right that Parliament has been recalled, although it's taken quite a long time to get to that point. But there is an urgency about the situation. And I think what I want to see is some real leadership from the British government. The Prime Minister is the chair of the G7. That provides a platform to engage with international allies, to be talking to partners in the region. I think that the Foreign Secretary has just spoken to his counterpart in Pakistan, and they've got a really important role to play in all of this. But the situation is unfolding hour by hour. But I know from conversations that I've had, including with people in Afghanistan today, that there is a state of panic effectively across the country, with many, many people deeply fearful for their future. And whilst our ability to leverage the situation is greatly reduced on what it might have been previously, there is still some influence that the international community is able to wield. So they need to get together to agree on a course of action and work out what needs to be done over these crucial few hours and days ahead of us.
And if you were Defence Secretary right now, do you think would you be wanting to press the Prime Minister to appeal directly to Joe Biden to say, look, can we rethink our decision, or do you think that's just too late now?
Well, I think the priority for the Defence Secretary today is to ensure that the operation that is already underway, the Defence Secretary is already committed to deploying 600 British troops to remove and recover back to this country British passport holders and other entitled personnel, of which there are many hundreds. That has to be the absolute priority. I know that there is some real concern about the safety of aircraft coming in and out of Kabul airport. I think the Americans are currently in control of the airport, but there's great concern about whether there will be sufficient capacity to evacuate people over the coming hours and days. So that has to be the priority. But that relationship with our oldest ally, the United States, is a critical one. I've just been watching back footage of comments President Biden made just a short time ago, when he was really saying that it wasn't inevitable that the Taliban would take control of the country and that the strength of the Afghan National Forces meant that they would be able to hold the line. That is humiliating, really, to be watching all of that now, because events have moved so decisively in the opposite direction. So the Americans, the British and other key partners need to be talking tonight, whether that's through NATO or the United Nations or whatever forum they think is most appropriate, to look at what can be done and what influence can be leveraged against the new regime in Afghanistan. And that needs to be done in the very, very near future.
Now, you've just said leverage against the new Afghan government. It looks like, not quite there, but almost there, the point that the Taliban will take over. Lisa Nandy was on our show earlier and she spoke reluctantly about perhaps having to accept a sort of new reality, particularly just in the last 24 hours with the huge rapid advancements that have been made. We had Sir Kim Darroch on our show earlier as well. He said the time has probably come to begin to talk to this new regime. As somebody who served out in Afghanistan and Iraq, as somebody who fought against this regime, how does that make you feel, the prospect of sitting down, accepting this regime and talking to them?
Well, of course, it is a particularly bitter pill to have to swallow, but that is the reality of the situation that we find ourselves. Actually, I've consistently maintained over a number of years that we should have entered into a dialogue, negotiations with the Taliban earlier than was subsequently the case. But the reality is that from tonight, really, they will be in control of the country. And whilst they are undoubtedly a brutal, murderous dictatorship, we have to try and find some way of reasoning with them, however difficult that might be. I was hearing some of your earlier commentators talking about the nature of the organisation. I think it's certainly the case that they are more media savvy than previously they were. I think they are a bit more concerned about their reputation internationally than has been the case previously. But the reality is they are a brutal regime that will not hesitate to use barbaric measures, but they are now in control of the country. And I hope that in the very near future, some sort of agreement could be reached that will ensure the safe passage of those foreign nationals and others who desperately need to get out of the country in the next couple of days. I'm not at all happy at the prospect of having to have these kind of conversations, but that is the nature of the situation that, alas, we find ourselves in at the moment.
Dan Jarvis, grateful for your time this afternoon. Thanks very much for speaking to Times Radio. You're listening to Weekend Drive on Times Radio. It's just gone 4:52.
John Pienaar at Drive returns tomorrow afternoon from 4 on Times Radio. Join John Pienaar for the Drive Time show dedicated to the news that matters.
So many stories, so much to be won and lost.
And the views that need to be heard.
As an oncologist, a cancer specialist, I want to see things get back to normal in healthcare as well as in society.
Quality journalism, analysis and opinion that speaks for itself.
George Osborne, when he was Chancellor, got into a bit of grief because he'd never had a Greggs pasty. Do you remember that? Nobody can accuse us of just doing the big important stuff.
John Pienaar at Drive returns tomorrow afternoon from 4 on Times Radio.
Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Well, joining us now on the line is Professor Scott Lucas. Scott is Professor of American Studies at the University of Birmingham. He's a real specialist in US and British foreign policy. He joins us now. Hi, Scott.
Good afternoon, Aisha.
Thank you very much for joining us. Look, I want to have just a chat with you up to the hour, really about Joe Biden. We've heard a lot from British politicians on our show today, but the question many people are asking on social media, you'll be engaging with this, is why did Joe Biden choose to do this? And do you think he fully appreciates the consequences of his decision, or has he calculated that as something that he does know the consequences of, but he's happy to do it?
The second part of that is, yes, he knows fully what the consequences are. When the Biden administration, not just Biden, but his officials, made this decision in the spring and executed it quickly, I think far too quickly, to withdraw American forces, they knew the likely outcome was a Taliban takeover. Why did he do it? Aisha, in 2009, Joe Biden was vice president to President Barack Obama, and he opposed the significant decision that Obama took to triple the U.S. troop presence and bring in many non-military groups to try to bolster the Afghan government, to try to bolster Afghan institutions. The idea under the Obama administration was, look, we need to have a functioning government. We need to have a functioning system, because Afghanistan was not one country. It was many fragmented countries. In Biden's eyes, that didn't work. That there has never been a stable Afghan government with legitimacy across all of the country. There have never been the institutions that were necessary, not just the military, but political and social institutions. So it was putting more and more resources into a cause which wasn't going to succeed. And he looked, I think, narrowly at American national interest and said, time to cut our losses. What that means for Afghans, a very different question. But I hate to be cynical. I think Joe Biden wasn't thinking about what's going to happen to Afghans. He's thinking about the region, and he's thinking about America on the world stage. But American national interests just simply were not maintaining that presence in Afghanistan with its 35 million people.
So that's really interesting, Scott. And so do you think this decision, so there's obviously the international community are looking on and are pretty aghast. We've had lots of sort of condemnation and lots of dismay. But is this going to help Joe Biden domestically with his voters in America?
Well, I think Joe Biden will take a short-term hit because this, in the past, 72 hours, all of a sudden, Americans who've been paying very little attention to Afghanistan. It's a country, to paraphrase a British politician from the 30s, thousands of miles away, about which they knew little. All of a sudden, they're seeing it on their screens, the Taliban, who have been this force that were removed in 2001 from Kabul, who were portrayed at the time, I think quite rightly, as being a very repressive force, who are still quite repressive. And now they're back in power. And then there were some commentators, of course, that were comparing it to the fall of Saigon in 1975 when America lost in the Vietnam War. But Aisha, I got to be honest with you, I think the Biden administration priced this in. They knew they'd take the short-term hit, and I don't think it'll last more than the short term. I think Afghanistan, 20 years after 9/11, very few Americans are invested in it. Very few Americans are invested in the idea of that nation, despite, the elements of women's rights, which we should care about education, which we should care about. Their priorities are on the economy, on dealing with the pandemic, and that very polarized domestic situation they're in right now in the aftermath of Donald Trump.
And Scott, do you think this means the sort of end of the sort of big UN, NATO, American-led military interventions? I mean, do you think we'll see anything like that in our lifetime again? Or do you think this sort of whole episode, this sort of 20-year episode, is really the death knell of that?
I think that's a great question, Aisha, and I'd love to have an hour with you on it, because I think this idea of liberal intervention, of intervening for the sake of people in countries who are oppressed, it's been knocked back, not just in Afghanistan. It's been knocked back, for example, in the Middle East. Think about the Syrian case, where millions of civilians have been displaced. Now, there are limited exceptions to that. The United States, for example, is supporting a Syrian Kurdistan, part of the country which is not under the regime's control, in which civilians are largely protected. But we are not really seeing that international community effort that we had after Kosovo. It was damaged very much because it was misused in Iraq 2003, but it was really pushed aside when, in the decade after 2011, we stopped establishing ways and means of protecting civilians, got distracted, and then at the end of the day walked away from responsibilities.
So it does feel, I mean, and by the way, do come back on the show. We will, in fact, I think what we'll do is we'll do a longer conversation on that topic, and we'll get you back in, because I think that's a really, really interesting point, and I think it is going to change future geopolitics. But just in the minute that we have left, Canada has said that it will organise a scheme to take 20,000 Afghan refugees. Lots of questions will be asked in the British Parliament, no doubt, about the same thing. Do you think President Biden will offer some sort of sanctuary for Afghan refugees?
The U.S. already is. I mean, some of the people who are being evacuated from the U.S. Embassy or through the U.S. Embassy are Afghans who have worked closely with the U.S. forces and international forces and are at risk. I think Britain will take others. I think it's good the international community is doing this. I wish they'd done it in other countries like Syria, where refugees have been left behind and not allowed into countries.
Well, listen, real pleasure to speak to you as ever, and we'll definitely have you back on for a longer discussion. That was Professor Scott Lucas, Professor of American Studies at Birmingham University.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good afternoon, it's 5 o'clock. You're listening to Weekend Drive on Times Radio with me, Aisha Hazarika. Coming up in the next hour, it's our Sunday political panel. We're going to have a real deep focus on Afghanistan and on climate change. Our panel includes 3 politicians and the leading environmentalist and Guardian columnist George Monbiot. But before that, let's get the latest news and sport with Tom Clayton.
Aisha, thank you. Good afternoon. It's being reported that Taliban militants have entered the Afghan capital Kabul and have now taken control of the presidential palace. Earlier, the Reuters news agency reported that President Ashraf Ghani had left the country amid a transfer of power. A delegation from Afghanistan's government is travelling to Doha for talks with senior Taliban officials. Meanwhile, a Taliban spokesperson says they're awaiting a peaceful transfer of power and have ordered its supporters not to injure or kill civilians in Kabul. Meanwhile, British Airways has ordered pilots to avoid Afghan airspace while the situation develops. An operation to evacuate British nationals from the country has been brought forward as the RAF was scrambled this morning. Boris Johnson is chairing a Cobra meeting this afternoon before Parliament reconvenes on Wednesday for a single day. Speaking to Times Radio, the former UK ambassador to the US, Lord Darroch, says there was a sense of inevitability to the situation.
It was clear that the Afghan government, for a number of reasons, had never really established sufficient popular support for us to feel that were we to leave, they could maintain their hold on the country. I mean, the speed of the collapse is astonishing and shocking, but it always, to me at least, felt like this was at least a possibility were we to leave.
Meanwhile, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy's told Times Radio there must be a strategy from the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary.
I've said for some time now that we ought not to be ruling out future air support to the Afghan government. But like I said a moment ago, Aisha, we're in a new reality now and we've got to adjust our strategy accordingly. The truth is there is no military solution to this conflict.
Well, speaking to Times Radio earlier, Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, had this stark warning.
The humanitarian disaster that's about to unfold will be catastrophic. The migration challenges will be huge. And of course, don't forget that we will see further terrorist attacks. I would not be surprised if we see another attack on the scale of 9/11, almost to bookend what happened 20 years ago.
Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keam, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those killed on Thursday, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. It came as questions continue to mount over how gunman 22-year-old Jake Davison obtained a firearms licence and carried out his spree before turning the gun on himself. The UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's down by around 3,000 on yesterday and 6,000 on the previous day. 61 more deaths have also been reported within 28 days of a positive test. Meanwhile, around 30,000 children aged 12 to 15 have received COVID-19 vaccines in the first 2 days of the rollout in Ireland. Health Service Chief Executive Paul Reid said 90,000 children in the cohort had been registered for a vaccine appointment by early Sunday afternoon. Meanwhile, Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of schedule. Mr Trudeau's leadership is strong after COVID-19 vaccination rates and a post-pandemic economic rebound. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In sports, India are now building themselves into a strong position against England on day 4 of the second test. A short while ago, they stood on 135 for 3, having not lost a wicket since the morning session. Elsewhere, the Premier League champions Manchester City are underway against Tottenham for their season opener, with the score currently at 0-0. Earlier, West Ham beat Newcastle 4-2. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Welcome back to Weekend Drive this Sunday with me, Aisha Hazarika, with you for another 2 hours until we get to 7 o'clock. We've been focusing heavily on Afghanistan this afternoon. We're going to continue to do that now on our political panel this Sunday. I'm delighted to have a really, really excellent panel. We're going to be discussing the unfolding situation in Afghanistan. We're also going to be discussing climate change. That was another really big story which happened this week. Well, welcome to my panellists. Delighted to have the Conservative Party MP, Crispin Blunt. Good afternoon, Crispin. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome also to the show, Labour Shadow Leader of the House of Commons, Thangam Debonair. Hi, Thangam.
Hi, Aisha.
Also delighted to be joined by the SNP MP, Carol Monaghan. Hi, Carol.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Carol. And also delighted to be joined by the leading environmental activist and Guardian columnist, George Monbiot. Hi, George.
Hi there.
Hi, thank you all so much for joining us. Well, look, we're going to crack on because there's 2 really big topics that I want to get through and have a good sort of meaty discussion on that. The first, of course, is Afghanistan. It's been a really, really tumultuous 48 hours in the country. Afghanistan is now on the brink of a Taliban takeover as militants have entered the capital, Kabul. They're seeking an unconditional transition of power with the President Ashraf Ghani. He's said to have already left the country. We've been covering it on our show already today. At the top of the show, I spoke with the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Lisa Nandy, and she told me what she believes should be happening next in terms of a UK reaction.
We ought not to be ruling out future air support to the Afghan government. But like I said a moment ago, Aisha, we're in a new reality now and we've got to adjust our strategy accordingly. The truth is there is no military solution to this conflict, and whilst until relatively recently the support for ongoing air support was a key part of how we might exert leverage on the Taliban and help to shore up the Afghan government, that reality has now changed. If the Prime Minister is suggesting that there may be a role for the UK military, for UK forces in Afghanistan, he will need to come to the House of Commons and explain how that is part of a wider political and diplomatic strategy to actually start to safeguard those goals and to achieve that stable, secure, inclusive state that we promised to the people of Afghanistan 20 years ago but haven't been able to achieve.
I also spoke with Sir Kim Darroch. He served as the British ambassador to the United States. He was also a former national security advisor. He was really interesting because he told me there would have to be some kind of dialogue now with the Taliban.
I'm not saying that we should necessarily be doing business with them, but I think we should at least be trying to open channels to them to see if what their plans are and to see if there is any way in which we can have any sort of working relationship with them. We will see on that. They may have changed. I kind of doubt it, but they may have changed. But in the end, we are where we are. And to walk away completely and just say there's nothing can be done would be to leave the Afghan population we've been supporting for 20 years absolutely out on their own. I don't think we can do that.
And I also spoke with the journalist Yvonne Ridley. She was working for the Sunday Express when she was captured by the Taliban back in 2001. She was held for 11 days. Here's what she had to say.
I was released on humanitarian grounds. on the orders of the then spiritual leader Mullah Omar, who has since died. And to everyone's amazement, because the war had already started and bombs had been dropping, I was released unharmed. Started out as an educational exercise, turned into a spiritual journey for me. And no one was more surprised than the Taliban when I did embrace Islam, because I had been the prisoner from hell. You know, there was they were so glad to see the back of me.
Crispin Blunt, I'll begin with you. Your reaction to the very rapid developments that we have seen really in the last 24, 48 hours.
The speed of the collapse of the Afghan government and its forces is obviously taken everybody by surprise. But the fact that they've really lost the will to resist any longer shouldn't really have come as a great surprise. I mean, it's only the timing issue that's been in doubt. And of course, the tragedy is this entire exercise in the deployment of Western power and influence ever since 2001. And you could argue before, from perhaps 1989, 1992, has been misconceived. And in 2001, after we had removed the government of the Taliban that had harboured our enemies, who had attacked us by enabling Al-Qaeda to have bases there, we had done what we needed to do. We then decided to set about trying to build Switzerland in the Hindu Kush. And 2 decades later, it's come to a juddering and predictable halt, because they like having our values imposed on them as much as we would like imposing their values on us. And the role of the foreigner in Afghanistan and the role of the British in Afghanistan, if we just learned lessons from our own history, should have made perfectly clear how this was going to end.
So, Crispin, when you look back on it, what's the answer to the question, was it worth it?
It was, no, of course it wasn't worth it. We were engaged in an exercise that was never going to succeed. If you talk to people like Sir Sherrod Cowper-Coles, who was our ambassador there when I went out to visit him the first time in 2007, I think his view then, is certainly his view now, is that you would have effectively required to colonise the place. Yeah. You would have had to put in your own administrators. You would have had to run the country and then develop, if you like, Western values and Western society so deeply that it was then taken over by the society itself. But as we've seen from our own colonial and imperial experience, that doesn't work either.
Yeah.
Because people resent the influence of the foreigner. They want to come to their own conclusions, their own ideas themselves. There's a certain amount we can do to try and advance our values, but that is limited. And we should be very careful about how we exercise this. For me, this is the juddering end of the Chicago doctrine that Tony Blair gave that speech in 1999 in Chicago about the support of Western intervention. It has been an unqualified disaster nearly everywhere it has been attempted.
And Thangam Debonair, what's your take on the whole thing? And just to wrap in Crispin's final point there, I mean, a lot of people will go back and remember that, you know, Tony Blair and the Labour government was part of the kicking everything off in terms of that invasion, that very controversial invasion into Iraq all those years ago. Tell us your reflections.
Well, my reflections are focused primarily today, Aisha, and over the last few days on the women of Afghanistan. Women's groups, as far back as April, were saying that bad things were going to happen. In fact, roughly what has now happened, although I agree with Crispin, at accelerated speed. And they also asked for the international community not to abandon them. And I think there's also, as well as it's regrettable that people cannot seem to realise that actually a tradition of trying to improve the lives of women, improve women's rights, predates our intervention. In fact, if you go back as far as the rule of King Amanullah in 1919, he started promoting freedom for women in various spheres. His wife made great strides, and that was 100 years ago. That Muhammad Dawood Khan in 1953, the 1964 Constitution, which gave women equal rights, including universal suffrage. Yes, there were massive problems with implementing a local context, a tribal history of involvement of colonialism. Of course, that adds complexity. But the very idea that to have a notions of democracy and equal rights before law didn't come along until 2001 is just not true. I think it's also important that we take our responsibilities very seriously. And Crispin said that as soon as we had removed those who were responsible for harming us from the then Afghan government, we should have just got away. I think that takes away some of the responsibility that we have as an international community, not to impose our own form of democracy. In fact, the Afghanistan constitution, I've read very, very carefully the standing orders of the parliament. They're not like our standing orders. They are different. They have created their own form. But there is a form of democracy, or there was until today. And now, to surely everybody's very great regret, there are women who are in fear of their lives, women who will not be able to work, who will not be able to go to school tomorrow, women who are facing being locked in their homes, and worse if they do things that the Taliban don't approve of. And I, for one, do not believe a tiny little word or hint that's coming out the Taliban saying we've changed. They've got smartphones. That's the change. And their values remain enduring, and they are not the values of all Afghani people. And I feel like we are abandoning Afghani women in particular, but Afghanistan's people more generally, to a terrible fate.
Well, stay with us. We have our Sunday political panel. We've just heard from Crispin Blunt from the Conservative Party and Thangam Debonair from the Labour Party. We're just going to hear from the SNP's Carol Monaghan next, and George Monbiot. Stay with us. It's just gone 5:15 on Weekend Drive on Times Radio.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. All next week, the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, brings you an incisive take on the latest news in politics, culture and the arts.
I'm Ruth Davidson. Join me on Times Radio. We'll delve into all the latest Westminster wrangles, plus we'll have fascinating interviews with leading lights from the worlds of entertainment, literature, sport and more.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup, all next week from 1 on Times Radio.
Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Welcome back to our Sunday political panel on Weekend Drive, hosted by me, Aisha Hazarika. We've got Crispin Blunt representing the Conservative Party, Thangam Debonair from the Labour Party, Carol Monaghan from the SNP, and George Monbiot, the leading environmentalist and Guardian columnist. Carol Monaghan from the SNP, what is your reaction to the very the speed at which the situation has changed over the last sort of 2 days?
I think I probably share the views of many people who are watching, and it's sheer horror as the events are unfolding. I mean, none of us really thought it would happen as quickly as it did, and now what we see is just the Taliban running completely across. It's just in the last few hours we've heard that they've taken Kabul again. So I mean, it's really quite distressing. And I think, I mean, we have to talk about the original NATO mission, and to my mind it was misguided from the very beginning, and for the simple reason that we didn't have a clear idea what it was that we were hoping to get out of that and how we were going to exit. And you can't go into a country without a clear exit strategy. And now the way in which the forces are withdrawing now, it's reckless, it's chaotic, and we have literally abandoned the Afghani people. It's incredibly worrying. And I think there's another issue here. I mean, Russia had spent a long time in Afghanistan as well. They failed. We've failed over 2 decades. You know, it's this belief that we went in 20 years ago with this sort of colonial mindset and a belief that we could succeed where others had failed. And yet we might have managed to drive the Taliban out temporarily, but we can see that actually there was no real success because they're back with a vengeance. And I think, unfortunately, although there's a lot of warm words from the Taliban just now, I think it's pretty worrying and pretty distressing for the people of Afghanistan, and really it's serious times for them.
Thanks for that, Carol. George Monbiot, you tweeted earlier today something which I thought was really interesting. You tweeted, "Beware of anyone with a simplistic military solution to a complex political predicament." What is your take on where things are now?
Well, it's a catastrophic and terrifying outcome. I think it'll be disastrous for many people in Afghanistan, including for the great majority of women there. But it has a horrible air of inevitability. And sure, it's been accelerated by Trump, then Biden's very rapid pullout. But the problem began, as Crispin pointed out at the beginning of this discussion, 20 years ago. And I think, like Crispin, I was one of many people who warned that Blair and Bush were plunging into Afghanistan without realistic aims, without an exit plan, and without a clear and circumscribed mission. The mission crept, the mission mutated almost by the day. And we pointed out it was very hard to see this ending well. And of course, our warnings were dismissed. We were told we were idiots and morons and chickens and all the other things which the armchair warriors usually say. But it was almost inevitable that it would work out like this for the reasons that I think Crispin outlined so clearly. We could have done it. The governments could have done it so much more cleverly. You know, they could have pursued 9/11 as an international crime rather than as a casus belli, a reason for war, which was incidentally exactly what the terrorists wanted. And they could have pursued that with all the criminal resources at their disposal to ensure that bin Laden and the other perpetrators were brought to justice. They could have used intelligent diplomacy, basically to isolate the Taliban, to cut off their foreign sources of support and funding. And instead, they blundered in this phenomenally crass, clunky, ill-informed fashion into a highly complex and highly charged political situation. And with their usual Rambo mentality, assume that they could solve it with bombs and bullets, the simplistic military solution.
Very powerful stuff there. And Thangam, I just want to come back to you. I mean, Crispin mentioned Tony Blair, as did George Monbiot there. I mean, do you think this is going to make people think back to that moment and, you know, make people, again, sort of have a lot of anger towards the Labour Party and anger towards Tony Blair?
If I look at what's in my inbox today, and if I look at what's been in my inbox over the last few years as an MP, which is admittedly only 6 years, but I've seen people by equal turns say that something must be done, and this is something, therefore it must be done, and withdrawing is the only way, that interventionism and non-intervention are polar opposites, and there's absolutely nothing in between. And I would agree that there's been a very, very challenging set of circumstances over the last 20 years. But I think also there was the potential there, and to a certain extent it partially succeeded, to build a form of civil society in which there were democratic rights and a form of rule of law, which was not without its problems. It was unequally spread between urban and rural. But gains and advances that were made in some areas of civic life are immeasurable, and they're all being lost in the space of 24 hours. So we have to ask ourselves, do we decide that as nations, and this is a valid question and it's one that I still don't have the answer to, but I think we have to talk about it, do we decide that when we hear about atrocities and appalling treatments of a group of people, let's say, for instance, in the case of Afghanistan, that's women, but it could also be further categorised as rural women in particular, less educated women in particular, do we decide that we're never going to do anything, that we have no solutions, or we decide that we maybe need to look at a different range of solutions, and that as international partners we have to use the structures that we've got, we have to use them better, I would agree with that, we have to use them in ways that are respectful, but I disagree with the characterisation that there was a form of democracy imposed on Afghanistan without any participation or agency by Afghani people, many of whom were highly educated, highly involved in constructing their form of democracy, which has now been crushed by extremists. Let's be clear about it. It's not going to help us to just say we can do nothing and we should do nothing. And I hope that's not what's being implied. I think there are other forms of something that we really urgently, we're going to need to look at. We're going to need to look at them this week in Parliament. Well, don't have any time to wait.
In terms of what happens next, a point that was made both by Sir Kim Darroch and interestingly actually by Dan Jarvis, who we've also had on the programme. Dan Jarvis fought in the parachute regiment out in Afghanistan and Iraq, lost colleagues there, has written about it. He actually said to me, look, we are going to have to get into some dialogue with the Taliban. They are pretty much in control now. And actually, maybe that's something that we should have done earlier. I'd be quite interested to get the panel's response to that. Crispin, I'll start with you.
Well, the Taliban have become the government. That's why I'd be just slightly coy about offering airstrikes in support of them. The original government appears to have completely collapsed. And Sir Kim Darroch was right. We're going to have to deal with them at some level. They now appear to be a government of a sovereign nation, and we're going to have to work out the modus operandi of dealing with them. There may be the odd hopeful sign I know there's proper scepticism about their language about women, but at least their spokesmen are feeling they have to say that women can continue in education. Now that's a significant step forward. And it's then going to be, much of the debate is going to be in Afghanistan, but the line that the tribal leaders take and the influence that all those communities have in coming to an Afghan viewpoint. It's going to be just as hard for the Taliban to try and impose a central edict on Afghanistan as it is for anyone else. Because it is a country made up of very different ethnicities. And as you peel back the onion layer of relationships and history in Afghanistan, you discover one complexity after another. And the foreigner has been very effectively played off by one group of Afghans against another over centuries. And we need to be respectful of their society and the debates that are going to take place. And if they're going to impinge on us and affect us negatively, then we have every right to protect our interests. And we ought to be trying to promote our values rather more effectively than we have done over the last 20 years, either from a gun or from an aircraft.
Carol Monaghan.
No, I know that is a simple approach, but we might want to look back to the 50s and 60s, where there was some very effective development work done in Afghanistan, some of which we found ourselves inheriting in Helmand Province and elsewhere when the British found themselves there in 2006.
Yeah, I think some really interesting points there. I mean, Carol, Crispin's right in many ways. The Taliban, it looks like they've pretty much taken over. They will be the government. If we don't like what they're doing, we can't just steam back in their boots on the ground. Are we going to have to understand that there are going to be other countries with regimes that we don't particularly like? We know that women in Saudi Arabia have a very, very difficult time, but we do business with Saudi Arabia. We do a lot of business with Saudi Arabia. Are the days of, Western, as Crispin was saying earlier, sort of going in and trying to sort of change things or save people, are they over now?
It's a really interesting question, because often the places that we're interested in going into are places that have natural resources that we wish to exploit. And it's interesting, if we look at some of the conflicts currently around the world, how much or how little we've intervened. And, you can look at, for example, Yemen, and there's a famine there, there's children starving, but we don't seem particularly interested simply because it's not in our interest. So I think we have to think carefully about it. But what's also interesting with Afghanistan is who is poised to do business with Afghanistan. And it looks as though China are ready to move in. From what I understand, there are large copper seams ready to be tapped into, and China will be taking full advantage of the chaotic and horrific scenes that we are seeing just now, and will be moving in. We have to be really aware of that. So I think whenever we're carrying out international business in whatever way, there has to be diplomacy as part of that, and we have to think about how our actions are going to be exploited by others like China and like other regimes. So it's pretty worrying.
Can I just
hang on. I've just got a bit of breaking news to bring you, which is Reuters are reporting that Taliban commanders are saying that they have now taken control of the Afghan presidential palace. We'll bring you more as we get that, but again, the advancement continuing rapidly. Crispin, very quickly, because I do want to get to George and to Thangaman as well.
No, it's a very good point that Carol's made about China. China sits behind Pakistan. And Pakistan's intelligence services have run a strategy over more than 2 decades in Afghanistan that has not been consistent with the wider international interest. And I think we should be asking Pakistan and by extension their paymasters, China, to take a greater share of responsibility for the humanitarian catastrophe that is now overtaking so many people in Afghanistan.
Yes. Well, look, we'll come back to, we'll bring you more breaking news as we get that, just as we were seeing Reuters reporting that Taliban commanders are saying that they have now taken control of the Afghan presidential palace. We're coming back to our panel. We're going to hear from Thangam Debonair and George Monbiot on what should happen next. Should the West now actually accept the Taliban as the ruling government, and should they start engaging with them? Well, it's just gone 5:30, but let's get the latest news from Tom Clayton.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Aisha, thank you. Good afternoon. It's being reported that Taliban militants have entered the Afghan capital Kabul and have now taken control of the presidential palace. Earlier, the Reuters news agency reported that President Ashraf Ghani had left the country amid a transfer of power. A delegation from Afghanistan's government is travelling to Doha for talks with senior Taliban officials. Meanwhile, a Taliban spokesman said they are waiting a peaceful transfer of power and have ordered its supporters not to injure or kill civilians in Kabul. Meanwhile, British Airways have ordered pilots to avoid Afghan airspace while the situation develops. An operation to evacuate British nationals from the country has been brought forward as the RAF was scrambled this morning. Boris Johnson is chairing a Cobra meeting this afternoon before Parliament reconvenes on Wednesday for a single day. Speaking to Times Radio earlier this afternoon, Labour Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy has accused Boris Johnson and Dominic Raab of dragging their feet over the evacuation of British nationals and those who supported UK workers in the last 20 years.
They have been targeted by the Taliban. They and their families are at serious risk of harm, even death. And we have hours, not days, to deal with that. So that has got to be the top and first priority for the government. And then on Wednesday, Parliament is being recalled finally, and what we need to hear from the Prime Minister is a strategy.
Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keyham, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those killed on Thursday, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. The UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's down by around 3,000 on yesterday and 6,000 on the previous day. 61 more deaths have also been reported within 28 days of a positive test. And Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of schedule. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales and northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere, but with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In sports, India have lost a 4th wicket in the second innings at Lord's. They now stand on 160 for 4. Meanwhile, it's half-time between Tottenham and Premier League champions Manchester City with the score at 0-0. Earlier, Newcastle were beaten 4-2 at home by West Ham. We'll have updates on this in the news throughout the afternoon.
This is Times Radio.
Welcome back to our Sunday political panel. We have Thangam Debonair from the Labour Party, George Monbiot from The Guardian. George is, of course, a leading environmental activist. We have Crispin Blunt from the Conservative Party and Carol Monaghan from the SNP. George Monbiot, I want to come to you next. We've just been discussing what really is the future now rather than looking back. What do you think this means for future foreign policy? Does this mean that we are all going to retreat from the international stage? Can we have an ethical foreign policy, or has this been such a mess that everybody will just shrink back and not want to get involved in anything again?
Well, I think it slightly depends on what you mean by anything. If the anything means bombs and bullets, I hope that that is the lesson we learned, that that's not the way we're going to resolve these phenomenally complex, politically charged, culturally charged, socially charged issues. That if we are to have a role in the future course of other nations, and I think we should do so as people coming in peace with an offer of improvement to the lives of everyone. And that cannot take place through military action, except in very limited and particular circumstances. Sierra Leone was one where you got a very weak force managing to oppress large numbers of people. But in the great majority of cases, that doesn't apply. And our military capacity is completely useless. Whereas well-targeted aid, good diplomacy, talking jaw as opposed to war, has got endless potential for doing good if it's in the right hands. It's hard to see those hands being the current government, but in principle, at any rate, there's a perfectly legitimate role for countries of all kinds to engage with and negotiate with other countries. But
and is that
we've just got to do so in realistic ways.
And does that mean even if they're countries that have a very, very different culture to ours, things that we would very much disagree with, whether it's the death penalty, whether it's the way women and children are treated, is that something we've just got to accept, that different countries are different? We can't impose our values on everybody. Would you be happy for the government to sit down with the Taliban?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about the US for a moment. Look, all countries are profoundly different, and our attempts to pretend they aren't always come to grief. And, while we don't have to respect all differences, and we can say, we deplore the way the Taliban treat women, and indeed many men as well. We deplore many parts of their agenda. At the same time, we won't get anywhere if we're not prepared to talk, and if we're not prepared to use diplomatic means in engaging with them and engaging with their allies. And if we want any benign influence over this, it's got to be brokered in ways that people are prepared to listen to, and in ways which aren't going to lead to a backlash and much worse outcomes than if we hadn't intervened, which unfortunately, particularly in Iraq, often seems to be the case.
Thanem Debonair, your take on the new reality that Lisa Nandy alluded to. I mean, how comfortable do you feel with the idea of, you spoke very passionately about the terrible time that women and girls have had and are likely to have again with the Taliban as a regime. How comfortable would you be with sitting down and talking to them?
Well, it looks very sadly as though they probably are going to be the government, if not today, by the end of today, over the next few days. So even if we are just going to have to negotiate with a body in Afghanistan about the distribution of aid, at some level that's going to have to involve some sort of discussion, however circumspect, with representatives of the Taliban. But I think we need to just bear in mind that, for example, and I keep repeating this, but it's important because it involves just under 50% of the Afghani population, promoting women's rights isn't about imposing our external values.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you. We're just going to go live to Boris Johnson, who is speaking now.
Huge importance to human rights, to equalities. Think of everything that the UK has helped to achieve over the last 20 years, the sacrifice of that mission. A lot of women and girls were educated thanks to the efforts of the UK. Human rights, equalities were promoted and protected in a way that Afghanistan hadn't seen before. Of course, we don't want to see that thrown away. And what we're trying to do now is to concert the rest of the like-minded around the world, of whom there are a great many, to make sure that we don't prematurely, bilaterally recognise a new government in Kabul without forming a common view and setting the same conditions about how that government should behave. And yes, of course, it's not just about terrorism, it's about human rights and many other things.
Prime Minister, there are perhaps thousands of British nationals in Afghanistan. Most Americans are going to be withdrawn before Tuesday. You're relying on commercial aircraft to get many of them out. That's not going to happen. How are you going to speed it up? And have you got a time commitment? And can you say how many people are there?
I can certainly say, Sam, that we've already got a large number of Afghan nationals out. We're working very fast on all the UK nationals, on all the consular cases, and they're coming forward in numbers at the moment. But I do appeal to all those who have yet to make themselves known to us at the airport to come forward. But we certainly have the means at the moment to get them out. It's just a question of making sure that they're able to do it over the next few days.
That was the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, speaking live on the situation on Afghanistan. Well, we're covering the topic on our Sunday panel, but we're going to leave that and we're going to move on to a really important report into climate change that came out this week from the United Nations. The report said that basically humanity, it's code red for humanity in terms of the climate crisis. Well, it's just gone 40 minutes past 5. You're listening to Weekend Drive with Aisha Hazarika. We'll be discussing climate change just after this.
Friday evenings on Times Radio with visitmalta.com. Every Friday night from 7, hear all the latest political news and thought-provoking views on culture, philosophy, history and the arts. From uplifting exhibitions to unput-downable books, there's always more to explore. Every Friday night from 7 on Times Radio with visitmalta.com. Whether you're looking for culture and heritage or sun, sea and relaxation, visit Malta and feel free again.
Across the UK on DAB Digital Radio, online and on your smart speaker, Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Welcome back to our Sunday political panel. We have Crispin Blunt from the Conservative Party, Thangam Debonair from the Labour Party, Carol Monaghan from the SNP and George Monbiot, who is a leading environmentalist and Guardian columnist. Now, I want to talk about this hugely important report that came out this week. Human activity is changing the climate in unprecedented and sometimes irreversible ways. That was the conclusion of the report. It was a landmark study from the IPCC, and it warned of increasingly extreme weather, heat waves, droughts and flooding, and a key temperature limit being broken in just over a decade. The report is a code red for humanity, says the UN. Well, earlier this week, Carol Walker spoke to Sir David King, chair of the Climate Crisis Advisory Committee, on the impact of that IPCC report.
The most remarkable report we've ever had from the IPCC. It states very clearly, very bluntly, the situation we're in. And I think what is critically important is to understand when they say the Earth's climate system in every region across the whole climate system is undergoing massive changes, unprecedented in thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years.
George, I have to come to you first on this, your reflections on that report.
It's terrifying, but it's also entirely consistent with what we've known really for the past 20 years or more. And we're told that humans have a strong survival instinct, that we put our own survival above all other considerations. I see no evidence of this. We see not just the warnings, but we see the actual realization of those warnings taking place right now. I mean, these massive fires in Siberia, on the western seaboard of North America, and around the Mediterranean, taking place at the moment. We're witnessing in real time the collapse of our life support systems, and yet we just turn up the air conditioning, turn over, and go back to sleep. What's going on here? I mean, this should be we should be panicking. This should be treated as the planetary emergency that it is, but it comes way down the news agenda. It might be covered for a day or two. We had a day's coverage of the IPCC report. We had a couple of days coverage of the fires, and then it's all forgotten and people move on. And I'm not saying that issues such as Afghanistan are unimportant. They're extremely important. But even those, by comparison to climate breakdown, are tiny, because climate breakdown is the closure of the conditions that have made human life and much of the rest of life on Earth possible. And yet somehow we kind of incorporate it. It's almost as if we feel, well, that's something we can't change. It's paid in already. And we just carry on as if there are no warnings, as if there is no realization. And I find it mystifying. I've been at this now for 36 years as an environmental journalist and campaigner. And I began that period with optimism. I thought, you just have to explain to people how serious this is, show what the science is saying, and people will respond rationally to that. But it's been 36 years of dawning disappointment.
And George, do you think, I think for a lot, I completely agree with you. I think for a lot of people, sadly, the penny is only beginning to drop because it's sort of lapping at their feet now, whether it's extreme weather, where it's people having their houses flooded in London on hills and being absolutely shocked and suddenly joining up the dots. Do you think this extreme weather will shock people into changing things, both governments and individuals? And is it too late?
Well, with present company accepted, of course. I feel the media has a huge role in this, and it's a role which it has failed successfully to discharge. It's buried the issue. It has completely failed to express the urgency of the climate crisis, and indeed the rest of the ecological crisis, because it's not just the climate system that's breaking down, it's much of life on Earth in its tremendous complexity. And until this is top headline every day, in the same way as COVID was for day after day after day throughout the months when the pandemic was peaking, we're not going to respond in the way that it requires. And I think to a very large extent, it begins and ends with the media, and the media's disastrous failure to engage properly with this means that the rest of us get lulled into this sense of security. If it were that serious, surely everyone would be shouting about it. And we still see the media as representing everyone.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for all the media. We're trying to do our little tiny bit here. But no, you absolutely make a completely valid point. Carol Monaghan, of course, Glasgow is going to be the location for this incredibly important COP26 climate change conference. What are you hoping will come out of that?
Well, I think one of the biggest issues whenever we're talking about climate change is the disconnect between people's lived experience and lived lives, and making changes or understanding the impact that things can have on the climate. And I think one of the things I would like to see coming out of this is that people themselves, I know this is a massive gathering of world leaders, but I think what we need to see is individuals taking responsibility for their own actions. Because, all of us now, I think, have some sort of environmental concerns. But, if the car is sitting outside the house and it's going to save you 5 minutes to jump in the car and dash to the shops rather than walk, too many of us are still doing this. So there has to be a more sort of connection between individuals' action and impact on the planet, and I don't think we have that yet. So I think George is spot on when he says we need to be seeing it talked about more in the media. We need to be talking about it more in Parliament as well, although there have been some debates. But I don't really see rapid enough progress in a number of areas that we should be making.
Crispin Blunt, the Conservative Party. Well, just to Carol's point about we should all do more. Do we have to be much more prescriptive? We've just had this big moment of big state intervention on our lives through this emergency with COVID, and we did change our lifestyles very, very drastically. If we believe as policymakers that we are genuinely in a climate emergency, should laws not be brought in to change our behaviour in quite a strict way? And also, just to Carol's point about, we all have to do our bit, should ministers have ministerial cars anymore? And also on COP26, should people be flying in for this conference?
Well, this is a global problem, and the world has really got to move together, and Britain's efforts have got to be directed at making sure that the whole world accepts its responsibilities for all of this. Now, that means, of course, as the country that was the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution, that we do have a special responsibility, but I think we can be, in reflecting on Britain's role over the last 30 plus years, as long as George has been a brilliant journalist and campaigner on this issue, Britain has been one of the world's leaders on this. Margaret Thatcher was our scientist prime minister, was the first P5 leader to use her speech to the General Assembly of the United Nations to speak about this in 1989. It built on her Royal Society speech in 1988. We have been trying to get the whole world to move with us. And I think, and the measures that we've taken in the United Kingdom are, in global terms, at the leading edge of the pack. And what we've got to do is not only address our own circumstances in the United Kingdom, the critical thing is to take the rest of the world with us and to find the mechanisms that are going to enable them to sign up to the necessary measures in order to stop the planet heating up in the potentially catastrophic way that the IPCC report identified. Although at least in this report, it appears that the most catastrophic predictions from the earlier report are now no longer seen as the most probable outcomes.
Thangham Debonair, I mean, what would Labour be doing if it was in government now in terms of accelerating the necessary policy changes?
Well, I mean, we've got the policies that I think would accelerate it greatly. For instance, we bring forward £30 billion of money that's already been committed to capital investment. We bring that forward now to invest in carbon-friendly technology. That will create around 400,000 jobs over 2 years, as well as, of course, changing how we are creating our energy, how we're powering our country. We'd also have a Clean Air Act. We would make every single spending decision subject to a net zero nature test. And we'd be showing leadership at COP26. And this is what depresses me the most. Because actually, I'm sure George knows that there has been progress over the last 20, 30 years, but it's been slowing down over the last 10 years in particular. And you have as an example, for instance, the comparison between Labour government bringing in the world's first climate change act in 2008 and the Tory government this last winter with the Green Homes Grant. So important if we're going to decarbonise. Our homes are such a big part of our carbon emissions, but it needs government leadership. And the Green Homes Grant just fell apart before it practically started. So all of those things need to happen, and they need to happen urgently. I read the IPCC report. I do hope that the Prime Minister's done likewise, because if we're really going to change the way we live, we have to make sure that we're doing it in a just way, that people have access to those good jobs for the future, and that we actually have an industrial strategy to take to COP26. I mean, the last I looked, the government cancelled its own industrial strategy. If we're going to show global leadership in Glasgow in the autumn, and I hope we do, it's in all our interest to do that. Okay. The government needs to go there not just with targets, but with an actual plan. It needs to be signed off and debated and dealt with. And as Shadow Leader of the House, I've already spent every single week challenging the Leader of the House on where is the timetabling for discussion on this. And I'll carry on doing that even more urgently every single week in the run-up to COP26 and beyond.
Brilliant. Thanks, Thangham. We just had Jane text in. She's been listening to the show talking about what we should be doing as individuals. She said, look, 100 companies produce 70% of global carbon emissions. Maybe those companies should be regulated first before shifting things to individuals only. George, I'm going to come back to you just to sort of reflect on what Jane's point, but also some of the points that have just been made. I mean, Crispin made the point that actually Margaret Thatcher was very pioneering on this. Britain has been a leader on this. I mean, Thangham has expressed concerns the run up to COP26. You are the leading expert on this. What is your assessment?
Well, first to say that Jane is entirely right. And in fact, one of the big transitions of the past 50 years or so has been to try to shift action from the collective to the individual. Is to say, instead of working together to sort out our problems, we can all work individually as consumers. And the reason why some people, particularly industry figures, have been so keen to do that is because it doesn't work. As individuals, we're almost powerless. But collectively, acting together through governments or not through governments, through civil society, we can be extremely powerful
George,
indeed. As citizens, we're powerful.
Sorry, just to interrupt, but just one question, excuse me, ignorance. Does this mean that it doesn't matter what we do individually, or should we, because we are very small in our individual actions? So things like people saying, well, should people be flying to COP26? Is that just irrelevant given the scale of the problem?
No, it does matter, but not to the exclusion of the things that matter much more. And we get hooked up on what I call, if you'll excuse me, micro-consumerist bollocks, which is, we focus on the cotton buds and the plastic bags and stuff. And I'm not saying those are completely irrelevant. Everything we do contributes to the global crisis. But in doing so, we don't see the bigger picture. We don't even see the bigger picture of what we're doing. Particularly richer people with their multiple flights per year and their second homes, which have a massive environmental footprint, the big SUVs and the rest that people drive. But at the same time, it's very hard to make any substantive change in your own in environmental impacts unless there's a framework of change being led by government and being led by civil society as a whole. So, for instance, you might say, well, I want to leave my car behind, or I want to get rid of my car altogether. But if there's no good public transport service, how am I going to do that? I want to ride my bike, but if it's too dangerous because there aren't any dedicated bike lanes, I'm going to get run over. So I don't want that as an outcome. So there has to be that framework of action within which we can then improve our individual behavior. But the collective response has to come first, and it has to be foremost. And unfortunately, we've been induced to believe that just by changing our level of consumption, or not our level, our type of consumption, by becoming green consumers, we can solve this problem. And unfortunately, there's quite a lot of research on this, and it shows there is almost no difference at all in impact between people who think they're green consumers and people who think they're just ordinary consumers.
Gosh, that's absolutely, that's a really arresting, fascinating, quite startling observation. George, we're getting so many questions. Apologies to the rest, but we're just getting a lot of questions coming in for George on this. And the question that keeps coming up from a lot of listeners is, so much emphasis has been put on COP26, George. Is COP26 going to solve everything? Like, what are you expecting out of COP26?
Not a lot, to be honest. We see this ramping up of rhetoric before every COP, and I've been to one or two, and they've been extremely disappointing. In fact, after Copenhagen, I vowed never to go to another one because it was such a miserable experience. The rhetoric had been ramped up. We were all led to believe that great things would happen, and then very little did. And the trouble is, and we're seeing this in this case as well, that governments are going in with lots of fine words, but bad faith when it comes to action. And unfortunately, ours is among those governments. We're seeing a new round of licensing for oil and gas in the North Sea, just as it talks about the need to stop producing more oil and gas. So I'm preparing for disappointment, put it that way.
And Crispin, do you want to just come back on that? I mean, you've said the government has got a good record on this. I mean, what are you? I mean, Boris Johnson does talk a lot about the green agenda, and actually David Cameron talked about the green agenda, but George has not given a glowing report on the government.
Well, George will be the harshest critic of all governments because, quite rightly, his expectations are so high as a campaigner in this space. But this is about the serious business of diplomacy, working to get governments to cooperate, to act in the common interest, and to start criticising poor old Alok Sharma for flying around the world, trying to do all the negotiations and the deals in order to make COP a success, is daft, and that's where you get there's a micro getting in the way of the macro. This is the most important, if you like, diplomatic dance to bring everybody to the table to do things that are going to then be held to account subsequently for the promises that they make, in order to all of us, the whole world, to make its contribution to getting a grip of climate change so far as we can.
Sorry to interrupt, Christmas. On that point, one of our listeners has just messaged into your point, agreeing with you about the international diplomacy. And I don't know who can answer this question. Maybe George can. In terms of COP26, are the whole world coming? Like, do we know that the Chinese are coming? Are the Indonesians coming? Someone said the Nigerians coming. Do we know that, George?
We don't know for sure at this stage, and in fact, we don't even know to what extent it's going to be offline or online. You know, in terms of real people meeting face to face or talking as we're doing over Zoom at the moment. Are
you going, George?
I'm in two minds. I just, it was so devastating, my experience at previous COPs, where I just, went to great lengths to try to give myself some optimism, and it just didn't work out. So
watch this space. Listen, guys, yes. I'm afraid we've got to come to the end, but a really, really fascinating discussion. Two big topics that we covered really well: Afghanistan and the climate crisis. So grateful to all my guests: Crispin Blunt, Thangham Debonair, Carol Monaghan, and of course George Monbiot. Thank you very much for your time. A fascinating Sunday political panel.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio. Know your times.
Good evening, it's 6 o'clock. You're listening to Weekend Drive on Times Radio with me, Aisha Hazarika. Let's get the latest news in sport with Tom Clayton.
Aisha, thank you. Good evening. The Prime Minister has appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Speaking after chairing an emergency COBRA meeting, Boris Johnson's also called on the international community to come together to ensure the progress of the last 20 years isn't lost, allowing Afghanistan to turn into a breeding ground for terror. Mr Johnson says he's confident of the safe return of all British nationals from Afghanistan in the coming days.
The numbers of UK nationals there are not enormous, and of course the vast bulk of the embassy staff and the officials there are already now outside Afghanistan. But what we'll do is we'll keep going with the teams that we have to process as many applications that we have in the time available.
However, the Prime Minister has insisted that ongoing events would have been difficult to avoid.
I think it's fair to say that the US decision to pull out has accelerated things, but this has been in many ways something that has been a chronicle of an event foretold. We've known for a long time that this was the way things were going, and as I said before, this is a mission whose military component really ended for the UK in 2014.
Currently, it's being reported that Taliban militants have entered the Afghan capital, Kabul, and have now taken control of the presidential palace. Earlier, the Reuters news agency reported that President Ashraf Ghani had left the country amid a transfer of power. A delegation from Afghanistan's government is travelling to Doha for talks with senior Taliban officials. Speaking to Times Radio, former UK ambassador to the US, Lord Darroch, says international leaders must now open channels of communication with the Taliban.
I'm not saying that we should necessarily be doing business with them, but I think we should at least be trying to open channels to them to see what their plans are, and to see if there is any way in which we can have any sort of working relationship with them. We will see on that. They may have changed. I kind of doubt it.
Meanwhile, Labour's Shadow Foreign Secretary Lisa Nandy has told Times Radio there must be strategy from the Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary.
I've said for some time now that we ought not to be ruling out future air support to the Afghan government. But like I said a moment ago, Aisha, we're in a new reality now, and we've got to adjust our strategy accordingly. The truth is there is no military solution to this conflict.
Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keyham, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those killed today, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. A man who comforted one of those killed says he came face to face with the 22-year-old gunman on Thursday. Bert Pinkerton was seen on a car dashcam footage helping Kate Shepherd.
So I've got the corner of her jacket to stop air getting out and put it across and then put pressure on, and then I was holding her hand and speaking to her all the time, help is on its way, help is on its way, you're alright, I'm here with you.
The UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's down by around 3,000 on yesterday and 6,000 on the previous day. 61 more deaths have also been reported within 28 days of a positive test. Around 30,000 children aged 12 to 15 received COVID-19 vaccines in the first 2 days of the rollout in Ireland. Health Service Chief Executive Paul Reid said 90,000 children in the cohort had been registered for a vaccine appointment by early Sunday afternoon. In Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of schedule. The weather, showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, Northern England and Western England. Mostly dry elsewhere, with broken cloud and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In sports, England have taken 2 more wickets in quick succession thanks to Moeen Ali on day 4 of the second test at Lords. India now stand on 175 for 6 as they look to build a lead over England, who are yet to bat in the second innings. Meanwhile, Tottenham have taken lead over Manchester City in today's final Premier League match. The goal from Son Heung-min remains the difference after around 70 minutes of play. Earlier, Newcastle were beaten 4-2 at home by West Ham. We'll have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio with Aisha Hazarika.
Welcome back to Weekend Drive this Sunday with me, Aisha Hazarika. We're into the final hour of the show. Of course, Afghanistan has dominated the day's news cycle. We broke the news in the last half hour or so that Taliban chiefs are briefing out that they now have control of the Afghan presidential palace. It's a story which has been moving so incredibly quickly over the last 24 hours and 48 hours. Well, joining us now on the line is Ian Blackford, the leader of the SNP party in Westminster. Good evening, Ian.
Good evening, Aisha. How are you?
I'm good. I mean, very sombre day. Your reaction just to the speed at which things have changed, happened in Afghanistan?
Yeah, just so many emotions, Aisha. And I have to say, and perhaps this is an unusual thing for a politician to say, to an extent, a sense of helplessness, given where we are now. You just feel so crushed for what this means to the people in Afghanistan, and you really fear for them. You fear for their human rights. You fear for the tremendous opportunities that have developed over the last few years for women in particular, for education, women in journalism, children, girls getting an education, and we really have to fear for where we are now. And I have to say, a sense of failure for us in the West, because we have to take responsibility for this. We did this, and it needn't have been such. This could have been avoided. We sent all the wrong signals, and we've created the opportunity for the Taliban to have what is their victory, and I hate to say it, what is a defeat for us.
I mean, I think people will appreciate your honesty about the fact that you, as a senior politician, feel helpless. I think that is absolutely the right word. I think there is a sense of helplessness, but people are now looking to the future. What can be done? Nicola Sturgeon tweeted out earlier today, I hope the UK government does, offers, sort of asylum and a safe space for vulnerable Afghans. We know Parliament is going to be recalled on Wednesday. I presume you will be speaking. What will be your message to Parliament?
There'll be a number of messages, but let's deal with the refugee situation, because probably like a lot of people, I've been on the phone for the best part of the day. I've spoken to a number of government ministers in the Home Office, in the Foreign Office, and it's multifaceted, Aisha, but one of the issues which has come to the fore over the last 24 hours are the students on the Chevening scheme, the 35 Iraqi students, and I've expressed very strongly to the UK government that we need to find a way to get them here. But let's be honest and let's be realistic. There are many people in Afghanistan that will feel threatened, and many of them will have had an association with the UK government and other Western governments, and we have a responsibility to them. We have to get them out. That has to be an absolute priority. We have to have a generosity of spirit, and we need to work across nation, and the Canadians, I think, have set a very fine example for this.
Yes.
We have to look to see what we can do to support people, to say to people that, frankly, we have a responsibility to, that we will stand by them, we will try and create safe routes for them. There's issues in terms of refugees that are being created currently in Afghanistan, but in some cases over the borders as well, particularly into Pakistan. We need to work together. We need to understand the scale of the challenge which will emerge out of this. And we need, I think, to be blunt, Aisha, we need a wake-up call that the UN has to have teeth. The UN has been starved of support from too many nations, and I hate to say it, particularly the Americans. It needs to have the clout. It needs to have the financial support. We need to recognise our responsibility, because when you have a situation like this, that question has to be asked. Who is responsible for pulling the world's response together for this? Now, of course, in the West we have NATO as well, and it has a part to play in this. But we cannot let the people in Afghanistan down. And I know some people are asking, what is the point of Parliament sitting on Wednesday? Because we have a voice, we have to express that voice. And we have to implore the UK government to show effective leadership. And to respond to that tweet that you referred to from the First Minister, we all now have to step up to the plate.
And Ian, I mean, Parliament will be recalled. I think a lot of people, we've been speaking to a number of different voices. I mean, people are absolutely distraught about the situation. But what many people have, I suppose, reluctantly, they've begun to acknowledge is that there is a new reality. Whether we like it or not, it does look like the Taliban is about to become the governing force in Afghanistan. Sir Kim Darroch, former British ambassador to America, made this point. Dan Jarvis, he served out in Afghanistan and Iraq. Both of them said, look, reluctantly, the time is going to come that we'll have to recognise the Taliban has power and talk to them, even though they have an abhorrent regime which we have fought against. How do you feel about that?
Well, again, it comes down to the realpolitik of where we are. I have an absolute abhorrence to the Taliban and their ways and what they believe in. I mean, certainly when they were in power previously, they took Afghanistan back into the dark ages, and we need to be a voice of reason, and we need to try and reach out to as far as we can to make sure that does not happen again. And we owe it to the people there. So we need to, that's why I think getting that voice through the UN and others, and I think Pakistan has an important role to play in this as well, and any influence they can bring. We have to try and preach reason. We have to get them to moderate their ways. It is the only card that we have left to play. We have left the field. This has been a political failure. We took the wrong decisions in leaving Afghanistan, but that is done. And it is about how we can seek to protect people as much as we can over the course of the coming days, weeks and months.
Well, Ian, we're very grateful for your time this Sunday evening. Thanks very much for speaking to us on Times Radio. That was Ian Blackford, leader of the SNP group in Westminster. Well, it's just gone 12 minutes past 6. You're listening to Weekend Drive on Times Radio with me, Aisha Hazarika.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
The biggest stories and the biggest guests from politics, business and the arts.
without a doubt, is going to make things worse. It so undermines all that we've done with the Modern Slavery Act. It's horrifying.
Making sense of a changing world.
Everybody gets a sense that something really disturbing is already happening. And I'm hopeful evidence like this is actually going to galvanise action.
The perfect percolation of news, lifestyle, business and culture.
It's kind of like cramming for an exam. It's like, really, you should have been doing the work throughout the year, but you've left it to the night before. So
get it done.
Get on with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pull an all-nighter.
Pull an all-nighter. The world is pulling an all-nighter.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. Tomorrow morning from 6 on Times Radio.
Times Radio with Aisha Hazarika.
Well, welcome back to the show. We are going to leave geopolitics. If anything does break on Afghanistan, we, of course, will bring you all the latest developments. But we are going to segue into our culture segment. We normally do this around this time on a Sunday night. And I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by Grant Tucker.
It's delightful to be here.
Oh, it's nice. You're looking very tanned.
That's a sun-kissed bronzer I've got on. But what is it with you and breaking news? I come in every week and something is happening. You know, NATO's climate change catastrophe. Now we've got Afghanistan falling to chaos. Every time I come in, you have got something chaotic going on.
Queen of breaking everything. A queen of breaking the world.
Wasn't that the White House stormed while you were on here as well?
Yeah, I'm responsible for everything, basically.
You and the Illuminati.
The elite, hardly. Although soon, not the North London metropolitan elite, soon to be the South London metropolitan elite, because I'm moving. We're going to be neighbours.
Next door neighbour. We'll be power walking around the Clapham Common. Can't wait. Have you got your shorts on? Short shorts.
No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody needs to see that. Well, look, let's crack on. We've got lots of great cultural things to talk about over the next 45 minutes. And we're going to begin with a really interesting thing called The Roundabout. Now, this is a portable, really interesting portable pop-up theatre.
Portable loo, then. Hope it's not a portable loo.
Hope it's not a portaloo. I think it's a porta theatre as opposed to a portaloo, and it's from a new writing company, Payne's Plough, and it's set to have a summer season. Guess where?
Go on.
Brixton.
Oh my God, where you're moving.
Where I'm moving
and I'm in
this summer.
Brixton too.
We're going to have to go and see it. We're going to have to see it. Well, joining us now to tell us more about this is Katie Posner, who's the artistic director of Payne's Plough's Roundabout in Waterloo. She joins us now. Hi, Katie.
Hello. I'm actually the joint artistic director of Payne's Plough.
Sorry about that.
No,
just bear with us. There's been so much breaking news today. We're like slightly broken.
How many directors are there?
There's myself and Charlotte Bennett. Okay. We're the joint artistic directors.
Okay. So tell us about what's going on, Katie.
Well, firstly, that made me laugh. It's definitely not a portable toilet. It's definitely...
I apologise.
No, I loved it. I was like, that's hilarious. It's a pop-up theatre. It's like a big yellow dome. It's 165 seat in the round theatre with a super cool lighting rig, really great sound. And we will be popping up in Slade Gardens in Brixton, Payne's Plough, alongside Belgrade, Coventry and Theatre for Hodsey have produced 4 shows in the season, and then alongside that we'll have visiting companies, comedians, like really great community projects, work in progress. So hopefully it will be really good and fun. Please come.
Oh, we'll definitely come, because I'm just about to move to Brixton. So and Grant lives there. It's very exciting. So definitely come. And how are you finding, your world now? Is it returning back to normal? Because of course you've had such a difficult time with the pandemic.
Yeah, it is. It is and it isn't. I guess me and Charlotte took over in 2019 and then the pandemic hit, so we don't really know what normal is. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing being out and making work. You're making it in different circumstances and all, with a wing and a prayer, sort of hoping that nothing happens and we have to shut down for a certain period of time. But it is a joy, and I have to say, the first time that audiences were coming into the Roundabout, I just wanted to cry, because I was like, oh gosh, this is amazing, suddenly to be experiencing live work and being in amongst other people. Roundabout is this brilliant space where you're all sat together. It's a real sort of community vibe. You can't fall asleep because everyone can see you. So it's a really great space.
And Katie, if people want to come and have, I don't know, enter the roundabout? What is the right terminology? Sit on the roundabout? I don't know. What does one do on the roundabout?
Come and see the shows.
Come and see the shows. Where can they get details to get tickets?
So if you go to www.painsplough.com and you click on Brixton, like roundabout Brixton, you have all the details of all the shows, and you can book tickets on that website as well.
Brilliant. Well, Katie, we will definitely be doing that after the show. Grant and I will be coming to Roundabout Brixton.
It's my birthday at the end of the month, so I expect tickets from you, Aisha.
Please do. I'm really excited.
Oh, we will. And listen, congratulations on getting everything off the ground. It's been a really, really difficult time, and it's great to see innovative, exciting pop-up theatre like this back on the scene. So good luck with that. That was Katie Posner from Paynes Ploughs Roundabout.
Say that after a glass of wine.
It's like Peter Pan.
Just pick the pipe up.
Now, on to our next item. Jane is trying to be a hilarious. Jane is trying. I literally can't speak now.
Afghanistan has ruined you.
It has absolutely. I've been broken by the Taliban today, basically.
That's the first time you've ever said that.
Let me tell you about our next item. Jane is Trying is the title of a brilliant new novel, of course, about the life of a woman called Jane. She's eccentric, she's tightly wound, and she's traumatised. She sounds like me right now.
Sounds like you after the show.
And then she discovers that her long-term boyfriend has been unfaithful. Well, what's a girl to do? You've got to pack it all in. You move in with your parents, you quit your high-flying job, and you try and figure it out. Well, the woman behind the novel is the brilliant Izzy Sooty. Izzy is a brilliant stand-up. She's an author. She's a comedian. She and I are good friends. But of course, she's very, very famous for being a brilliant actress and being one of the stars of Peep Show. I spoke to Izzy earlier about her book, Jane is Trying.
It was a really, it's weird because do you have that thing where you still feel like you're about 24 and then when you see people who you used to sort of see a lot a while ago, you go, oh, actually, no, I am really getting older because that feels like yesterday.
Is that how you feel looking at my face right now in the Zoom call?
I've got a self-view on. I haven't hidden self-view, so don't worry. I'm looking at my own face thinking, you are not 24.
We're not 24. But it's really funny because just in our preamble, we're saying that we almost kind of remember each other's sets, don't we?
Yeah, you used to have this brilliant joke, which you may want to do now. I don't want to paraphrase it.
This is my joke about someone shouting out to my brother, "Oi, Bin Laden," and he was like, "No, I've been shopping."
I really remember that because we did some really grim gigs, didn't we? Where there'd be like 2 or 3 people in the audience, we'd be thinking, is it going to go ahead? Then you start to get a feeling of, it's not going to go ahead. Amazing. And then you think, why am I doing this if I don't want it to go ahead? Yeah.
That is the classic benchmark when you're secretly hoping your gig is going to be pulled and you've actually travelled quite a distance to get there.
Yeah, you've lost money essentially, but you're like, I'm going to get a night off. You think, I could have had a night off if I didn't do stand-up for free because I'm right at the beginning of my career and everything. I'm going to go to Slough for, and lose 50 quid on the train and no one's going to come. But I think you just get addicted to it, don't you? It's a bit of a weird, intense relationship.
You do. It's such a strange thing because you say it's quite psychologically traumatic, but once you get the bug, you never lose it and you absolutely love it. But Izzy, you have many, many strings to your bow, as well as being a brilliant, brilliant comedian and stand-up. You're also a comedy writer. You're obviously an acclaimed actress. You've been in Shameless, Damned, Man Down, and of course the iconic Peep Show. But if that wasn't enough, you've now decided to write a novel, and you have written a novel, and many congratulations. It's called Jane is Trying. So tell us all about Jane, and what is Jane trying to do?
Well, it's got 3 meanings, the title. She's trying for a baby at the beginning of the book. She's trying to change because she's quite a worrier. and she's also quite trying at times. So it was really nice to write a central character who was a bit flawed, because I think in the past I've kind of tried to make the main character like nice and kind of funny, and I was like, no, I'm gonna make her quite childish, and she leans on other people the whole time. And so at the beginning you meet her, they're trying for a baby, her and her fiance. He's cheated on her and she finds out, and she finds herself back in her hometown in the Midlands, and her parents are really overprotective and kind of love her, but they also are kind of, I don't know, they're not helping. Everyone in it thinks they can help her, but actually in a way all she needs is to be left alone. And then lots of other things happen to her when she gets home. So it's kind of about her making her way through it.
And how old is Jean?
38.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And in terms of Jean's story, is any of it based on like your own life experiences? Is there sort of a semi-autobiographical element to it?
I don't think you can really avoid that. I was thinking that even things like Philip Pullman or like Game of Thrones, his Dark Materials, you know, even when it's kind of a fantastical creature or a dragon or something, that the dragon probably has like a quality of your neighbour Malcolm without you even knowing it. Like, I don't think you can avoid putting in qualities from people you know and people you don't know that you might have kind of seen on the bus once and think, wow, that's a really crazy habit they've got of doing this. And I love like putting in tiny details about people. And yeah, there are definitely elements of me in Jane and in other characters in it. I'm definitely a bit of a worrier. And I think actually the past year, all of us have realised things about ourselves that we were like, oh, I've spent a lot of time in my own head and I've been faced with this imminent threat and I've got to make loads of decisions every day and kind of weigh up how much joy I'm going to get from a situation versus how much I'm going to worry about, you know, being too close to someone or whatever. So her thing is like, she's got this big fear of hospitals, which I don't have. I quite like hospitals. But she worries about her health. And that's always my Achilles heel, that I know I'm doing too much or I'm stressed. If I start to go, I'm going to Google this symptom. What if this never goes away? What if I get that? And I think Google, the internet's sort of incredible, isn't it? And we can't ever go backwards now. But in some ways, when you're on your own at like 3 a.m. and it can feel very real, can't it? Because
absolutely. Especially when you're like, when you say, particularly during the pandemic, where there's already sort of low to medium to high level anxiety all the time. And the worst thing, as you say, is that 3 a.m. where you're like, I'm just going to do a bit of a deep dive into my slight medical condition. And then before you know it, you're like, oh my God, I may as well condemn myself now.
I know. It's like Jane always has that kind of dialogue going on in her head. So she's always got this list of worries, and it's not just health stuff, it's kind of everything. But I really wanted to, because I think that the book is quite funny. It does deal with some kind of serious issues, I suppose, like that, and trying for a baby, which is, you know, obviously it's been part of my life and part of a lot of my friends' lives. And but I wanted to write about it in, I suppose, my voice. I didn't think, oh, I'm going to write a funny book about anxiety, but it's kind of turned out to be, I think, Jane's voice. She talks directly to the reader a lot of the time and stuff. And I think there are some funny moments where you do have to sometimes laugh and go, look, you know, what could I do? Try and come off the phone, try and go for a walk. It's all, you know, there's this therapist in it called Monica who's sort of really bad and just asks Jane how she's feeling all the time, doesn't really give her any advice. And so I guess it's gently poking fun at the bad end of therapy. And yeah, it was really fun to write, actually. Like, this is my second book, and the first one was memoirs. And I sometimes got really frustrated with that one because it was like a lot of dating stories and stuff. And sometimes I'd worry that like the guy was going to read the book and be like, I didn't say that. And so this was great because you can put all that stuff in, but it's like, this is a character.
Yeah. This is a work of fiction. Any similarity to any person living is entirely coincidental.
Yes.
And in terms of just, you mentioned at the beginning that you wanted to write a character that was not like a perfect woman, like a flawed, complicated, funny, messy sort of person. Do you think that is something we're seeing more of? Because, you know, we are quite socially conditioned, aren't we? And in the dramatic narrative, and as we grow up from being small girls to be like the good girl, and sort of there's this kind of sort of female pressure to be kind of really perfect at everything and achieve in every field of your life. Did you want to kind of do something to sort of push back against that?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like, with Peep Show, actually, one of the reasons I really loved playing Dobby was because she was flawed. And I think that often, especially male writers, and it is changing, as you say, and because there are also more female writers now, and there are more female writers writing their own stuff, like Aisling, for example, or Sarah Pascoe or Mae Martin, you sort of name so many, where it's kind of possibly semi-autobiographical, or at least kind of influenced by their life experiences, maybe, and they make this work of fiction that's really rich. And I May Destroy You as well as a brilliant example, and complicated and messy and really funny and really heartbreaking. I love that stuff. And yes, I think one of the reasons that playing Dobby was so great was because she was flawed. And I think that male writers often, hopefully it's changing, I think it is, have this tendency to be like, oh, it's a lady, she must be nice. So you'd sort of sometimes read a script and it'd be like the girlfriend, and you'd just be like, a pleasant lady. And sort of even the costume would be, I don't know, like a kind of beige vest with a shirt over the top and, you know, jeans, and you'd sort of come in with your hands on your hips and be like, oh, what are you doing now? And it's like, oh God, that's so boring to play. There's nothing in it. There's no push and pull. Sort of, there've been times that I've had to kind of invent my own internal quandary for a character because I've just felt that it's so two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Yes. So it was really lovely to, and there were times that I thought, have I gone too far? She goes home and she's quite snobby about the people at home. And where I'm from in Matlock, there's a real mix of classes. There's one big comprehensive. There is a girls' school, but I didn't know anyone who went there. It was kind of everyone goes to this big comp, and there were people whose parents were solicitors and doctors, and then there were people whose parents had never worked and who, you know, who had really, really tough lives. And we were kind of all together, and I had such a variety of friends. I just wasn't aware of class in a way that I think some people perhaps are from a young age. And I really, really wanted to write about that and community. And there's quite a big element of community action in the book, and of kind of, not in a cheesy way, but I suppose people having a common goal. But when Jane first goes back, she's been working in advertising in London for a long time, and she is quite snobby about being back, and she's like, I'm not going to be back for long. And she bumps into a girl called Kelly who works in the post office, who was in her year, and Kelly really is quite lonely and wants to meet up with her, and Jane's kind of like quite horrible about Kelly's clothes and about her fingernails being painted green, and at times I sort of thought, have I made her unlikable? And I thought, no, I feel like this is a bit of a challenge for me to kind of, and in the end, I think it's worked out because she changes. I think if at the end she was still going, ugh, green fingernails, I'd be like, okay,
if she was still being like really snooty. But what I love about that is there is that truth about it. You know, often people who have been in London for a long time, and you go home, you're like, I'm back to the provinces, and it's you can be a bit of an idiot, right? You can be a bit of a that kind of thing. So, and I love that there is this new generation of women writing characters which, as you say, just are interesting and funny and difficult and complicated and contradictory, because that's what women are like in real life.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what people are like. And I think men have had that for a while in sitcoms and in anything funny, really, haven't they? That they're allowed to be messed up. And if you think of something like Men Behaving Badly, I think of the main two men as kind of being like, oh, you know, were they ever going to grow up? And there's often that thing, isn't there, of like, is he ever going to grow up and take responsibility for himself? And
it feels like we're getting very political now, Izzy.
Yeah, exactly. This is my political bit. This is about as political as I get.
This is satire from Izzy City.
Exactly. And Boris Johnson's like that. And so all of them are.
That was Izzy Sooty on her new novel, Jane is Trying. Now, coming up later on Times Radio, you can hear the latest edition of The Secrets of the Side Hustle at 7 o'clock, followed by Danny in the Valley at 7:30. Then from 10 p.m. this evening, Henry Bonsu will be with us, and he'll have, amongst other things, his news review with Joe Twyman, co-founder of Delta Poll. It's just gone 6:32. Let's get the latest news from Tom Clayton.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Aisha, thank you. Good evening. Some breaking news in the last few minutes as the Reuters news agency is reporting that all commercial flights out of Kabul airports have been suspended and only military personnel may operate from there. We'll have more details as the news develops. Elsewhere today, the Prime Minister has appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Speaking after chairing an emergency Cobra meeting, Boris Johnson's also called on the international community to come together to ensure that the progress of the last 30 years isn't lost, allowing Afghanistan to turn into a breeding ground for terror. The Prime Minister has insisted that ongoing events would have been difficult to avoid.
I think it's fair to say that the US decision to pull out has accelerated things, but this has been in many ways something that has been a chronicle of an event foretold. We've known for a long time that this was the way things were going, and as I said before, this is a mission whose military component really ended for the UK in 2014.
Currently, it's being reported that Taliban militants have entered the Afghan capital, Kabul, and have now taken control of the presidential palace. Earlier, the Reuters news agency reported that President Ashraf Ghani's left the country amid transfer of power. A delegation from Afghanistan's government is travelling to Doha for talks with senior Taliban officials. Elsewhere today, prayers have been said for the 5 victims of the Plymouth shooting as the community comes together in mourning. A church in Keam, close to the scene, used a Sunday service to remember those who killed on Thursday, while a special prayer has been written by the Bishop of Exeter. Elsewhere, the UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's down by around 3,000 on yesterday and 6,000 on the previous day. 61 more deaths have been reported in the last 28 days of a positive test. And Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of schedule. The weather: showers affecting northern Scotland, while some patchy rain is expected across Northern Ireland, Wales, northern and western England. Mostly dry elsewhere with broken clouds and sunny spells, feeling warm across central and eastern England. In the Premier League, Tottenham overcome the absence of striker Harry Kane to beat the side he's been heavily linked with this summer. Son Heung-min's goal was enough to beat Manchester City 1-0. And in the second test between England and India, it's finally poised heading into the final day tomorrow at Lord's. The tourists will resume on 181 for 6, leading by 154 runs.
This is Times Radio.
Well, it's time now to find out what lies ahead on breakfast tomorrow with Stig Abel. Hi, Stig.
Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm all right. It's been a busy old weekend, particularly with the tragic, but the sort of breakneck speed with which everything is happening in Afghanistan. I mean, I presume you'll be dedicating a lot of the programme to this tomorrow.
We'll be live in Afghanistan. I've just had to go on a meeting saying we probably have to be live on call in Afghanistan because it seems, as you say, things are changing hour by hour. But we're going to try and pull back a little bit because it is extraordinary, however you look at this, that the US intelligence, particularly the US intelligence, but I'm sure the UK intelligence service as well, was saying 2 months ago it would take the Taliban at least 3 months to get through the country. Even 2 weeks ago saying the Taliban aren't getting close to Kabul. And of course, there they are. I can't think of it. I mean, it seems like it's just an absolutely catastrophic technical failure of US government particularly, as well as a moral one. It's almost hard to fathom.
It is, and I completely agree with you. I mean, I was actually speaking to a few experts quite recently who were saying, and actually somebody was kind of slightly chiding me, saying, don't assume that the Taliban are going to make these advances. The Afghan army is actually a lot stronger than people think. But that was for the birds, right?
Yeah, and look, you and I are never going to be experts in this, but one of the things we can do is continually try and find out information for ourselves and our listeners. And it's been put to me, and we'll explore this a bit tomorrow, is that have the Afghan army been trained in a certain way that relies upon US support? And once that US support disappears, maybe they can't do anything. I mean, it's been put as baldly as that to me, and I don't know how true that is, but it is absolutely catastrophic what we're seeing. And I don't know about you, it does sort of kick you in the guts, this story, doesn't it? Because it's so close to 20 years since 9/11. We went in, the US and the UK went into Afghanistan, and it is now more than plausible. It is entirely likely that the 20th anniversary of 9/11 is going to see the Taliban in a stronger position than they were 20 years beforehand. And the loss of life, the trillions of dollars and pounds spent, and also the complete lack of a solution. Dominic Raab's returning from holiday. We're going to get the whole UN are going to meet and do nothing because it's compromised. NATO will have conversations but do nothing. The US don't want this anymore. They don't want to be there. So they're going to actually cut and run. UK have to follow on the shirt tails of the US. It's a real grim story, this. And I'm sorry you've had to do it over the weekend. We'll be talking about it all week, but we could be looking at the legacy. I mean, how does this legacy get better?
Absolutely. I mean, I spoke with a senior politician, Ian Blackford, at the top of the hour, and he actually used, I thought, a very powerful word. He said he felt, and I think so many people feel this way, helpless, absolutely helpless. Yeah. And there really isn't very much anybody can do. We can talk very eloquently and very passionately about how painful and maybe how pointless this endeavour is, but the truth is things have changed. Lisa Nandy was on my show. She said, look, if you had asked me the question even 24 or 48 hours ago about should we maybe go back in, she said I maybe would have considered it. She said now we're in a new reality, and I think that is particularly interesting. And I think the question now, Stig, is, and I'll be really interested to see your take on this and where you take this tomorrow. We had Sir Kim Darroch on the phone. We had Jan Jarvis, who served out there. Both of them said reluctantly, we're going to have to talk to the Taliban now. After all this fighting, we're going to have to engage with them.
Well, that's a fair point. And actually, it actually conceals a broader point, which is they've been talking to them for some time. There is a peace deal with the Taliban in place. This is not the Taliban eventually being brought to the table. They've been at the table or near the table for some time. Unfortunately, they'll go from negotiating with a point of some degree of weakness with the whole of the Western allies against them to a position of utter strength. Because if they look at everyone in the eyes and go, well, we know the US aren't coming back, we know the UK aren't coming back, and actually we've proved that the Afghan army can do absolutely nothing in the face of what appears to be not very many Taliban fighters. From a negotiating position, then they've gone from nothing to holding the whip hand, and that's the problem, because then you can go to the Taliban and have conversations, but where is their impetus to do anything? Where is their impetus to enter the 21st century, which they just simply will not do? So then the impact on women in Afghanistan and children growing up in Afghanistan is absolutely appalling. So there is a peace treaty being negotiated. There's a peace process underway. And that has been underway for some time, which makes the decision of America to come out to hit a date, to hit an anniversary, even more extraordinary, because they haven't taken them up to the peace process. If the Americans had stayed in, there'd been a form of peace process, and the Taliban go back around the table. And after that point, they then take over the country. Then there'd be less moral culpability. But to leave before that had even been settled seems to me to be extraordinary. I don't know what you make about what it means for Biden. All those headlines, America is back.
Oh, I know.
All the adults are back in the room. Donald Trump's gone. Here comes Joe Biden. And I don't understand, because he seems to be doubling down, doesn't he? He doesn't seem to be moving off this.
He does. We spoke to an expert who basically said that that he'd actually priced this in. I mean, one of the experts did make a good point, which was when Obama was in power and Obama increased the number of troops in Afghanistan, Joe Biden was dead against that, and that he has made a political calculation that he will take a hit in the short run, but in the long run, it's more importantly for him to concentrate on domestic.
Yeah. I think there was a thing, and maybe Dominic Lawson said this in the Sunday Times today, that he's appealing to Trump voters here, and he in the end he will say, I don't care what happens to Afghan lives. I care what happens to US lives, and I'm not going to have soldiers in the US soldiers in Afghanistan in harm's way. And he maybe thinks that's a message that plays domestically.
Yeah, America first. I mean, just bring you another bit of breaking news. US citizens who have been told to head to Kabul airport are now being told to shelter in place. So that gives you just a flavour of how frightening things are on the ground for people trying to get out. Well, look, Stig, you'll be covering this in depth tomorrow on The Breakfast Show, doing it with a lot of wisdom and probably a bit of wit as well, if that's possible, on this subject. Do tune in tomorrow morning, 6 to 10 a.m. You can catch Stig, Abel and Asma Mayer on Times Radio Breakfast. Well, we're going to leave the world of geopolitics and we're going to return to culture. I think we do need a bit of a laugh, don't we, Grant?
Yeah, we need something other than the Taliban, I think. That's my general view on life. We need more in life than the Taliban.
We do. Time to put the fun into fundamentalism right now. I know, and I can say it.
It's not a stand-up show now,
Aisha. I'm Muslim. I can say it. It's fine. No one's going to cancel me. Well, they probably will, but I'm here now. God, who knows? Well, our next guest has been wearing... Now, this is a guest I think you're going to have a lot in common with, Grant. Our next guest has been wowing international audiences with his unique comedy style, which is informed by his unique cultural heritage. Ignacio Lopez is a Spanish and Welsh comedian who describes himself as Spain's best export. I thought you described yourself as Wales's best export.
We've got a lot in common.
I think, and also you look. Sometimes people think you look quite Spanish.
I have got very dark features, and I've got a dark beard as well. So, when I go to Spain, it's one of those. Whenever I'm on holiday, people start coming up to me and immediately speaking Spanish.
Dos cerveza, por favor. Yeah. Well, Ignacio joins us now. Hi, Ignacio.
Hi, Aisha. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Tell us what you're up to. And you're back out touring.
I am, yes. I mean, right now, I've listened to your, political conversation and just thought, I followed worse. I followed more intense situations on stage.
It wasn't the best warm-up act, was it?
Not well. Look, I'm just happy to be out gigging again, to be honest. I would follow anything at this stage. It doesn't matter where in the world it is. If those flights open back up again, I'll do a gig in Kabul, no problem.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Absolutely, man. It's interesting you say about going out to Spain and people talking Spanish, because that's what English people say every time they go to Wales. They walk in the pub and immediately everyone starts talking Welsh, don't they? So
that is very true.
Situation.
Do the Welsh and the Spanish share a very similar sense of humour or not?
I think so. I think that there's a lot more in common between Spanish and Welsh people, and even British humour is very common as well. What I like to do with my comedy is just show how similar we all are. Apart from the drinking culture, obviously you guys are absolutely unbelievable. It's disgraceful. But apart from that, we're very, very similar people, I think.
I'm sorry, the Spanish can drink a lot. When I first went to Spain, cheap red wine and Coca-Cola was what I was introduced to.
Yeah, true, man. Well, the thing is, like with the red wine as well, we just drink better quality drinks, I think. We drink a good red wine in Spain. It's a lot cheaper. Come over here, a bottle of wine which costs €2 in Spain is like £20. But on the plus side,
Aisha's looking at flights right now.
To be fair, out in Spain, though, a bottle of Strongbow is like 40 quid, so €40. So it swings and roundabouts. It all mixes up and works out.
Aisha's cancelling her flights now. She can't get a Strongbow.
Is that your drink of choice, Aisha? Is Strongbow?
Well, after the day I've had, Ignacio, anything would be my drink of choice.
Absolutely.
Frankly. It's been one of those. But listen, tell us about your fantastic cultural heritage. This Spanish, Welsh. It's a fantastic, but as you say, quite unique combination.
Yeah, it's a mix. My family is very, very complicated, very mixed. So I grew up in Mallorca, and I call my mum Welsh, even though she's half Welsh and half Irish. So I've got an Irish grandfather, and I know everyone's got an Irish grandfather because, Ireland's biggest export is grandfathers. I understand that. So he doesn't really count. I don't count him.
Have you got your passport yet, Ignacio?
Yeah, well, I'm very fortunate that I've got a Spanish passport. I'm good to go. My girlfriend's just pressuring me to get married, I think, so we can enjoy the benefits of that. But it's my family very mixed. My father grew up in Morocco, so we got Moroccan thrown up in there as well. He grew up in Meknes, but I grew up in Mallorca. I've got a half German sister because Spanish people are very promiscuous. So my father, he's out there. There's more Lopez's in the world than McDonald's, and I think that's a big part of that is my father's doing. But my family is like a meeting of the UN. We get together. We need translators. It's very complicated.
Do you all have headphones on?
Exactly. That's it. And
Ignacio, you say that Lopez's are very. Do you think you might have any relation to J-Lo?
Maybe. I mean, long way down the line, because Spain, obviously, we conquered the world, a good part of it, very similar to the UK as well. So I talk a lot about that in my last show, which was about like empires and Spanish history, which is available to listen to on Apple Music and Spotify, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, Jennifer Lopez, I mean, she's, Hispanic, Latina. And I like going out to America and doing shows out there as well. Very different sense of humor again, but again, fun people and mixing it with the culture.
And like a lot of people during lockdown, you focused on heavy drinking. And I saw that you had made you were teaching people how to make the perfect sangria. So you can teach me and Aisha how to make one?
Absolutely, man. Well, look, I put out a video, but the recipe, if you want the secret ingredient, people have to sign up to my mailing list. And I'm on social media and everything.
You can't tease us like that.
When you go off the air, I'll tell you both.
Okay.
It's okay. You're in the club now.
Okay, we're in the club. We're in the club, Ignacio. So Ignacio, so you grew up in Mallorca, and then
yes.
Did you like live in Spain? I mean, in Wales. Like, when did you how did you explore your sort of Welsh heritage and stuff?
Well, I've been back and forth my whole life. Like, I went to, we used to visit family in Wales. We used to come on our summer holidays to Wales. I mean, have you both been on holiday to Spain?
Yes, lovely, sunny, warm.
Was it like? Can you imagine that in reverse? It's pretty depressing, to be honest with you. Like, I love Wales and I love the people and the culture, but the whole of the UK is very grey, isn't it? It's such a grey place.
Particularly this year.
Oh man, you had like 4 days of super sunshine, and that was the last of the EU-funded sunshine. Is gone now, so everyone needs to get back to enjoying the rain once again.
And Ignacio, when you first got to Wales, I mean, the language in Wales is very interesting, isn't it? And the written language. Well, it is. How did you find that to navigate?
Welsh is, it's surprisingly easy for anyone who isn't English, I think, because it's a phonetic language. So you learn, once you've learned the alphabet, you know how to pronounce it all. Whereas, English I find quite complicated because you've got very strange sayings. You say things in English like, it's raining cats and dogs. You hear that?
Yes.
It's raining cats and dogs. That's very peculiar for a Spanish person. It's a nice, delightful way of describing how terrible your weather is using your pets. And there's a Welsh language saying, which I can say for you as well, hopefully. You can tell me if I get it right or not, Grant. It's Mai hin buru hen ragi da fin. Which means it's raining or ladies and sticks. Have you heard that one before?
No, but I'm going to use it now.
So in English, it's raining cats and dogs. In Wales, it's raining or ladies and sticks. And in Spain, we say, don't go to the UK, it sounds crazy. Right? It's raining, all kinds of stuff over there. Wear a hard hat. A sombrero is not going to cut it.
And the booze is terrible. The wine is absolutely terrible as well. Yeah. Well, Ignacio, it's been such a pleasure speaking to you. If we want to come and see you perform, where can we find information about that? Where are you performing?
I'm all over the UK. Lots of gigs up north because my agent is from up north and he's very lazy. So he's booked me lots of gigs up in places like Liverpool, Newcastle, Manchester, Blackpool. But I'm also doing London. I'm doing down south. I'm doing Poole and Neath, the wonderful town of Neath. If nobody's heard of it in South Wales, and you can get tickets for all of these shows. Have you?
I've been to Neath because I used to work for the MP for Neath, a man called Peter Hain. So
I know Peter. Yeah, sure.
He's and I did a big tour of former coal mining communities as in my 20s. That was my gig.
Amazing.
But I love Neath. Neath's great. I've been to loads of pubs in Neath.
For listeners, Neath is very rough.
Legendary stories of Neath. It is a bit rough. I wouldn't go out in Neath after the rugby. That's, I definitely come to see my show in Neath. If you're in Wales, if you're in South Wales, the only place you can see my talk show is in Neath. I'm not doing Cardiff or Swansea because I play those places all the time. I want to play Neath, which is one of my favorite places. And if people want to book, comedylopez.com, because nobody can spell or remember Ignacio, so I just go by Comedy Lopez on all of social media as well, and my website.
Well, Ignacio, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak with you. Good luck with your tour, and let's hope it's not raining old ladies and sticks for the rest of it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on. Well, next up, we're going to be talking about the Women's Prize for Fiction, and that's all coming up just after this.
Early breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Invest your way. Every weekday morning from 5, listen to Times Radio for a fresh take on all the stories making the morning headlines, reviewing the front pages you're waking up to, and making sure you start the day well informed. Plus, keep ahead of all the markets with updates, analysis, and insight with Times Radio's daily dedicated business bulletin. Early breakfast on Times Radio with Nutmeg. Invest your way. Visit nutmeg.com. As with all investing, your capital is at risk.
Aisha Hazarika on Times Radio.
Now, the annual Women's Prize for Fiction is one of the UK's most prestigious literary prizes. It's awarded to a female author of any nationality for the best original full-length novel written in English and published in the United Kingdom in the preceding year. It's always brilliant. It's always great in terms of spotting, the sort of sun lounger books that you must be reading. And ahead of the winner being announced early next month, Sky News presenter, who's one of the 6 judges on the panel, Sarah Jane Mee, joins us now. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Aisha. How are you?
Good. It's so nice to talk to you. Thanks so much for coming on. So what's it been like to be a judge?
It has been fantastic. It's been a real good opportunity for me to fall back in love with reading fiction. I used to love reading fiction books, but obviously you'll know this. Being a journalist, you read so much non-fiction. You're constantly reading newspapers, non-fiction books, blogs, articles, things like that. So this was a real great opportunity for me and a perfect time because I was reading all these books. I read over 70
Oh, wow.
during lockdown and maternity leave.
Wow.
So, so I was doing quite a juggle, but it was perfect escapism.
That's what I totally know what you mean, because I think when you're a journalist, particularly like us, like political and news, your brain almost becomes quite hardwired to only sort of taking in fact and just sort of it's almost quite hard to sort of read fiction. I mean, I love fiction, but it does take me a bit of time to get into it. So 70 novels. Grant, could you do that?
I definitely couldn't do 70 novels. But I'd just read the first chapter and the last chapter and judge it solely on that, which is why I'm not asked to do these things.
Don't ever ask Grant to be a book judge. So look, tell us about the shortlist.
Well, the shortlist is basically a fantastic snapshot of women's fiction writing at the moment for the last year. We've got everything on there. I sort of describe it to people as a mini library. If you want to know what books to read, you basically get these 6 books. They're so varied in terms of authors. We've got US authors, English authors, one from Ghana, one from Barbados. We've got a book that's set in a fantasy realm. We've got one in rural England. We've got one set in the underbelly of Barbados. It's a real varied list. Piranesi, Susanna Clarke, that's the one that's the fantasy book. And this is what I love about the Women's Fiction Prize. It opens you up to books you wouldn't necessarily pick up, but it comes with a stamp of approval. We have read this and we say it's brilliant. Now, I would never have picked up Piranesi just because it comes under the fantasy genre. But I was pleasantly surprised and loved this book. And that's what I mean. It's just a really good library. And trust us, we've read so many books. These really are the best of women's fiction over the last year. We've got No One Is Talking About This by Patricia Lockwood, a US author. It's her debut novel. And this is a really timely one, I think, because the novel in a nutshell is basically about social media versus reality. It's all about this woman who's caught up in her online life and she's all over the internet posting all the time, but then she gets pulled back into reality by something that happens with her.
It sounds like me. That sounds like me.
It's a really interesting book. Then we've got Unsettled Ground by Claire Fuller. And that's a really interesting book because it's written about a topic that's not often discussed in fiction, which is rural poverty in England.
Sounds quite intense, that one.
It is quite intense, but it's beautifully done. It's about a brother and sister relationship. And basically it's what happens to you when everything you know is taken away. Their mother dies and they live on a farm. And it's done in a really tender, loving way, but it's quite a difficult subject. And Claire Fuller treats it with such beauty. And like I said, it's something that you don't really read a lot about in fiction. So I found that really interesting. What else have we got?
And how rowdy do these judges' meetings get? Do you really argue your case for the books that you love?
Yeah, well, it was quite difficult because obviously COVID. So we couldn't get together as much as we would like to. We did our first discussion for the long list over Zoom, which was really interesting because we've all done meetings on Zoom now,
Death
haven't
by
we?
Zoom,
It's the
yes.
sort of, it's a sort of you're trying to interrupt. So we sort of got into a system where we put our hands up if we wanted to interrupt someone to really argue our point.
Unless it was unlike Handford Parish Council. Remember that Zoom meeting? Read the standing orders.
There was none
Were you
of
the
that.
Jackie Weaver of the group then,
No,
Sarah?
we all had the authority. I would like to point out we all had the authority shared equally. But then to discuss the shortlist, restriction had been lifted, so I got to get together in the same room as my wonderful judges. I mean, Bernardine Evaristo, fantastic author. Vic Hope, who's just taken over Drive Time on Radio 1. Elizabeth Day, the author, and Nesri Malik, the Guardian journalist. So a really powerhouse group of women. So it was lovely to get into a room with them and really talk about and fight for the books we wanted on the shortlist. And everybody got a fair say, and we're really happy with the final books.
And Sarah, remind us of the date when the winner is announced.
Oh, it's been scribbled out of my diary so many times because of COVID. We have to keep delaying it. But the final date, the winner will be announced on Wednesday, September the 8th.
And that's going to be an in-person awards, is it, hopefully?
It is, yes. We're having, the day before, we're having lots of readings of the shortlist. We're trying to make it into a real celebration of the shortlist because, of course, everything's been so pared back because of COVID. So the day before, we're having a celebration of the shortlist, and then an in-person award ceremony on Wednesday, September the 8th. We don't know who the winner is yet. We only decide literally the night before.
Oh, it's going to be very, very exciting. and Sarah Jane, you know, having immersed yourself in all these books, and you're obviously an avid reader, 70 books, so impressive. Has it made you think, oh, maybe I've got a wee novel in me?
Well, do you know what? I must admit, I was listening to your conversation before, and I think I found the title of my first novel. It's Raining Old Ladies and Sticks. What a great title for a novel.
I feel it feels very appropriate. I did like an hour special on the menopause last night, so I feel that's a very, very appropriate.
I think we always think we've got a book in us. I've definitely got one in there. I've just got to find the time to write it. 24-hour news and a new baby. There's not much time.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm so impressed with, you know, you've obviously put in such a brilliant shift being a judge, you know, reading all the books properly, not doing what Grant would have done, which is just basically
skim reading.
Yeah, well, listen, we're so grateful for your time this evening, Sarah Jane. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for the winner of the annual Women's Prize for Fiction. That was Sarah Jane Mee, Sky News presenter and one of the judges for the Women's Prize. Well, that's it for me. In fact, that's it for me for a little while. I'm going to be back with you. I'm having a wee break. I'm moving. I'll be back on September the 11th. Carol Walker will be sitting in for me. Thank you so much to my team today, to Kate, to Rosemary, to Tamaya. Thank you so much to Grant Tucker for being in the studio as well.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Hello, good evening and welcome, dear listeners. This is Henry Bonsu in for Kate Borsay on Times Radio, keeping you company right through till 1 tomorrow morning. First, let's get the news with Daryl Jackson.
Thank you, Henry. Good evening. The Taliban have reached Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, and have taken over the presidential palace. Afghanistan's President Ashraf Ghani has fled the country, saying the Taliban have won. A spokesman from the militant group has told the Associated Press they're holding talks with the aim of forming an open, inclusive Islamic government. The UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting on Afghanistan tomorrow. Boris Johnson says the whole world needs to keep talking.
More importantly, I think, is this international effort now, bring the UN Security Council together to look at the situation, to look back at 20 years of effort and achievement in Afghanistan, and to make sure that we don't throw those gains away.
Well, meanwhile, the Prime Minister's also appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Boris Johnson says he's confident of the safe return of all British nationals from Afghanistan.
The numbers of UK nationals there are not enormous. And of course, the vast bulk of the embassy staff and the officials there are already now outside Afghanistan. But what we'll do is we'll keep going with the teams that we have to process as many applications that we have in the time available.
Many Afghan people are fleeing the country for fear of Taliban violence and suppression of human rights. Pakistan, Turkey, Uzbekistan and India have all seen refugees attempting to seek asylum, as well as Afghan citizens. Political figures and lawmakers have also fled the nation as the Taliban take control. Emotions are high at New Delhi airport, with one woman who had fled Afghanistan saying she feared for those left behind.
I can't believe the world abandoned Afghanistan. Our friends are going to get killed. They're going to kill us. Our women are not going to have any more rights. And that's all. I can talk another day.
Some breaking news, within the last few minutes, a spokesperson for the Taliban political office has told Al Jazeera, "We won't allow anyone to use our lands to target anyone, and we don't want to harm others." It goes on to say, "We don't interfere with others' affairs, and we won't allow interference in our affairs." And it ends with, "We have reached what we were seeking, the freedom of our country and the independence of our people." Well, despite the unrest, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says it was the right move to pull military forces out of the country.
In the 19th century, the British were there. We've now been there far longer than they have. In the 20th century, the Russians were there. We've now been there twice as long as they have. As a strategic matter, there is nothing that our strategic competitors would like more than to see us bogged down and mired in Afghanistan for another 5, 10, 20 years. That is not in the national interest.
In other news this evening, some of the police cordons set up in Keyham in Plymouth after Thursday night shootings have now been lifted. Officers are said to have completed their inquiries at a number of the scenes. 17 Biddick Drive will remain a secured scene, though, and forensic examinations will remain ongoing at that location over the coming days. The number of people known to have died after a major earthquake in Haiti has risen to 724, with 2,800 injured. The magnitude 7.2 quake hit on Saturday morning in the south of the country. Rescuers are trying to find survivors amid the rubble ahead of a potential deluge from the approaching tropical storm. The UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's down by around 3,000 on yesterday and 6,000 on the previous day. 61 more deaths have also been reported within 28 days of a positive test. And Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for a parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of when it should have been. Mr. Trudeau's leadership is strong after COVID-19 vaccination rates and a post-pandemic economic rebound. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a few showers in the east at first and also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Defending Premier League champions Manchester City have lost their opening fixture of the new campaign 1-0 at Tottenham Hotspur. Elsewhere, West Ham beat Newcastle 4-2. And the second test between England and India is finally poised to head into the final day tomorrow at Lord's. The tourists will resume on 181 for 6, leading by 154 runs. And we'll have a full update in half an hour.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
At 5 minutes past 10 for a Sunday evening. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Henry Bonsu, sitting in for Kate Borsay once again. It's been a busy old news day, hasn't it? And on the show tonight, we'll keep you up to date with developments in Afghanistan, where we're hearing the Taliban is promising an open, inclusive Islamic government. As it's now accepted, they will indeed assume power in Kabul after US troops were withdrawn. More on the story imminently with Henry Zeffman, chief political correspondent for The Times, and our Washington correspondent Alistair Dauber. Following the murders of 5 people in Plymouth on Thursday, it appears gun licensing regulation will come under intense scrutiny in coming weeks too. Crime and security editor Fiona Hamilton will tell us more before 10:30. At 11 in the property section, Property Panel, we'll talk bidding wars in the rental market. And then, remember the home improvement show Changing Rooms, jungle-themed rooms and MDF? Well, it's back. We'll find out what the Channel 4 version has to offer. After midnight, my guest Joe Twyman of Delta Pole will help me look at tonight's breaking stories and the week ahead. And before that, we'll scour Monday's front pages with the Times' Arti Nachipan and the Eye's Jane Merrick. Before all that, Times Radio's been covering events in Afghanistan throughout this busy day. Here's some of what you may have missed. Former Tory party leader Ian Duncan Smith told Breakfast the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan would undo all the good work carried out by the West over the last 20 years.
My problem, I'm afraid, is all the good that we've done is likely to be undone by this dreadful organisation, the Taliban, who will almost certainly impose their very extreme views.
Speaking to Aisha Hazarika on Drive, Lisa Nandy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, criticised Boris Johnson and the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab for going on holiday during a crisis.
It's quite incredible that we've had a Prime Minister and a Foreign Secretary who've gone AWOL during a foreign policy crisis of this magnitude. My first priority would be to not just evacuate British nationals from Afghanistan, but to stop dragging my feet and to get all those Afghans who have supported the British Army, the British media, NGOs and the British government over the last 20 years out of Afghanistan.
Also on Drive, Ro Jacobi, a fellow at the Human Security Centre who used to live in Afghanistan and arrived in the UK as a refugee, said he feared for the Afghan people.
So my feeling is bewildered, angry, feeling betrayed and deeply worried about what is going through in Afghanistan, and also specifically about the Afghan people who are facing an uncertain future, and I'm worried and I dread darker days await.
Just some of Times Radio's extensive coverage of Afghanistan today. Much more to come. On with the show.
This is Times Radio.
First tonight, it's looking as if a full-scale return to Taliban rule in Afghanistan is inevitable after a day of incredibly fast-moving events in which the government in Kabul collapsed, the Western-backed president fled, and fighters entered his palace, claiming victory for their Islamic emirate. Taliban leaders have said they'll settle for nothing less than absolute power, dismissing calls to accept a transnational government to oversee a peaceful transfer of control. Boris Johnson conceded that the Taliban would be Afghanistan's next rulers. Speaking after an emergency Cobra meeting this afternoon to discuss the crisis, the Prime Minister called for a united position from the West.
I think it's very important that the West collectively should work together to get over to that new government, be it by the Taliban or anybody else, that nobody wants Afghanistan once again to be a breeding ground for terror.
Well, British troops have arrived in Kabul to help the operation to evacuate British embassy staff. Parliament is being recalled on Wednesday to discuss the crisis. Henry Zeffman is the Times chief political correspondent. Good evening, Henry.
Evening, Henry. Good to be with you.
I know, Henry, I know that threw me for a second. But listen, let's get back to the main point here, because that call for a united position seems to have been the PM's main message after this meeting. But I'm just wondering, what exactly does that mean, a united position? And who needs to unite?
Well, yeah, that was a little bit unclear, because at one point he was talking about the United Nations and then a slightly smaller group, NATO. But at another point in his interview this evening, he talked about a united position among the like-minded. So I think what he's really trying to do there is keep NATO pretty much of one mind on this. What the government really doesn't want to happen is for one or two countries to start peeling off and recognising the Taliban as the new legitimate government of Afghanistan before the group is all willing to do that together. Now, clearly, eventually, there is going to have to be a recognition that the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan. That's very unlikely to change anytime soon. But I think Boris Johnson is just trying to sort of slam the diplomatic brakes on a little bit. And given how dizzyingly quickly things have changed in Afghanistan, just make sure that none of the UK's allies, let alone less friendly countries do anything they would see as a bit hasty.
You mentioned less friendly countries. Let me name 3 elephants in the room: China, Russia and Iran. If the NATO countries, led by the US and Britain, don't recognise the Taliban, will they care? Because they're getting support from China, Russia and tacitly from Iran.
They probably won't. And that is going to be one of the fascinating developments of the next few days and weeks and months, is how pugnacious, I suppose, the Taliban becomes on the international stage, and also how quickly they become so. Because, look, bear in mind, the speed of the Taliban's takeover of Afghanistan has clearly bewildered the West, and it's been a huge failure of military intelligence, both in the United States and in the United Kingdom. But plenty of wise heads in both countries were expecting the Taliban to eventually take over Afghanistan as a result, or as a sort of byproduct of Joe Biden's decision to remove the remaining American forces. So there are people all around the Western Alliance, if you want to call it that, who have been thinking about the question of how to deal with a return to Taliban government of Afghanistan for some time. But look, they certainly weren't thinking it was going to happen this quickly. I mean, just a few days ago, there were sort of dark warnings out of America that the Taliban might be able to take over Afghanistan within 90 days. Clearly, things have moved very, very rapidly from there. And so I think most people, would confess to not really being sure how things are going to play out diplomatically from here.
Well, so we've seen a failure of intelligence when it comes to the Taliban takeover, the speed of it. How credible is the intelligence on the kind of Taliban that is going to take power? How different will it be from the people who were kicked out of power in 2001?
Well, you used that word inclusive in your introduction earlier. Yeah. I don't think anyone believes that when the Taliban say they're going to establish an inclusive government, that will adhere to a definition of inclusivity that will be recognised by most observers. There was a sort of this idea doing the rounds today, not least from a Taliban spokesman who extraordinarily called into BBC News and was...
Oh, is this Mr. Shaheen, Suhail Shaheen?
Exactly.
Yes.
And he was speaking from Doha, where the Taliban have been effectively operating for some time. He was speaking very eloquently about how actually, the Taliban government was going to be, good to the people of Afghanistan. People would not be oppressed. Women would not be oppressed. I don't think any serious observers I've spoken to or heard from today are taking that especially seriously. But there is a question of time frame, of how quickly the Taliban might, revert to or become something much more akin to the pre-2001 state that it ran. Got to bear in mind, of course, Western forces are getting out of Afghanistan very quickly as we speak, but there are still, a fair number there. The British ambassador is in Kabul airport right now. So, one of the most immediate questions is how long is the Taliban going to allow Sir Laurie Bristow, that British ambassador, British diplomats, equivalent diplomats from America and a few other countries, to manage the safe evacuation of their citizens? To what extent will they allow them to also evacuate the Afghan interpreters who we've heard about, Afghan students with scholarships to come to the UK next month on a scholarship programme? At what point will they draw their line and say, okay, we're in charge now, get out or play by our rules? That's one of the really important questions of the next few days.
Yeah, especially if you take Mr. Shaheen at his word when he says the Taliban believes no one should leave the country because, quotes, we need all the talents and capacity, we need all of us to stay in the country and participate.
Right, and that's clearly there, drawing a distinction between British or American or non-Afghan citizens, getting out of the country pretty quickly, and the idea that they might, as Boris Johnson has been promising this evening to do, take people with them who, certainly many Brits would feel a lot of those Afghans who helped the army, helped journalists, helped NGOs over the last 2 decades, are absolutely deserving of British aid.
And some of whom we've heard,
refuge.
and some of whom have been rejected on spurious grounds by the Home Office. And so people will be very, very angry if we see much more reporting of this in the coming days, and if some of those people come to harm. Just something else, Henry. So Parliament's going to be recalled on Wednesday. How much weight should we attach to this? Is it going to achieve anything?
No. In a word, the last time Parliament was recalled, recalls of Parliament are very rare. The last time it was recalled to discuss a matter of foreign policy was in 2014, when David Cameron recalled the Commons to approve airstrikes against ISIS in Iraq. But look, crucially, what was happening then was he was asking the House of Commons to approve a foreign policy measure, a military measure. This time, Boris Johnson is not, unless things change dramatically in the next couple of days, he is not asking the House of Commons to do anything except, in the parlance of the House of Commons, take note of the situation in Afghanistan. So I suspect what we will see over the 5 or so hours of House of Commons debate on Wednesday is MP after MP on both sides of the aisle lamenting what has happened. But there is a big difference between recalling Parliament to wring hands about how bad something is and recalling Parliament to do something about it. Not that there are many people who think that Boris Johnson could do something about it at this point, but if you want a symbol of British impotence after 2 decades of involvement in this war, British impotence to stop the Taliban, who were there at the start, regaining control 2 decades on, Wednesday is a very good example of that.
You've used the word impotence a couple of times, so I'm going to do a little segue, as we say in the radio industry, maybe unkind. Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, getting attacked, criticised for going on holiday in the middle of a crisis. I presume he's coming back, but he's going to get hammered, isn't he?
He already is being. He's on his way back today. Over the course of today, there were more and more people starting to just pose the question, where actually is Dominic Raab? I haven't heard from him speaking about Afghanistan, at least, for more than a week as of this morning. Tom Tugendhat, who's a Conservative MP, foreign affairs specialist, said this morning, we haven't heard from the Foreign Secretary in about a week, despite this being the single biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez, so I don't know what the Foreign Office is thinking. Early in the afternoon, Dominic Raab put out a tweet saying that he'd spoken to the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, another country that's very crucial in all of this. And pretty soon afterwards, the Foreign Office announced that Dominic Raab was, in fact, on holiday abroad, but was on his way back. I don't know whether he's got back now, but he's on his way back today. But of course, lots of people piling in to criticise him for that. I think perhaps one which will wound the most is a man we don't hear from that often these days, George Robertson, who was Labour Defence Secretary for the first couple of years of the Blair government, and then became Secretary General of NATO, including during the invasion of Afghanistan by NATO forces. And he said, it is stunning that the Foreign Secretary would stay on holiday as our mission in Afghanistan disintegrated. The horrors unfolding with every minute demand focused attention from the top. The fact that the Foreign Secretary is missing in action shows graphically the lack of purpose in our government's attitude to what we set out to do 20 years ago.
Not mincing his words there, Henry. We're going to have to leave it there.
Yeah, I think that will sting.
Yeah, we'll leave that one hanging there pregnantly. Henry Zeffman, Chief Political Correspondent of The Times, thank you very much. It's 19 minutes past 10. And meanwhile, we haven't heard much from Joe Biden today, but the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has been doing the rounds of political TV shows to defend the US mission in Afghanistan. He's been trying to counter comparisons between what's happening now in Kabul and the humiliating fall of Saigon 46 years ago. The withdrawal was deliberately timed by the White House to coincide with the 20th anniversary of September the 11th. But it now seems that everything that could possibly go wrong has gone wrong. Alistair Dorber is Washington correspondent for The Times. Hi, Alistair.
Hi, Henry. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Really hot on this story, I'm going to tell you. I mean, Joe Biden thought he would get praise with this, but he's really getting brickbats, isn't he? How much of a disaster is this from the White House point of view?
Time will tell, and if that sounds like I'm trying to evade the question, I am slightly, because in from a foreign policy perspective, it's of course a disaster. It's a 20-year war, and the group that were in power and were kicked out when the Americans and the Brits went in 20 years ago is precisely the same group that's swept back into the presidential palace in Kabul today. Several thousand US soldiers have been killed. The whole campaign has cost almost $1 trillion. And so you look and think, well, how does Joe Biden spin this? How does the White House say that this is a success? Well, it's a success, they can say, if it brings to an end the longest war that America's ever been fighting in. Yes, American soldiers have been killed, but there won't be any more American soldiers killed in Afghanistan. It's Biden saying, my three predecessors, Trump, Obama, and the second, George Bush, couldn't end the war in Afghanistan, but I've done it. It shows he has a ruthless streak. It shows that he's putting America first. And I think if you look at some of the opinion polls that we've seen in recent months since he announced that the US troops are coming home, there's a huge amount of support for that decision.
Yeah, I saw that figure, 73%, wasn't it?
That's right. Now, that's before, of course, we've seen what's happened over the last 24 hours or so with the Taliban taking control in Kabul again. But the end of the war, not having American troops in the line of fire overseas, is popular.
It's one thing if pictures of awful executions and women being forced to wear burqas and people being stoned reach American screens, but it's something else if the results of this Taliban takeover means less security for them at home and possible terrorist attacks.
Well, that's what I mean when I say time will tell.
Yeah.
If the Taliban become the same Taliban that was in power in Afghanistan 20 years ago, allows Islamic fundamentalists like Osama bin Laden to take root there, to set up his operations there and to plan, the September the 11th attacks there, then that obviously becomes a huge problem for the government. And at that point, Joe Biden's decision over the last few days will be hugely scrutinised and he'll be criticised for it. And it won't serve as an election winner. But if Afghanistan just sort of slightly falls down the agenda and it's not great for the people living there, but it doesn't really matter to the lives of ordinary Americans thousands of miles away. He'll be turning up at every opportunity, I suspect, when he's asking for votes, saying that he was the guy that put an end to the war and brought the American soldiers home.
That's right, looking ahead to those midterms, which are just over a year away. And the Republicans across the aisle, they're attacking him, of course. But isn't this the Trump plan, but just deferred by 3 months? I mean, a lot of people are pointing this out on Twitter, attacking Donald Trump, who has basically said everything Joe Biden touches turns to dust. Everything, he always gets it wrong on foreign policy. That's what Trump is saying.
He says he always gets it wrong on every policy, foreign or otherwise.
Yes, true.
But you're quite right. I mean, this has obviously been a bad day for America. I mean, you mentioned Tony Blinken was on the TV earlier. He's been doing the rounds, desperately trying to spin this as a positive thing. And of course, it's not. And as a result of that, the Republicans, Trump and various others have tried to make hay. But they're also aware that, their supporters, people that tend to vote Republican, are also people that think that the White House, whoever's in it, whichever party controls the White House, should be putting America first. And
America first, that's right. That was a mantra, wasn't it?
That was a mantra. And America first includes bringing the troops home and not being involved in costly overseas wars. It's a shining example of America first. So I think the Republicans have to be slightly careful as to just how gung-ho they are in their criticism.
Exactly, because clips of what they said when Trump was president, they will resurface, you can be sure, in November 2022. Alice Adobo, Washington correspondent for The Times, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Times Radio. It's 25 minutes past 10.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup on Times Radio. All next week, the former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, Ruth Davidson, brings you an incisive take on the latest news in politics, culture and the arts.
I'm Ruth Davidson. Join me on Times Radio. We'll delve into all the latest Westminster wrangles, plus we'll have fascinating interviews with leading lights from the worlds of entertainment, literature, sport and more.
Ruth Davidson in for Mariella Frostrup, all next week from 1 on Times Radio.
This is Times Radio.
Counter-terrorism detectives are investigating the background of the man who shot dead 5 people in Plymouth on Thursday night as they consider whether to grade the killings as a terror attack. The Times crime and security editor Fiona Hamilton has written the exclusive story in tomorrow's paper. Fiona, this is an interesting development. There's been a lot of controversy over the attacks not being classified as terrorism in the first place. What's happening now?
Well, the case is still being handled by Devon and Cornwall police, but my understanding is that counter-terrorism detectives are assessing the material that has been found on Jake Davidson's computer on his phone to determine the motivation for the attack. And if it falls within the incel movement, the misogynistic movement that we've heard so much about since the shooting on Thursday, there is a good chance that, in fact, it might be classified as a terror attack. After all, this is still a work in progress, though. And Sean Sawyer, the Chief Constable of Devon and Cornwall, was very clear when he spoke on Friday that the incident was being viewed at that point as a domestic incident with violence that spilt out into the street.
He got a lot of criticism for saying that, didn't he? Not least from, activist groups, from feminist groups. I was wondering what led him to say that, and is there a bar that has to be reached, and who actually decides?
Well, the first victim in this case was Jake Davidson's mother, of whom he had expressed significant hatred for online, and we all found that in his social media posts after the incident. So that's the starting point for police officers. And of course, tragically, he went on to shoot dead 4 members of the public before turning the gun on himself. It's a complicated situation. If you look at the basic definition of terrorism, it's using violence to intimidate sections of the population or influence the government. And you have to be advancing a specific cause, whether that be a political cause, a religious cause, or some other ideology. Now, on the face of it, the incel movement does fit into that definition, but it hasn't yet been defined as a terrorist ideology in court. And it is a relatively new phenomenon. So it may be, as we learn more about this movement and police and potentially security services learn more about the people who are involved in it, this may morph into something that counter-terrorism policing do investigate more of and look at. But at the moment, in the Jake Davison case, they really want to know exactly what the motivation was. There may be other things that motivated him to carry out that attack. There may be revenge, personal motivation we can't yet begin to understand. And that's why they're not just focusing on the incel issue, and that's why they haven't declared a terrorist event. And of course, some people commit violence for reasons that are not terrorists. So it's a complicated situation that they're going over.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why Jonathan Hall QC, the government's independent reviewer of terrorism legislation, was reluctant to define it as such himself, because he said it fits rather uneasily into the way the authorities understand ideologies, and you've quoted him in your piece. But let's look at Priti Patel, the Home Secretary. She's been accused of delay over calls to tighten the system for gun licences, Fiona. What are her critics saying?
That's right. The Liberal Democrats have brought this up today. There's obviously huge scrutiny over firearms licences and how they're awarded. That's because Davison is believed to have carried out the shooting with what was a legally owned shotgun. So he had what's known as a shotgun certificate. It was taken away from him in December after there was an allegation of assault made against him. But after he after he went on an anger management course, he was allowed to have the weapon back, and it was the shotgun and the license were given back in July. So that's why there's so much scrutiny on this issue. It's turned out that a couple of years ago, the Home Office published a consultation paper, and there were some concerns about some loopholes in the guidance that's out there on how the police award these licenses, and some issues that might be able to be tightened up. Key among them is that GPs are supposed to have firearms flags, as they're known, on the records of their patients who hold shotgun certificates or firearms licenses. And in the event of that person perhaps having mental health problems and some difficulties, they're supposed to to warn the police so that they can consider revoking the licence. When applicants originally apply, the police are supposed to go to GPs to check if there's any reason in their mental health notes that they shouldn't be awarded a licence. And it turns out that actually sometimes GPs do not respond to that. Some don't believe it's right because they don't have expertise in mental health. Others are conscientious objectors to the owning of weapons. But for that reason, this consultation raised concerns that should be tightened up, because that link between the medical profession and police is being broken, and it's not working as it should. So the Liberal Democrats have criticised the government, saying that was more than 2 years ago and you haven't fixed those issues. We are expecting an announcement this evening, though, on what some of the things that they intend to do.
Right, because, I mean, people reading the newspapers over this weekend and digging more into the background of this guy will be astonished to find just how much stuff he had put out there online about his anger, about his feelings, about his depression, about wanting to get back at society, at women. In fact, Lord Stevens, the former commissioner of the Met, said whenever somebody applies for a licence, their social media should be trawled through with a fine-tooth comb, didn't he?
That's right. And actually, I'm told that some police forces already do conduct social media checks for applicants, but it's done on an ad hoc basis at the moment. So some police forces will have a look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc., but others won't. So I wouldn't be surprised if the government perhaps includes social media in whatever announcement they're going to make later this evening. And there will be statutory guidance on statutory new guidance on the issuing of firearms licenses that was already due to be published next month, which was the response to this consultation from 2019. And I think that the issues that the Plymouth shooting has raised will certainly be addressed in that.
OK, Fiona, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. That's the Times crime and security editor Fiona Hamilton with that exclusive story in tomorrow's Times. It's 10:32 with Henry Bonsu in for Kate Borsey on Times Radio. And if you've been thinking about getting a digital subscription to the Times, we're offering your first month free. It gives you full access to all the articles on our website or smartphone app. Other subscriber benefits include exclusive email letters, newsletters, special offers and online events. To take out a digital subscription and find out more, just head online to the Times website. Now it's time for the headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good evening. The Afghan President Ashraf Ghani says he has left the country in order to avoid bloodshed. He used a Facebook posting to make the announcement. Reuters reports that Taliban commanders say they have taken over the presidential palace in Kabul. Reports now suggest that NATO has closed Kabul airport to commercial travel, only allowing military vehicles to operate. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Henry Zeffman, chief political correspondent for The Times, says Boris Johnson has encouraged the world to come together over this.
What the government really doesn't want to happen is for one or two countries to start peeling off and recognising the Taliban as the new legitimate government of Afghanistan before the group is all willing to do that together. Now, clearly, eventually, there is going to have to be a recognition that the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan. That's very unlikely to change anytime soon.
Well, Alistair Dorber, Washington correspondent for The Times, says this could be a disaster for Joe Biden.
It's a 20-year war, and the group that were in power and were kicked out when the Americans and the Brits went in 20 years ago is precisely the same group that's swept back into the presidential palace in Kabul today. Several thousand US soldiers have been killed. It's cost the whole campaign has cost almost $1 trillion.
The UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. That's down by around 3,000 on yesterday and 6,000 on the previous day. 61 more deaths have also been reported within 28 days of a positive test. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a few showers in the east at first and also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Now with the sport, here's Kane Reeves.
The Nuno Espirito Santo reign at Tottenham began with a 1-0 win over defending Premier League champions Manchester City without Harry Kane. The England captain was left out, with speculation continuing to mount over his future. Son Heung-min, who signed a new 4-year deal at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the summer, scored the winner.
It's just incredible performance. I think that everyone worked so hard to win this, to get these 3 points, and obviously Man City is currently the best team in the world, so I think we fight for the 3 points. I think this means a lot for us.
David Moyes says the experience Declan Rice gained at the Euros will be invaluable to West Ham this season, as they opened their campaign with a 4-2 win at Newcastle on Sunday.
It looks as if he's come back with a little bit more experience, a little bit more nous, and we keep saying he's got even more in the locker, Declan, to go, and I thought he showed a little bit of that today, where he was taking it on to another level today.
The Hammers claimed the victory after coming from behind, trailing 2-1 at the break. In Scotland, Raith Rovers have been rewarded for their shock 2-1 win against Aberdeen in the League Cup, with a quarter-final tie at Celtic. And Postecoglou's side beat Hearts 3-2 to progress.
Probably the best football we've played so far this year. Totally dominated. The only sort of thing we didn't take advantage of some unbelievable opportunities to put the game to bed, but football's outstanding, the intent is outstanding.
Holders St Johnstone will face Dundee after beating Arbroath on penalties. Rangers will play Livingston, and Dundee United host Hibernian in the other quarter-final ties. It's finally poised between England and India heading into the final day of the second test at Lord's. England reduced the tourists to 181 for 6 in their second innings, giving India a lead of 154. And Roger Federer says he needs knee surgery and will be out for many months. The 20-time Grand Slam champion first had surgery on the problem after the 2020 Australian Open before going in for a follow-up procedure in June last year. More reaction to the weekend's Premier League football can be heard with our colleagues on Talk Sport. They also have live Championship football for you on Tuesday night, with leaders Fulham taking on Millwall.
Tomorrow's papers today on Times Radio.
At 23 minutes to 11 for a Sunday evening, Henry Bonsu in for Kate Borsey on Times Radio. And with me for a first look at Monday's front pages are Times reporter Archie Natchapan and Jane Merrick, policy editor at the I newspaper. Good evening to both of you.
Hi, Henry.
Hello. Hi. I'm just going to go quickly through the front pages myself before I get your thoughts on the main stories. We're probably going to devote a lot of this chat to Afghanistan because it's on all the front pages. The Times, a picture of Taliban fighters patrolling the streets in Laghman province, and they've got rocket-propelled grenades standing there heavily militarized and looking very defiant, very determined. And the headline is, Triumphant Taliban take Kabul as president flees. A same picture in an even bigger close-up on the front page of The Guardian, the fall of Kabul. Taliban gunmen pour into Afghan capital to seize back control. President Ghani flees country, saying he hoped to avoid bloodshed. The Independent, again, similar picture, guy with rocket-propelled grenade, or is that rocket launcher? I'm not a military guy, but that's what it looks like. Taliban sweeps to power as Afghan president flees. Militants seize control of country as Kabul falls without a fight. And perhaps the most arresting picture is on the front page of the Daily Mail, with 4 British troops holding on their shoulders a coffin draped in the Union Jack, honouring the fallen, the funeral of Sergeant Michael Lockett, who was killed in Helmand. And the headline, very powerful headline, what the hell did they all die for? There you go, 457 British troops killed. Jane, I'm going to start off with you. Front page of The Times, your thoughts?
Yes, and as we know, I mean, it's on most of the front pages. It's I think everyone has the same theme, which is the fall of Kabul. What's interesting actually in this Times story is that senior Taliban leaders have told the Times that they'll accept nothing less than absolute power, which is slightly different to what their spokesman from Doha was saying today, which is that women and children have nothing to be scared of. And I think that has been seen as basically kind of a PR exercise to try to say, we want, of course we want a peaceful transition of power. Very few people believe that anyway. And I think the real truth is probably coming out in this Times story that, even though it's being described as a peaceful transition, that doesn't mean that there is assent to this. That doesn't mean that there are many people who are very scared of what happens next in Afghanistan. So I think that's a really interesting line that the Times have got.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen another really interesting line. The quote from the Prime Minister Boris Johnson after the Cobra meeting. He said, "This has been in many ways a chronicle of an event foretold," trying to sound as though he was ahead of the curve. What did you make of that quote?
Sorry, go ahead.
So go on, Jane. Yeah, what did you make of that? Because I thought to myself, well, the Prime Minister is trying to sound as though he got ahead of this story and he knew it was going to happen and he hasn't been taken by surprise. But actually, are you buying it?
Not really. No, I mean that's an extraordinary thing to say. If he had seen this, coming, he would have probably recalled Parliament last week, maybe the week before. This has been unfolding now for several weeks. I mean, since the Americans left, literally overnight, and then UK forces. If he'd really seen that coming, then they would have, basically departed in a much more staged way, in a much more cautious way. But the way that the US and the UK have left, this was inevitable. But the idea that Boris Johnson is now saying this, I think, is quite unbelievable.
Artie, what jumped out at you from the Times coverage of this story?
I think it's just the way that this has developed over the last couple of days has been just really just unprecedented, because we were even hearing 2 days ago that the UK and the US governments thought that we had 90 days before Kabul was at any risk. And even the kind of different briefings we've been getting today about it, I think from the Times coverage, it's definitely that tone of the fact that things will go back to the way they were maybe 20 years ago when the Taliban takes over, and it's only very short-lived, this sort of exercise of, oh no, things won't be as bad for women, no, we won't return to the level of punishment that we were having, it won't be a breeding ground for extremists. I think it's all kind of, it just feels very, very eerie, because it was kind of, I suppose we were under the impression that this was going to be a transfer of power, or that, the Afghan forces were in a position to be able to deal with the situation. But there hasn't even been a struggle, which is why we've seen such a quick rate of takeover that no one has expected. And the president fleeing today, it just feels like it's moved at 100 miles an hour, and no one is able to stay on top of kind of saying that, no, we knew this was happening and this is part of our plan.
Yeah, what's extraordinary is that all this money, something like $83 billion US dollars, has been spent on training 300,000 Afghan national troops, and they've melted away in a matter of weeks. And it makes one wonder what kind of training and how this actually happened.
I think the interesting thing is they were never really trained to be independent troops. They were always kind of trained in conjunction with the US as part of their wider strategy. And so to suddenly kind of leave them basically just in the lurch, they were just not really prepared for that at all. And it's very clear just by kind of how the governors have clearly seen that, it's the governor of Jalalabad and other major cities have seen that they're going to lose more civilian life by putting up a struggle than they are by simply letting the Taliban take over.
I've homed in on something else, Artie. Dominic Raab, this is the line from the piece. Dominic Raab, the Foreign Secretary, was racing back from holiday abroad last night, having defied advice not to go. That's some briefing, isn't it, Artie?
This is a really interesting one, and he's not really been doing that well on the PR either. I've seen that he's tried to tweet, and it was a very kind of general, not really reading the room kind of tweet about, oh, we should all come together and tell them to be nice. And it was just a bit like, this is not just in many, many ways, this is not a good look for Dominic Raab at all. And I think more will come out on that briefing. It's a really interesting line so far.
All right, I want to stay with you, Artie. The Guardian, all around, there are fearful faces of women. Talk to us about this.
Yes, so it's no secret that, when the Taliban was at the height of its power, they believe in very strict applications of Sharia law, and this includes restrictions to the access of education and work on the part of women. Now, in the BBC interview that we saw, a spokesman for the Taliban said today, look, as long as women wear the hijab, they said as long as women wear the hijab, they'll have access to work, they'll have access to education. But women, videos are coming out that are going viral on social media from women in Afghanistan that feel like because they were born there, they don't count and their rights will be at greatest risk. And, Malala Yousafzai has spoken about this since it's happened as well. And it's very different to the lines that are coming out, the way that women are feeling. And I so far haven't seen any kind of attempt to prioritize them in the kind of in the aid that they're going to get, the humanitarian aid, because as we know as well, there's going to be a lot more refugees, and I suspect a lot of them will be women and children.
Indeed. Jane, you were also keen to talk about this particular part of the coverage, End to Freedom, all around fearful faces of women. And then in a bit more detail, one young female resident describes the terror gripping Kabul as the Taliban sweep in. What struck you?
It's such a harrowing piece, this. I mean, we've heard a lot of people from Afghanistan speak today on the TV and radio, but this is obviously an anonymous woman, and understandably so, because she is quite palpably terrified, and she speaks about looking around and seeing that women are scared. She writes that men standing around making fun of girls and women, laughing at our terror. Go and put on your chadari, burqa, one called out. It is your last days of being out on the streets, said another. I will marry you, 4 of you in one day, cried a third. I mean, it's that intimidation. And we've, as I think as Artie was saying, no matter what the spokesman was saying today about women and girls shouldn't be scared, we've already seen actually that, university students in Herat have been told to go home and to basically stand by, and they're probably unlikely to return to their studies. And it's just an appalling disaster for them that's unfolding. And I think, the West rightly we should all be just, hanging our heads in shame at what is happening.
Nonetheless, that spokesman, Suhail Shaheen, came out with a number of lines. He's clearly determined to present the Taliban as a different force, saying we made mistakes 20 years ago, we're different now. So just those quotes in a bit more detail. Women can have access to education and work and observe the hijab. And then another quote was this one: we want Islamic court, and a defendant has the right to defend themselves, and there will be court judges. But then he talks also about religious police to monitor behaviour and to help the people. And then this one too: no one should leave the country. We need all the talent and the capacity. You don't think women should be reassured by that then, Jane?
No, I don't think so. And it is actually not just what he's saying. It's as I was saying, it's sort of actions on the ground. People are already being told to stay at home. Women are already being told to stay at home. And I think even what he's saying is not actually reassuring. He's not ruling out that there will be punishments and stonings. He's not ruling any of that out. So I think, one of the BBC journalists described today that the Taliban want to see themselves as Taliban 2.0, which is a kind of, if that's what they're really thinking, it's a sort of pathetic rebranding exercise, and I don't think many people are going to buy it.
What about this line? I can't remember who tweeted it, but they were making a comparison between the Taliban about to take power in Afghanistan and Britain and America's so-called friends in, for example, Saudi Arabia, where they restrict women, where they have really, really brutal punishments, where they repress. Why is one our friend and another to be feared?
Well, I completely agree with that. I mean, the point is we are talking about Afghanistan obviously today, but yes, I think that the regime in Saudi Arabia equally is just something to be abhorred. For me, from a liberal point of view, women, the guardianship rules, and even though there have been attempts there to allow women to drive, it's still women aren't allowed to go out and without male guardians, and it's unacceptable. And yes, this is a regime that the British government will happily do arms deals with, that we saw David Cameron having meetings with on the beach. There is a double standard there, and I think now we're talking about Afghanistan, but at every opportunity we should also be talking about and exposing what's happening to women in Saudi Arabia.
This is Times Radio. Henry Bonsu in for Kate Borsay. We're talking papers with Jane Merrick, policy editor at the I newspaper, and Arti Nachapan, Times reporter. Jane, your paper, front page, a group of men sitting in what looks like some kind of armoured truck. Lots and lots of ammo and rifles. Taliban rule returns to Afghanistan. But then this headline atop, the main one: Biden set the ball rolling for total disintegration. Analysis by Patrick Cockburn. What's that piece say?
Yeah, I think it's this is the point I think a lot of people are making, that if this was Donald Trump who was doing this, there would be there is already outrage, obviously, against the US president, but the outrage would be 10 times as much because it's Donald Trump. But I think he, every right that we should be saying that Joe Biden, who said in July that it was very unlikely that the Taliban would completely overtake the country. And I think, as Artie suggested this earlier, the US completely underestimated what capacity the Taliban had. I think, as you were saying, Artie, that last week the Pentagon was saying that they were 90 days from Kabul, and then that was revised to their 30 days. And then as we've seen today, actually, well, it was 7 days. So I think that Joe Biden has a huge amount of questions to answer. It's, within less than a year of him being president, this is probably the biggest foreign policy failure for years, and I think it will be his political obituary.
What if I put this to you, Jane, that his hands were not completely tied by the Trump policy which preceded his presidency, but it was, I suppose, a little bit of a straitjacket, not least because 73% of the American voters supported this policy. They were sick and tired of this forever war. And the mood in the States is restive. It's still a little bit America first. So Biden thought, I've got to do this.
I think there was always yes, his hands were slightly tied, but I think, as Tom Tugendhat was pointing out today, that there are still US troops in Germany, there are US troops in Cyprus. There is an argument to be made that there is a sort of an international policy to defend democracy around the world, and that could have been made in a much stronger way. And Joe Biden may only have one term, and he's got a mandate, and he could have used that mandate, very strong mandate, to say, we are going to do the right thing in Afghanistan. And and obviously a lot of American soldiers have died, but we are going to not justify, but we're going to sort of we're not going to let those deaths be in vain by basically holding the line in Afghanistan, and that's completely unravelled.
What do you think, Artie? I mean, those people in the States who say, we're sick and tired of this, we've done everything we can, it's cost $1 trillion, 2,400 or so American lives. I mean, when will be the right time? Why not now?
I think that's probably what the thinking was that went behind it, but it seems like they've kind of placated the domestic voters at least for the time being. But this will affect America's global standing, no doubt, because it's all of their strongest allyships are built on kind of this idea that democracy is the most important thing to them and that they're a humanitarian aid-giving country. And this is completely compromised by the way that they've pulled out of this situation. I mean, you can say, some people will say that Biden didn't really have as much of a choice as it might seem because the agreement was already made by Trump, but he definitely had a say in the phasing of this process, and it definitely could have been a more supportive and more peaceful and drawn out process, and he chose to go against that. So he definitely will face the consequences globally, if not domestically, in the immediate aftermath.
All right, let's move to something else. Telegraph. You're both keen on this story. And we're looking at gun owners. Gun owners face social media checks after Plymouth shooting. Artie.
Yeah, I think this is a really interesting one because obviously in the aftermath of this horrific shooting in which 5 people died, the police have said that the reason that they didn't notice hate posts and kind of glorifying of previous massacres of a similar sort is because they thought it would be an invasion of privacy to look into the person requesting a license. And I think it's quite an interesting one because it's just so obvious in this case that would have been a red flag. But I think that, it's a good step, obviously, to look into people in this sort of way so that you're not missing something obvious like that. But I do think that it will only go so far because these people these online communities, they kind of know all the tricks. So I think that, you can implement something like this, these kind of broader checks, but all it takes is to use a fake account to be private, to go on this Reddit thread instead of posting publicly. I just wonder how much of, you can spread the net wide. I just wonder how much it will capture after its initial period. But I can understand why this is a response to this and an important one at that. I think maybe it's more useful to have a conversation about online hate crime and how seriously we take that rather than in this particular situation, because that is kind of the stem, that's the root of a lot of these problems.
It's amazing, actually, when you consider police being concerned about, invading the 22-year-old's privacy. But you look elsewhere in this story, we're talking about new statutory rules on applications for these licenses, including compulsory checks by police with GPs on prospective owners' mental health. Well, if that isn't invasion of privacy, I don't know what is. But is it justified? You'd think if somebody is applying for a lethal weapon, it is. Artie?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're not looking at. I know that there's always a question of civil liberties when it comes to these things, but there is also a question of, it's a benefit cost analysis here. And I think it's very hard to make the case that you can't invade someone's privacy if you're looking at giving them a firearm. And I think that, I think we have mental health checks for a lot of different things. And it's probably the most obvious situation in which it's justified.
Okay, and I know that, Jane, you are also keen on this. Let me home in on something. Priti Patel is trying to look as though she's in the driving seat here. And according to this piece, she's asked all 43 police forces in England and Wales to review their current firearm application processes. Do you think she's weakened? I mean, she's already in a slightly difficult position on several fronts at the Home Office. Does this weaken her position further?
I don't think so, but I think there is a sense that she's had to speed things up a lot, because on Friday, in the aftermath of this shooting, I think there was a suggestion that this sort of thing was going to be introduced in the online harms bill, to which a lot of people said, well, hang on, that's legislation that's going to take months to go through Parliament. Clearly, this guy had his gun given back, weeks ago. What if there is another person who is sort of, there is another thing that may be about to happen.
God forbid, somebody's inspired by this.
Exactly. So I think that over the weekend, and I think the more that we have found out about this horrific incident and his background, I think that she has obviously seen that, that swift action needs to be taken. And it's the most obvious thing in the world to sort of, that I think this also shows that the gun laws are very out of date. I mean, I think that, the police can go to a license holder's home and they can check the gun cabinet, and this is incredibly laboured description of how they can, that the gun cabinet has to be fixed to the wall in a certain way, and it's completely ludicrous because obviously that check needs to be taken place, but that's quite an intensive, time-consuming thing. But the easiest thing in the world would be to just search for this person who was on YouTube talking about being an incel, and
it was open source, wasn't
tragedy.
It was open source. It wasn't something they had to dig into.
It's a complete tragedy that this was, an avoidable massacre.
Yeah, and it wasn't on the dark web. I mean, it was easily available. Look at how many posts are just flying around now. People are just sharing and saying, "Look at this guy." There we go. Jane, final story. Johnson puts off reshuffle.
Yes,
FT.
and this is in the FT, and it's the story is saying that cabinet insiders have said the Premier will delay a shake-up until after November's climate summit, and when the worst of the pandemic is over, which, that final line makes me think, well, you can't just say it's going to be over by November. But I think it's quite interesting, this, because obviously there have been a lot of tensions reported between him and Rishi Sunak. I think that this is actually shows that he's in a less strong position than he was, say, 4 or 5 months ago. The polls are against him. Conservative grassroots favour Rishi Sunak more than him. So I think actually that if he were to carry out a reshuffle in, say, September and would make more enemies, I think that would weaken his position further. So this is a kind of way of him saying, well, actually, let's see how the next few months pan out. And I think that suggests that he's just not in a powerful enough position to carry out a reshuffle.
Yeah. Do you get the impression he doesn't really like reshuffles? He's like a big boom, boosterish Boris, but actually, when it comes to it, face to face, he can't handle it. A bit like Trump, actually.
Yeah, I think he's one of those politicians that likes to be liked. I think Tony Blair was a bit like that, so hates sacking people and hates making enemies.
All right. And Artie, your final story, also on the front page of the FT, a little news in brief. Recruitment surge, staff shortages.
Yeah, so this is really interesting. So it's that hiring has surged as employers are trying to fill the staffing gaps that have become apparent over the pandemic. But what they're dealing with now is talent shortages. So we knew that there were shortages because of EU workers leaving because of Brexit and whatnot. And also some people have been on furlough for so long that they've actually changed industry. And I think what's interesting is that now we're seeing the result of that. A lot of people that were very trained in events, for example, or clubs have now moved industry to something a bit that was alive during the pandemic. So I think we'll probably see the impacts of that play out over the next few months.
We certainly will. Thank you very much to Artie Nachapan and Jay Merrick for that wonderful papers review, dominated by Afghanistan, but we managed to get a few other stories in. This is Henry Bonsu with you and through till 1 o'clock on Monday morning. In the next hour, the property section and the week's big political stories from across the Atlantic with our US panel. This is Bonsu on your radio on a Sunday night.
across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
First, the news at 11 o'clock with Daryl Jackson.
Thank you. Good evening. The Afghan President Ashraf Ghani says he left the country in order to avoid bloodshed. He used a Facebook posting to mark the announcement. Reuters reports that Taliban commanders say they have taken over the presidential palace in Kabul. It's being reported that Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, his wife, his chief of staff and national security advisor have fled to Uzbekistan. Well, the Prime Minister has held an emergency Cobra meeting to discuss the situation in Afghanistan. Taliban commanders say they've seized the presidential palace there. Thousands of British and American troops arriving in the capital have been helped to evacuate citizens. Boris Johnson says the West must work together to stop militants once and for all.
Work together to get over to that new government, be it by the Taliban or anybody else, that nobody wants Afghanistan once again to be a breeding ground for terror.
Speaking to Times Radio, former US ambassador to the US, Lord Darroch, says international leaders must now open channels of communication with the Taliban.
I'm not saying that we should necessarily be doing business with them, but I think we should at least be trying to open channels to them to see if what their plans are, and to see if there is any way in which we can have any sort of working relationship with them. We will see on that. They may have changed. I kind of doubt it.
And Conservative MP Tobias Ellwood told Times Radio earlier, he says that the Select Committee had this stark warning.
The humanitarian disaster that's about to unfold will be catastrophic. The migration challenges will be huge. And of course, don't forget that we will see further terrorist attacks. I would not be surprised if we see another attack on the scale of 9/11, almost to bookend what happened 20 years ago.
In other news this evening, the government's announced a review of firearm application processes in the wake of the Plymouth shootings. All police forces in England and Wales are being asked to assess whether they need to revisit any existing licences. Our head of news, David Spencer, has more.
The shooting dead of 5 people by Jake Davison has raised serious questions about his firearms licence. Devon and Cornwall Police returned his permit last month after it was removed following an allegation of assault in September last year. An investigation is underway by the Independent Office for Police Conduct. The government says it's preparing statutory guidance to help ensure higher standards of decision-making for licensing applications. The Home Office says this will cover social media checks of those applying for permission to own a firearm or shotgun.
Authorities in Haiti say 724 people are now known to have died after a huge earthquake hit the country west of the capital. The Prime Minister there has declared a month-long state of emergency. Journalist Duplice Plymouth has been near the epicentre. He says officials there have nothing to help save people who are under the rubble.
Haiti is a poor country, as you know it does. We never prepared for anything happen. We don't have equipment, we could save anyone under the house now.
The Health Secretary says thousands of 16 and 17-year-olds in England will be invited to book their COVID-19 jabs by the 23rd of August. Clinically vulnerable children aged between 12 and 15 are also being asked to get their vaccines. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a few showers in the east at first and also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and some sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Our top sports stories this hour. Defending Premier League champions Manchester City have lost their opening fixture of the new campaign 1-0 at Tottenham Hotspur. Elsewhere, West Ham beat Newcastle 4-2. And the second test between England and India is finally poised, heading into the final day tomorrow at Lord's. The tourists will resume on 181 for 6, leading by 154 runs, and will have a full sports roundup at past.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
This is Henry Bonswin for Kate Borsay on Times Radio. It's time for the property section, and first, bidding wars in the housing market are nothing new, but there's a growing number of reports of gazumping among potential tenants seeking properties to rent. Melissa York is assistant property editor at The Times and The Sunday Times. This is a bit strange, Melissa. Gazumping among tenants, what's going on here?
Yes, well, exactly. This is exactly why we thought it was worth reporting on, really. I mean, it's bad enough getting gazumped when you're buying something, but getting kind of gazumped when you don't even have the benefits of home ownership at the end of it can feel rather galling, I think. And I think it's a combination of several different things. I think, you know, as private renting has become more and more popular, you've had more regulation on landlords, which means some of them have felt it's not worth their bother anymore, so they've kind of left the market. You've got other ones that have been selling up because we've got such a strong housing kind of sales market at the moment, so it means fewer private rentals on. And some, of course, are turning their properties into Airbnbs and other terms of kind of short lets to take advantage of the staycation boom.
So how does this actually work? What sort of horror stories have you heard from would-be renters?
Oh, well, I mean, you know, you'd go and view a property thinking you'd be the only one, but it'd be more like an open house. And then in the end, they take you outside to the garden and tell you to start bidding against the other tenants there and then. That's must be
what, live in-person bidding
to be in. Yes, yeah.
Oh,
take you straight out to the garden and, right, what are you prepared to pay? And all the rest of the tenants are there as well. But of course, you're just trying to find somewhere to live, so it makes it kind of incredibly stressful situation to be in. I've had others that tell me that they've been given the property by the letting agent, and then they've been all ready to go over to the letting agent's office to sign the documents and pay their deposit. And then on the way over, they've been told they've been outbid by another £50 or something like that a month. So they've suddenly lost it and they're back to square one again. You know, there don't really seem to be many rules. It just seems to be, you know, you can put in a bid for the rent, but if somebody comes along at any stage, it can just fall through your fingers.
Oh, sounds absolutely galling. Well, let's go to the front line, because Eloise Hardy from our production team has actually been through this and she's with us in the studio. Eloise, what happened to you?
Oh, hi, Henry. It's been a total nightmare, and Melissa's reports are totally justified. We were looking for a 3-bed house between 4 people, so we had a pretty good budget. And you know, we were going in and we were thinking, you know, we'd be one of 3 or 4 viewers going in to see the property, and you come out of it, and the first time we bid at asking price, didn't get anywhere, got told there were 12 other offers, all higher than ours, which I've absolutely never seen before, and I've moved 4 or 5 times since I've been in London. So, you know, we started to see more and more properties, and each time we would bid more and more and more and more, until we were, you know, a few £100 over the asking price, and, you know.
Well, was this a series of conversations between you and the letting agent, or the landlord directly sometimes?
So it would be the letting agent, and they would call us and they would say, oh, you know, you're one of 12, 13 offers on the property, and, you know, your offer that's £400 over the asking price is letting you down a little bit. Can you offer anything a little bit higher? And, you know, you'd stretch sort of as far as you can go, which you can do between 4 people. But, you know, if there's 2 of you, for example, you don't actually have that much leeway. You'd give a little bit more, £50 or so, and they say, oh no, sorry. Another group has offered £75 more, or in some cases £300 more. Just impossible.
Eloise, I wish I could do something for you, but I can't. Melissa, I mean, if it's so chaotic like this, don't we need some form of regulation? I know that this kind of thing is illegal in some countries.
Yes, I mean, in February this year, it became illegal in New Zealand. But, you know, New Zealand's housing policies are much more progressive than ours in general, not to say it's better in any way. They've also, I mean, in certain states in Australia, for instance, you've obviously got kind of rent caps and things like that in certain parts of New York, in Berlin. So, yeah, I mean, there are other countries that are more regulated than us. But then, you know, you've got other people saying, would that just drive more landlords out of the buy-to-let market, which means you'd have even fewer properties for tenants to choose from. So, it's a difficult balancing act, to be honest with you. And, with social housing, we haven't built enough social housing for years and years and years, which means you've got people that really can't afford to be in private rentals that are in private rentals because they've got nowhere else to go. And so, again, that's putting more pressure on the private rental market. And these people, might be on universal credit, or they might be on a 0 hours contract, and then they don't look as good on paper as somebody kind of in a stable relationship with kind of, a full-time staff job. And it can be really, really difficult for those people to find anywhere at all because they're bidding against people that just look better on paper.
It's so
a really
unfair.
tough situation to be in.
It's so unfair. I mean, so all this is happening because there are too many would-be renters chasing too few properties. But I thought lots of former commuters have moved out of cities and towns, and surely they left plenty of available properties behind, you would think.
Not as many as you think. So in London, yes, rents did go down during the pandemic in London, but these are a lot of young professionals maybe going to live with their parents in the countryside, and that was always going to be a temporary thing. These are more likely to be the people that are called back into the office, as it were, as well. Younger people tend to have the jobs where you actually need to be present, and not necessarily kind of these jobs where you can just sit at a computer all day and look at spreadsheets. So it not really. Also, in different parts of the country, it differs massively. In places like Sheffield and York, for instance, rents actually went up throughout the pandemic. So I think perhaps that view of people fleeing cities is a bit London-centric.
And if we expect Robert Jenrick, the housing minister, to do anything about this, will we be waiting a long time?
I imagine so. There are an awful lot of private landlords in Parliament. But also, not only that. I suppose Robert Jenrick, he would say that he's trying to put the emphasis and trying to move people on from private rentals to home ownership through things like Help to Buy and his new First Home scheme and shared ownership and things like that. But, that will only ever help a certain subset of people that are able to save up enough money for a deposit. And with private rents very high and getting even higher with all this bidding, who could really afford to do that?
I see Eloise was shaking her head violently when I mentioned Robert Jenrick, and then you mentioned Help to Buy. Eloise, any hope for you in any of this?
With Help to Buy,
with Help to Buy, or any of these other schemes, any of these things, can't you clutch at anything in this?
It's just Melissa's totally right. It's just impossible to save up enough money for a deposit. I totally understand the wish to get people to buy and get them on the property ladder, but you have to be able to save enough money.
All right, Melissa York, assistant property editor at The Times and Sunday Times. Thank you very much, and thanks to you too, Eloise. Remember this, who could forget? It's the theme music from Changing Rooms, the home improvement show, and I'm putting improvement in inverted commas. Remember, it ran on the BBC between 1996 and 2004. Well, Changing Rooms returns this week, only this time it's on Channel 4. Presenter Carol Smiley is gone, but larger-than-life designer Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen is back. Here's Channel 4's trailer for the show.
A TV legend is back. Swap the house keys. Join Anna Richardson and neighbours from all over the nation.
Friends for 25 years?
Not for much longer. I'm scared. I really am scared.
Who, with the help of the team...
I need to help you with a disco sausage.
Would I openly flirt with Lawrence?
Yes. Lock up your grannies.
Set about to create a dream room in just 2 days.
Did Carol get this treatment, Lawrence?
Wow.
This is amazing.
It's like we were never away.
Gotta confess, I've never seen a full episode of this show. So I invited Katrina Burrows, the Times and Sunday Times interiors editor, to tell me more about why the show was so popular and why it's coming back.
It's massive. So it was a DIY game show, reality TV show, all in one. It was so ahead of its time in that way. And there was massive jeopardy. So what happened? Neighbours swapped their keys and they made over each other's rooms with the help of the professionals. And the jeopardy was sometimes one of the neighbours was rather mischievous. Like there was one who suggested their neighbour loved animal print when she absolutely did not. There was the one who was banned from doing anything pink and fluffy, and her neighbour ended up with what she called a tart's boudoir. So when it comes to the reveal, there is often tears. People cry.
And this is real. I mean, this is not just a setup thing. I mean, people really play these games on each other.
They really did. And they were egged on by the Master of Ceremonies, who is back for the second helping, Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen, who was, I can't say how spectacular he was on 90s TV in his frilly shirts and leather trousers. And he's still quite outrageous this time around.
Yes, I mean, he had the kind of, was it Charles II hair, and he looked like a popinjay from the 17th century.
Yes. Oh, I love that word. Yes, absolutely. And in his persona, he had this really deft way of flitting between being a rather respected British designer who, you know, sold design and products globally, and with this encyclopedic knowledge of design history. And then he was also this kind of pre-Raphaelite panto villain with all the out of a dress-up box and being deliciously bitchy.
Lovely. So Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen is back, but no Smiley Carol Smiley and no Handy Andy.
No, and I'm not sure how the moniker Handy Andy would actually play in these times.
Fair point.
No, we have the absolutely delightful Tibby Singh playing the carpenter. He is actually a carpenter. I don't know why I said that. I was speaking to Lawrence about Tibby. He says he is so adorable on set that he brings presents of food the whole time, and everyone is absolutely melted by him. So I think he's going to be a kind of the star of the show, but the quiet one.
And who else? What about, is it Anna Richardson? I've seen her before.
Yes, we have seen her before. She is very funny, as we already know. And when I did this silly question and answer session with everyone, and she was absolutely upfront about really not doing DIY at all. So when I asked her what her decorating mantra was, she said, "Get a professional in."
I concur. But I'm just wondering, though, how much of an appetite there still is for this. I mean, aren't home makeover shows now a bit more sophisticated than jungle-themed rooms and MDF everywhere?
Oh, I know what you mean. And I think that what you're saying is why it died in the first place. So we just got over all the stenciling and the rag rolling and the improbable constructions made from MDF because at that time, minimalism was becoming mainstream and Scandinavian good taste was making the stencils a bit too extra. And that was also the time when Kelly Hoppen came to prominence, and there were all these very sophisticated ideas of monochrome and warm minimalism, and a sort of good taste Bible was in formation, which had nothing to do with the change rooms vibe. But we've been slowly getting our creative heads on over the last year. When it's been lockdown, we've been looking at our walls, we've been deciding what to do for ourselves without caring what good taste Bibles tell us. And the sort of death grip that grey had on our homes for over a decade is loosening. The paint companies say bright colours are in demand, big pattern wallpaper. And so, welcome back, Lawrence, don't you think?
So you're saying then, Katrina, the average Brit has much more nuance, has a lot more, I suppose, is a lot more savvy about interiors than we were when this programme was last on.
Absolutely savvy and confident, and I think they will get some pushback actually from the people on the show. Everyone has access to social media, everyone's got a Pinterest board, and whatever you love, if you like wallpaper that makes other people's eyes burn, there will be a whole community out there that will cheer you on as you completely William Morris your walls, or you go for gelato colours in every room in the house. There's a reason when you're on social media and in these silos of special interests to have confidence in whatever your taste is, that it's valid. So in a way, what Lawrence loved doing was pushing the aesthetic boundaries. He's not going to find many aesthetic boundaries that aren't pretty elastic nowadays.
Aha, okay. So do you think the return of this programme to Channel 4, having been on BBC, will be a triumph? Does it have all the ingredients it needs now?
Oh, well, I'm so looking forward to it. I think it will be, partly because, as I say, everyone is so design literate. The planet is a different place and everyone will have an opinion. So it should be much more lively from that point of view. Plus, what we have is the clash of the generations coming to our screens. So there's Lawrence with his louche bitchiness and his pirate costumes striding around in leather. And on the other hand, we have the boys of 2LG Studio, Jordan Clureau and Russell Whitehead, dressed in pastel suits. They're vegans. They exude an air of calm, wholesome sweetness. And their mantra is make living lovely. And I think their protégés will only ever cry tears of joy.
I love the way you describe that. Pure Attenborough, Katrina. Fantastic. That's Katrina Burrows, Times and Sunday Times Interiors Editor. Thank you very much. And if you really want to, you can watch Changing Rooms on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on Channel 4. This is Henry Bonsu in for Kate Borsay on Times Radio.
Times Radio.
I'm Carol Walker, and I'll bring you a fresh take on the day's big stories and give you a head start on what's happening tomorrow.
Join Carol Walker alongside a world-class lineup of guests, experts and contributors.
We'll go across the Atlantic for the very latest from the United States and find out what's gone viral on social media.
Unrivaled opinion, debate and insight. Carol Walker, tomorrow night from 10 on Times Radio. Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
At 11:21 on a Sunday evening, time to take a look at the latest news from the world of sport. I'm joined by Rob Harris, AP Global Sports Correspondent. Hello, Rob.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, got to start off with Tottenham versus mighty Manchester City. And they beat the defending Premier League champions this afternoon 1-0. One goal from Son Heung-min. I believe you were at the match, yes? How did it look from the stands?
Yeah, it was, not very mighty at all for City, because actually, incredibly, it's 3 defeats in a row for Pep Guardiola's side. Taken in today, last weekend in the Community Shield, losing to Leicester, and the last time I saw them was back in Portugal at the Champions League final, of course, when they lost to Chelsea in May. So a run of 1-0 defeats that we don't expect from City. And incredibly, City's side today was the most expensive lineup ever fielded in Premier League history, because it did feature the £100 million man Jack Grealish making his City debut. I mean, he did impress at times. He did make an impact, certainly, in the side. But City were certainly missing the most important thing, which is a striker to be able to score the goals and really test Tottenham goalkeeper Hugo Lloris. And of course, Manchester City are still targeting the Tottenham striker Harry Kane to try to bring him in before the transfer window closes. Harry Kane not featuring at all for Spurs today. The question is, will he, and when will he? Will he ever again?
Well, yeah, I suppose the Man City's would-be purchase acquiring a stronger sense of urgency as a result of this result.
Yeah, absolutely, because Sergio Aguero has now left. He's gone to join Barcelona, so they've got a shortage up there. They're really relying instead on Gabriel Jesus. They did bring on Kevin De Bruyne late on, but too late in terms for him to try to make that impact. So, yeah, then City's need for goals highlighted today, and certainly that was the feeling post-match. No sense from either Pep Guardiola where he is in that pursuit of Harry Kane, or indeed from Nuno Espirito Santo, the new Tottenham manager, in terms of when Kane will actually be ready to start again, because all the other players who are part of England's run to the Euros final, 5 weeks or so, 6 weeks ago now, they've all been back in action in some form this weekend. Yet to see, of course, then when Harry Kane will be. The suggestion was he was in the stadium, he wasn't seen, and he's not just any figure, he's like the most significant in Tottenham's current history thing. Well, apart from maybe Son Heung-min, and I think while we've been talking a lot about Harry Kane's future, the fact is, almost quietly in recent weeks, Son has committed a new contract until 2025 at Tottenham, which certainly showed him today why he's one of the leading figures in world football.
Absolutely, goes about his work in a very quiet but deadly fashion, doesn't he? Now, Rob, some people don't like it when you kind of blend sport with politics, but I think they're indivisible. And photos have been circulating, including from you, of City fans untying the Spurs pride flag. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, there started to be some unrest that was unfolding. Not significant, but some minor sort of scuffles. It looked like from afar. The Manchester City fans sit at where the away end is at Tottenham, quite close pitch side, and so that was the first thing that was noticed, was that going on, and then started to see the pride flag started to be taken down. And it was unclear exactly, obviously, why. And the strange thing is that actually I posted about it, some others did, and perhaps some Manchester City fans have been like denial if the incident actually happened. Well, I just posted the video just to show, obviously, it did happen.
Yeah.
Not the type of sight we do like to see. There has been a few scattered instances this weekend across the Premier League. Of course, the return of full stadiums across the Premier League. We've had Liverpool fans with their homophobic chants at Norwich aimed at the Chelsea on-loan player Billy Gilmore. Liverpool have condemned that. We've seen Leeds fans involved in some disorder in Manchester ahead of the United game, some offensive chants by them at Old Trafford as well about United players. So, just that reminder of some of the negative side of fandom, just as we've sort of welcomed them back in during the pandemic.
As we keep saying, this is why people take the knee. It's about equality, hate racism, love football, hate homophobia, love football, etc. Let's look at West Ham briefly, winning 4-2 against Newcastle. Now, they missed out on a top 4 finish by 2 points last season. I presume this victory gives them hope for, a bit of momentum.
Yeah, David Moyes now committed as well for some time. They hope to obviously build on last season. They haven't got Jesse Lingard, who was obviously there for the second half of the season on loan from Manchester United. Do they try and do a deal to bring him back? And, if we look at things from the Newcastle's perspective, so many questions being there around Steve Bruce still there, and the takeover that has never happened, the Saudi takeover that has been mooted for well over a year now, that has stalled and effectively collapse. Yet, that will certainly lead to some disgruntlement in terms more so at Newcastle as they hope for that investment that hasn't quite come. But a strong and confident start there for West Ham as they do prepare as well for a season playing in the Europa League too.
All right, let's move on to the death of a Bayern München and Germany legend.
Yeah. Bonus for West Germany. Grabowski. On the forward run, Van Hoff came from inside his own half. Fuller, and again, 2-1.
And that was the moment Gerd Müller scored the winning goal in the 1974 World Cup final against the Netherlands. The Bayern Munich and Germany legend has died today at the age of 75. He scored 68 goals in 62 appearances. That's a phenomenal rate. That's for West Germany, and 547 goals in 594 competitive games during 15 years at the Bundesliga giants Bayern München. So, Rob, just sum up why he was so important for Bayern and for German football more generally.
I mean, he really is one of the great strikers of all time, Der Bomber. The impacts he made at Bayern Munich, so prolific. He was, scored 40 goals in a single Bundesliga season, 1971 to 72. It was only just surpassed last season by Robert Lewandowski, and that was only in the last minute of last season with his 41st goal. And it just shows just what an impact he did make, and the fact is, yes, the goal in the 1974 final, winning the World Cup for West Germany, and his 3 European Cups as well with Bayern Munich, but also another player taken from us far too soon with Alzheimer's. He'd been battling for 6 years with the disease, and certainly the way Bayern Munich is saying that the world of the club stands still today, really a great in the club's history. The fact is, the 365 goals in 427 Bundesliga games and 66 in 74 European matches, and a Ballon d'Or winner in 1970. Truly one of the greats of all time.
Certainly was. Let's close with athletics, my favourite sport. And on Thursday, the athletics Integrity Unit, the anti-doping wing of World Athletics, released their reports on athletes at the Olympics. Their findings included a post-race sample from CJ Uja, Britain's champion sprinter, which contained ostarine and S23, both banned substances that promote muscle growth. Now, he is one of 4 athletes who were provisionally suspended pending full consideration of their cases. I presume you've been following the story, and I mean, I've been reading it in depth, and David Walsh from the Sunday Times reported that there's been no comment from Uja and his teammates, the GB Olympic and athletic officials. Now, is this because athletes in this situation have to walk on eggshells?
Well, obviously, it's now heading potentially into a legal battle. We've heard from now Uja himself in the last day. He has said he's completely shocked and devastated. He's saying he's not a cheat, would never knowingly take a banned substance, but he's not at this point providing any more details over to just how these substances would get into his body. There is strict liability in athletics. You are responsible as an athlete for anything that you do take, but there have been cases that have been overturned if you've managed to prove somehow some sort of contamination of some kind. But as this stands, it is one of the great British scandals of all time at the Olympics. The fact is, a medalist at the Olympics facing being stripped of it would be a first at a Summer Games for GB. And of course, it doesn't only impact him, it impacts the other 3 members of the relay team. The entire result would be disqualified. I was in the stadium in Tokyo for the 4x100 final last Friday night ago.
It was amazing.
And, yeah, they were pipped obviously to gold by a 100th of a second by the Italians. And of course, the Italians have been talking about this because they believe there's been aspersions cast on their successes, particularly Marcel Jacobs. Well, the fact is they've seen this coming now from the British end. As it stands now, he is suspended, CJ Uja. Does he get the backup B sample asked to be tested? We'll wait for that. I think the difference is, and obviously, David Walsh is someone who's covered a lot of these doping stories. I've looked at them as well, is very often there are stories and investigations done into Britain's own track record in terms of integrity issues within British athletics. So while some in different countries might think, as the Italians think, that their integrity had been attacked as some sort of thing against Italy, well, actually, as we've seen with Team Sky and other things in cycling, very often, of course, the focus is inward in this country. Obviously, this is a case that we found about only because the Athletics Integrity Unit announced it. It was a test that was taken after the race, and the results came back from the Tokyo lab. So now we just await the findings. And of course, the impact would be, if it was proven, Britain would drop to 64 medals, so just falling short rather than matching the medal haul from London 2012 of 65 medals.
And briefly, I mean, like a lot of British athletes, elite ones, CJ Uja trains with a squad in the States. Does that mean that there's going to be greater scrutiny on those British athletes who spend long periods of time abroad, and we don't know what kind of influences they might be falling under?
Well, yeah, the questions is just over how did he come into contact with this substance in terms of who might have provided it, what was it in, who is in charge of his coaching regime fully and nutritional regimes. And this will, all potentially come out when the full findings are released. Obviously, it depends now at this stage. Obviously, his statement points to denying wrongdoing, and we wait to see how he does contest it and how this does unfold. But it truly is a real blot on Britain's Olympics, although it is just isolated to one individual.
Yeah, and it may very well have been a supplement that contained ingredients that weren't all listed. But in the end, as the athlete, you're responsible for what goes into your body. Rob Harris, great to talk to you, AP Global Sports Correspondent, live on Times Radio. And it's the Bonsu. I'm calling myself the Bonsu. I've decided to elevate myself during tonight's programme because I'm feeling, it's a very, very heavy news day, but, obviously this is what I'm here to do, and I'm really passionate about this stuff. So thanks for staying with us this Sunday evening. So Henry Bonsu for Kate Borsey. Don't forget, we're offering the first month of a digital subscription to The Times absolutely free. You'll get full access to all the articles on our website or smartphone app, as well as exclusive email newsletters, special offers and online events. To take out a subscription, a digital one, and find out more, just head online to The Times website. Now it's time for the headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good evening. The Afghan President Ashraf Ghani says he has left the country in order to avoid bloodshed. He used a Facebook posting to make the announcement. Reuters reports that Taliban commanders say they have taken over the presidential palace in Kabul. Reports also now suggest NATO has closed Kabul airport to commercial travel, only allowing military vehicles to operate. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Henry Zeffman, chief political correspondent from The Times, says Boris Johnson has also encouraged the world to come together over the crisis.
What the government really doesn't want to happen is for one or two countries to start peeling off and recognising the Taliban as the new legitimate government of Afghanistan before the group is all willing to do that together. Now, clearly, eventually, there is going to have to be a recognition that the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan. That's very unlikely to change anytime soon.
Alistair Dorber, Washington correspondent for The Times, says that this is a bit of a disaster for Joe Biden as well.
It's a 20-year war, and the group that were in power and were kicked out when the Americans and the Brits went in 20 years ago is precisely the same group that's swept back into the presidential palace in Kabul today. Several thousand US soldiers have been killed. The whole campaign has cost almost $1 trillion.
The UK has recorded a further 26,750 COVID-19 cases in the latest 24-hour period. 61 more deaths have also been reported within 28 days of a positive test. Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of when it should have been. Mr. Trudeau's leadership is strong after COVID-19 vaccination rates and a post-pandemic economic rebound. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a few showers in the east at first, then also across the North Wales area and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Now with the sport, here's Kane Reeves.
The Nuno Espirito Santo reign at Tottenham began with a 1-0 win over defending Premier League champions Manchester City without Harry Kane. The England captain was left out with speculation continuing to mount over his future. Son Heung-min, who signed a new 4-year deal at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the summer, scored the winner.
It's just incredible performance. I think that everyone worked so hard to win this, to get these 3 points, and obviously Man City is currently the best team in the world, so I think we fight for the 3 points. I think this means a lot for us.
David Moyes says the experience Declan Rice gained at the Euros will be invaluable to West Ham this season as they opened their campaign with a 4-2 win at Newcastle on Sunday.
It looks as if he's come back with a little bit more experience, a little bit more nous, and we keep saying he's got even more in the locker, Declan, to go, and I thought he showed a little bit of that today where he was taking it on to another level today.
The Hammers claimed the victory after coming from behind, trailing 2-1 at the break. In Scotland, Raith Rovers have been rewarded for their shock 2-1 win against Aberdeen in the League Cup with a quarter-final tie at Celtic. And Postecoglou's side beat Hearts 3-2 to progress.
Probably the best football we've played so far this year. Totally dominated. The only sort of thing we didn't take advantage of some unbelievable opportunities to put the game to bed. But football's outstanding. The intent is outstanding.
Holders St Johnstone will face Dundee after beating Arbroath on penalties. Rangers will play Livingston and Dundee United host Hibernian in the other quarter-final ties. It's finally poised between England and India heading into the final day of the second test at Lord's. England reduced the tourists to 181 for 6 in their second innings, giving India a lead of 154. And Roger Federer says he needs knee surgery and will be out for many months. The 20-time Grand Slam champion first had surgery on the problem after the 2020 Australian Open before going in for a follow-up procedure in June last year. More reaction to the weekend's Premier League football can be heard with our colleagues on Talk Sport. They also have live Championship football for you on Tuesday night with leaders Fulham taking on Millwall.
This is Times Radio.
22 minutes to midnight. Time for our US panel. And tonight I'm joined by Sarah Baxter, former deputy editor of the Sunday Times and reporter on US affairs, and Kadia Goba, US politics reporter for BuzzFeed. Welcome to you, Sarah. Welcome to you, Kadia.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, dear. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to start off with Afghanistan, the big news of this week. And today we heard that the Afghan government had collapsed as the president, Ashraf Ghani, left the country, reportedly bound for Tajikistan. Meanwhile, the Taliban say they've entered a number of district centres in Kabul and now control 11 of them. It seems like US President Biden's past statements may come back to haunt him this week. Here's what he had to say last month on the 8th of July when asked if the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan was inevitable.
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well-equipped as any army in the world, and an air force against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
Well, the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on damage control duty, trying to give every impression that the speed of the Taliban takeover is not a shock, despite it confounding Biden's words last month. Here he is speaking to Jake Tapper on CNN's State of the Union this morning.
That status quo was not sustainable. Like it or not, there was an agreement that the forces would come out on May 1st. Had we not begun that process, which is what the president did, and the Taliban saw, then we would have been back at war with the Taliban. And we would have been back at war with tens of thousands of troops having to go in because the 2,500 troops we had there and the air power would not have sufficed to deal with the situation, especially as we see, alas, the hollowness of the Afghan security forces. And by the way, from the perspective of our strategic competitors around the world, there's nothing they would like more than to see us in Afghanistan for another 5, 10, 20 years. It's simply not in the national interest.
What do you make of that, Kadir? I mean, he's speaking very, very stridently and emphatically, but do you think he's just trying to save face because big trouble may loom ahead for the Biden administration? What do you think, Kadir?
Thank you. I think the Biden administration is going to get a lot of flack. For weeks now, we've already heard opposition, especially Republicans, coming out, speaking out against his withdrawal. But I think more importantly, when I talk to past political appointees or military who were stationed in Afghanistan, they actually say this is exactly what they expected. So it's going to be a political, I guess, football that Biden is going to have to. They're really going to have to spin this so that people understand, like, yeah, this is the outcome when you withdraw after 20 years from a war-torn area, and when you essentially hand over the country to people that you suspect would actually do these atrocities. I don't think any person doubts or is thinks it's unserious that these atrocities that will come, but many people I speak to say this is exactly what they thought would happen with any kind of withdrawal.
What do your sources tell you, Sarah? I mean, this is a very risky move, isn't it, by Biden?
Yeah, what's going on is absolutely shameful, and you can take it that everything that Secretary of State Antony Blinken is saying is all bluff, because the idea was that on the 20th anniversary of 9/11, which is coming up very fast on September 11th, obviously, Biden intended to declare that America had left Afghanistan in the hands of its own government and security forces. What he's actually done is handed it back to the Taliban. And as somebody who was there as the Sunday Times' New York correspondent on 9/11, who witnessed the attacks on the towers and was there, I find it all, profoundly disturbing and saddening.
Meanwhile, Republicans are up in arms. Speaking on State of the Union this morning, Republican U.S. Representative for Texas, Michael McCall, had this to say about the Biden administration. He said it completely underestimated the strength of the Taliban.
It's an unmitigated disaster of epic proportions. And I think the president, this is going to be a stain on this president and his presidency. And I think he's going to have blood on his hands for what they did.
His remarks became even more scathing when he went on to attack Biden's administration for what are, in his eyes, fundamental errors of judgment when interpreting intelligence reports on Afghanistan.
They totally blew this one. They completely underestimated the strength of the Taliban. And, Jake, they didn't listen to the intelligence community, because every time I got an IC briefing, an assessment, it was probably the grimmest assessment I've ever heard on Afghanistan. And yet the State Department, Secretary Blinken, the politicos in the White House wanted to paint this rosy picture that somehow these peace talks in Doha were going to deliver a rabbit out of the hat at the 11th hour. Well, guess what? That didn't happen. And now they're sending 5,000 troops in.
As American troops ramped up their evacuation of diplomatic staff from the embassy to the airport, Taliban fighters entered Kabul, poised to take over the government. Speaking to Nancy Cordes on Face the Nation this morning, House Republican Whip Steve Scalise likening the developments to Saigon.
In fact, you just had President Biden a few days ago saying you wouldn't see helicopters evacuating the embassy like Saigon, and yet here we are. This is President Biden's Saigon moment, and unfortunately, it was very predictable. It seems like many in President Biden's intelligence community got this devastatingly wrong.
But Secretary of State Blinken said the exact opposite on CNN's State of the Union.
This is not Saigon. We went to Afghanistan 20 years ago with one mission, and that mission was to deal with the folks who attacked us on 9/11. And we have succeeded in that mission. The objective that we set, bringing those who attacked us to justice, making sure that they couldn't attack us again from Afghanistan, we've succeeded in that mission.
So, Sarah, say this all goes horribly wrong, and I mean gets even worse than it appears today. Who owns this? Is it Biden or is it the Republicans? Because let's remember what the Trump plan was, to get out in May. And in fact, they cut out the Ashraf Ghani government from talks in Doha, talks with the Taliban.
Well, definitely Donald Trump owns part of this. He set the whole thing in motion, and Biden, who'd never really agreed with keeping the troops there for that long anyway, endorsed more or less the Trump plan. But the idea that he could get out before September the 11th and more or less declare victory on that day, that's all on Joe Biden. The manner of the hasty retreat, we can't let him off the hook on this. Much as though I'd like to say, Donald Trump also bears his share of the blame, which he does. In the end, there's only one president of the United States who's looking at the intelligence, who's talking to the military chiefs, who's making the decisions, and that's Joe Biden. And he's the one who's supposed to be the big foreign policy expert. America's back. He's planning to have some big democracy summit in the future, touting American values. It not only looks like Saigon, the government of Afghanistan has collapsed even more rapidly than the Saigon government did back in the day when the American forces pulled out. So this is all spin from the Biden side, but he owns this definitely.
Kadir, some people, including in this country, look at the front page. This is of the Daily Mail in the UK. They're asking, what did British soldiers die for? Was it all wasted? Was it all in vain? Is that being asked where you are?
I think I did hear some past military folks say the same things, exactly the same thing, that they feel defeated. I plan to go to Fort Bragg, where some of the military will be, where they're deploying. From where they're deploying some of the military. And the sentiment seems to be, yes, that they feel that after so many years, some of them are actually going back from being stationed in Afghanistan. And yes, the sentiment is that after so many years, what were they there for? Where was the training of the military? I've even heard recounts of people saying, well, why didn't the Afghanistan military fight harder? It's really a mess. And I think, again, a lot of criticism is going to fall on this administration.
But at the same time, this administration, Sarah, you can come back in. Yes, go on.
Yes, well, I was just going to add, though, there is one thing, though, that I've also heard people say, which the Biden administration has kind of repeated, although it sounds a bit weird coming from their own mouths, given all their promises before, which is that if the Afghan people are not fighting for themselves, they can't will this mission to succeed. And in the end, I think you'll find that America is glad to have got out. And, they didn't intend to be there for 20 years. And Americans are glad they're going. It's just they're sickened and embarrassed and ashamed that they're leaving in this terribly bedraggled, defeated way. To see one of the people who was incarcerated at Guantanamo Bay, which was itself a stain on America, then, proclaiming that, Kabul is in the hands of the Islamic Emirate. I mean, this is terrible for Americans, and it's very bad for its psyche. But nobody's going to say, gee, you know what, we should have spent another $1 trillion and stayed another 20 years. People are glad to be gone. And in that, there's a similarity with Saigon over that. People didn't want to be in Vietnam anymore.
That's right. Well, many Republicans are saying this is likely to be a long-lasting stain on the Biden administration. But if there isn't an attack on US soil, which can be traced to Afghanistan, in the next year or two, so pre the midterms, or indeed in the next 3 years, pre the 2024 general election, then Joe Biden will say it was a gamble that paid off. What do you think, Kadir? Kadir, you still with us?
Sorry, you broke up. Hello.
Okay, sorry. I was just wondering whether or not you feel that if there is not an attack on US soil, which can be traced to the Taliban, to Afghanistan, say in the next year and a bit before the midterms, or indeed before the 2024 general election, Joe Biden will say it was a gamble well worth taking.
Oh, I definitely think the administration is going to spin this no matter how. If they're, this is just, it's politics, sadly. And like she mentioned, what Americans don't want to see is the atrocities that they anticipate will happen. I also think it's interesting that the administration also is calling on or bringing up the past administration and suggesting that Trump bears some blame. I mean, we even have Republicans saying the same thing. Cheney came out this morning and said that basically the past administration legitimized the Taliban. So I think
Kadir, let me pause you for a second, because I think we have audio of the Wyoming representative Liz Cheney saying exactly that.
There is no question that President Trump, his administration, Secretary Pompeo, they also bear very significant responsibility for this. They walked down this path of legitimizing the Taliban, of perpetuating this fantasy, telling the American people that the Taliban were a partner for peace. President Trump told us that the Taliban was going to fight terror. Secretary Pompeo told us that the Taliban was going to renounce al-Qaeda. None of that has happened. None of it has happened.
Well, Liz Cheney went on to say, what we're watching right now in Afghanistan is what happens when America withdraws from the world. Now, I know she's not popular among the Republican rank and file, Kadir, but do you think those words will resonate among independents?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say, right? After all the pictures that we'll see in the next coming days. But let me point to her. It was her father that initiated this, right, in 2001. So I'm not sure where her credibility lies in this, and I don't think that the politics will shadow what we are going to see in the coming days in news reports on television about this very botched withdrawal, sadly.
All right. Thank you very much for your thoughts on that story. Let's move on to this one, the Delta variant, because it is ripping through the US and the effects are being felt, especially in Texas. Hospitals are becoming overwhelmed, with tents built outside 2 hospitals in Houston because the wards are full and the city has run out of intensive care beds. It comes as the state governor battles to block rules on mandatory mask wearing. More than 10,000 people have been admitted to hospital in the past week after catching the virus. Sarah, why the mask blocking when there's such a dire situation in Texas right now? I think we're talking about, is it Governor Abbott, aren't we?
We are. Republican governor really trying to shore up his reputation with a Republican base. He was under a lot of stick, if you remember, during the winter when there was a terrible storm hit Texas and they seemed very ill prepared. He was in the doghouse then, and he's very afraid of alienating a hardcore base of Republican voters who think that mask mandates are not necessary because COVID is either, just the flu or not as serious as people say, or doesn't affect the young, or somehow doesn't affect them, and that telling people to wear masks is interfering with their freedom-loving independence. And you know what? this has really taken root among a hardcore of Republican voters, particularly in southern states, more or less from Texas. In fact, if you look at the old Mason-Dixon line, you can see both the extent of, which used to define the old sort of slave-holding states, the South of America. This is where the Delta variant is taking off, and the opposition to mask mandates is at its strongest. And it really is an extraordinary kind of cultural phenomenon that people feel so strongly about their freedom, they're willing to put their own lives at risk and the lives of other people.
Well, Kadia, Anthony Fauci, President Biden's top coronavirus advisor, says COVID is now becoming a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Would it be fair to say it's becoming, a pandemic of Republicans in the South? And some have noticed that if this continues, they're going to lose a percentage of their electorate. Speaking about this boldly and coldly in political terms, if it's Republicans who are dying at a far greater rate than Democrats, this is going to hurt them at the polls.
Yeah, this is the epitome of politicizing this pandemic. We did see a turnaround to start happening about 3 weeks ago when Republican leadership like Elise Stefanik and Scalise, Louisiana has been hit very hard with the pandemic of the most recent round, where they came out in support of the vaccine. So you would think that, yes, people thought, okay, well, it is in my best interest to tell my constituents to get the vaccine so they don't keep dying, so that it doesn't ultimately affect the 2022 election. But yet, like you said, there is this strong pull from from Republican governors. Look at DeSantis, where the pandemic is raging right now, as well as Abbott in Texas. And they are consistently politicizing this and making this about something other than what it is, which doesn't encourage or actually adds to the vaccine hesitancy on the ground. So essentially, they're telling their constituents, yes, the right for freedom is far beyond or exceeds the purposes of health, I would say.
So owning the libs is a price worth paying, even if it means you die. I mean, my word. There we go.
Well, it's about flipping the bird to the government, and
Yes.
you'll find that in the South that has a particular, history of not mistrust of the central government, dislike of anything that comes out of Washington, the feds, and it's having a devastating impact on real people's lives.
It is indeed. Let's finish with the New York governor, the outgoing governor, Andrew Cuomo. He's resigned after an inquiry found that he sexually harassed multiple women, prompting efforts to remove him. Here's his resignation statement.
And I would never want to be unhelpful in any way. And I think that given the circumstances, the best way I can help now is if I step aside and let government get back to governing. And therefore, that's what I'll do, because I work for you. And doing the right thing is doing the right thing for you. Because as we say, it's not about me, it's about we.
Sarah, Andrew Cuomo, a bruiser, a fighter, something he owned. But when you hear him trying to sound earnest, trying to sound humble, saying, I fall on my sword to help you, the great people of New York State, did you buy that?
I did not buy that. What a bad week it's been for the Democrats, really, when you think about it. No, it sounded like absolute cornball to me. And what's more, it was done with one eye to the future because, as you said, he's a fighter. He did everything he could not to be a quitter, but his last allies deserted him, including President Biden. But he's still thinking in, one corner of his brain, he's still thinking, if he can get out of this hole, maybe he can be reelected because he's convinced that somehow the people of New York still love him. Well, he's been elected 3 times. That's enough. I mean, politicians who think they can go on forever, soon learn a brutal lesson. He once said he only wanted to serve 2 terms. Well, if he'd called it quits then, he'd still have his reputation. Running a 3rd time, he'd made too many enemies, and the whole climate, you could no longer be the touchy-feely love gov after Me Too. So he's run out of time.
What do we think of his replacement, Kathy Hochul? Is it Hochul? I think her name is. Kadir Hochul, yeah. Is it? What do you make of her, Kadir?
Well, as a New Yorker, and following Hochul in the past and covering her, she's very much been in the shadows of the administration, or I should say of Cuomo. But that was intentional. Like, from what I understand, I think she had a 5-person staff, which is, somewhat interesting to be the lieutenant governor of a state with, or a city with 9 million people at the very least. She, it will be interesting to see where she goes in this next election, if she runs, who her opponents are. But she seems up for the task based on the speeches she's made ever since.
Well, yep. But first female governor in the state's history. Thank you very much indeed for being my wonderful US panel, to Kadir Goba from BuzzFeed and Sarah Sands from the Sunday Times. This is Henry Bonsu on your radio for another hour, in for Kate Borsey, and in the final hour we've got Joe Twyman of Delta Poll joining us to look at tomorrow morning's big news stories, including the latest in Afghanistan, and we'll look ahead to the week to come.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
It's midnight. Let's get the news with Daryl Jackson.
Thank you. Good morning. The Taliban have reached Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, and have taken over the presidential palace. Afghanistan's president, Ashraf Ghani, has fled the country, saying the Taliban have won. A spokesman from the militant group has told the Associated Press they're holding talks with the aim of forming an open, inclusive Islamic government. The UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting on Afghanistan later today. Boris Johnson says the whole world needs to keep talking.
More importantly, I think, is this international effort now, bring the UN Security Council together to look at the situation, to look back at 20 years of effort and achievement in Afghanistan, and to make sure that we don't throw those gains away.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has also appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Boris Johnson says he's confident of the safe return of all British nationals from the country.
The numbers of UK nationals there are not enormous, and of course the vast bulk of the embassy staff and the officials there are already now outside Afghanistan. But what we'll do is we'll keep going with the teams that we have to process as many applications that we have in the time available.
Well, meanwhile, many Afghan people are fleeing the country for fear of Taliban violence and suppression of human rights. Pakistan, Turkey, Uzbekistan and India have all seen refugees attempting to seek asylum, as well as Afghan citizens. Political figures and lawmakers have also fled the nation as the Taliban take control. Emotions are high at New Delhi airport, with one woman who had fled Afghanistan saying she feared for those left behind.
I can't believe the world abandoned Afghanistan. Our friends are going to get killed. They're going to kill us. Our women are not going to have any more rights. And that's all. I can talk another day.
Well, despite the unrest, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken says it was right for them to pull our military forces out of the country.
In the 19th century, the British were there. We've now been there far longer than they have. In the 20th century, the Russians were there. We've now been there twice as long as they have. As a strategic matter, there is nothing that our strategic competitors would like more than to see us bogged down and mired in Afghanistan for another 5, 10, 20 years. That is not in the national interest.
In other news this morning, the number of people known to have died after a major earthquake in Haiti has risen to 1,297, with 2,800 injured. The magnitude 7.2 quake hit on Saturday morning in the south of the country. Rescuers are trying to find survivors amid the rubble ahead of a potential deluge from an approaching tropical storm.
Across the UK, on DAB digital radio, on the free Times Radio app, and on your smart speaker, this is Times Radio.
At 12:05, it's Henry Bonsu in for Kate Borsey on Times Radio. So we're into the midnight hour. And my brother in arms for the rest of the show is Joe Twyman, co-founder and director of the public opinion consultancy Deltapo. Hi, Joe.
Good morning, Henry.
It's been a pretty busy last 24 hours, hasn't it, news-wise? Have you been glued to the TV, to the radio?
Yeah, it certainly has. It's been a fascinating and in many ways deeply depressing couple of days, and I've been monitoring it very closely.
Well, I'm not going to try and depress you during the next hour, but we have to kind of deal with it as it happens. There's no point. There's no way we can varnish this, Joe. So here's what we've been doing tonight. We've discussed a full-scale return to Taliban rule in Afghanistan after a day of incredibly fast-moving events in which the government in Kabul collapsed. The Western-backed president fled and fighters entered his palace, claiming victory for their Islamic emirate. Taliban leaders have said they'll settle for nothing less than absolute power, dismissing calls to accept a transitional government to oversee a peaceful transfer of control. Boris Johnson conceded that the Taliban would be Afghanistan's next rulers. Speaking after an emergency Cobra meeting this afternoon to discuss the crisis, the Prime Minister called for a united position from the West.
I think it's very important that the West collectively should work together to get over to that new government, be it by the Taliban or anybody else, that nobody wants Afghanistan once again to be a breeding ground for terror.
Now, Joe, you keep your finger on the pulse. Do you understand what Boris Johnson means by a united position from the West?
Well, that's a very good question. There is a united position against the Taliban as the leaders, rulers, however you want to characterise it, of Afghanistan. But at the same time, there is an acceptance, particularly among those countries with forces that were previously based in the country, that there is simply no other option given the situation that has arisen over the last couple of weeks. And so now, the Prime Minister and indeed all allied countries and the West more generally must think, okay, well, what is it that we do now? In a way, you can characterise this in similar ways to Iraq, in that US presidents went in without a plan, and in both cases US presidents came out without a plan as well, and we saw the difficulties that caused in Iraq, and we may well see difficulties of a similar nature, or indeed much worse, in Afghanistan.
I suppose Joe Biden's calculation is that if 73% of Americans wanted this to happen, wanted the USA to withdraw, certainly by September the 11th this year, then it was something worth pursuing. Remember, it was the original plan was when Trump was president, was to pull out by, I think, mid-May this year. What sense do you get about British public opinion or public opinion in other Western countries? Do you think people were tired of, talking about Afghanistan, of their troops being there and sadly sometimes being killed?
Well, people have largely, if not forgotten, then certainly put to the back of their mind any considerations about Afghanistan. I think if you were to ask the average person in the streets, or the 50% of people less engaged than the average person, how many troops we had in Afghanistan, I imagine they wouldn't be able to answer with any degree of accuracy. This has been going on for 20 years, and little really had been achieved, and that was really emphasised with with what we saw over the last couple of weeks in terms of training for the 300,000 Afghan army. But British public opinion, in terms of boots on the ground, to use the military expression, has been strongly against any kind of action, going right the way back now to the start of the Iraq War. Although it is true that at the very start of military activities back in 2003, there was a majority, albeit a very slim majority, support for military action. Then, since then, that figure has collapsed, and now only a very small proportion of people would be found supporting military action in either Afghanistan or Iraq. And we saw that hostility and hesitancy towards military action replicated when it came to actions in Libya, possible actions in Syria, and so on and so forth. This is something that has been in place now for over a decade, this public opinion towards isolationism, or not isolationism, that's probably too strong a word, but a move away from military action on the ground abroad. We've seen that in place now for more than 10 years, both in Britain, the United States, and many other countries.
Well, the question is whether opinion will shift if and when we start seeing pictures of humanitarian tragedy. But let's wait and see. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Meanwhile, British troops have arrived in Kabul to help the operation to evacuate British embassy staff. Parliament's been recalled on Wednesday to discuss the crisis. Earlier, I spoke to Henry Zeffman, the Times chief political correspondent, who described how the Foreign Secretary Dominic Raab had been noticeably absent on the crisis, but is now returning from holiday.
Tom Tugendhat, who's a Conservative MP, foreign affairs specialist, said this morning, we haven't heard from the Foreign Secretary in about a week, despite this being the single biggest foreign policy disaster since Suez, so I don't know what the Foreign Office is thinking. Early in the afternoon, Dominic Raab put out a tweet saying that he'd spoken to the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, another country that's very crucial in all of this. And pretty soon afterwards, the Foreign Office announced that Dominic Raab was, in fact, on holiday abroad, but was on his way back.
Now, Joe, we're often told that the British public doesn't like it if a minister is away when there's a crisis, and says something like crisis, what crisis, although I believe Jim Callan apparently never said that. Do you think the papers are right when they say that the public gets very, very irritated, very annoyed when a minister seems to be asleep at the wheel?
Well, it's actually more complicated than that. When you ask people, either in focus groups or in surveys, when particularly prime ministers and other senior MPs should take holidays, a large proportion of people say they shouldn't be allowed holidays at all,
ever.
Which I think is ever while in office, which I think is I think we would all agree is would be counterproductive in the long term. But certainly when it comes to these sort of events, the British public want to see or hear some sort of response from all senior people involved as soon as possible. And the same can be true of the opposition as well. They basically want to know that the political class as a whole has, if not got this, then certainly is looking at it closely. And really, as I see it, that's the only possible reason for the recall of Parliament. I mean, what else is Parliament going to do next week when it reconvenes? It's going to have these discussions, but I can't imagine the Taliban commanders, as they march towards Kabul, had any thought about whether they should push forward or not, and checked whether the British Parliament had been recalled before making that decision. I mean, It's a very, very difficult situation. But there's not much that Britain can do outside, obviously, the 3,000 Britons who are believed to be in the country still and evacuating them.
So what we see on Wednesday will be largely performative. It's to appear as though our writ runs far and that what our parliamentarians say matters. But actually, when it comes to Afghanistan, when it comes to the Taliban, they're not thinking about it. They're not thinking about the US even now, probably.
No, what the Taliban will be thinking about now is how to gain total control in the country. I mean, this rejection of a peaceful transition is, of course, entirely expected. The idea that they would turn around having captured basically all the important strategic parts of the country in 2 weeks. The fact that they would turn around and say, "Oh no, but actually let's have a peaceful transition." I mean, it's completely ridiculous. They will things, I imagine, will get substantially worse before they get better. I don't know Afghanistan very well, but from 2007 to 2010, I did work in Baghdad. And the first thing you're told there is that Afghanistan is different from Iraq. But there are a number of similarities between the two countries, even though they are obviously very different in many other ways. And what we saw with the withdrawal of the American forces and other allied forces in Iraq that then led in part to the rise of ISIS could very well be replicated here. And in the same way that you saw ISIS driving around clearly in reconditioned American Humvees, I imagine we will see the same thing from the Taliban very soon as well.
The product of £83 billion worth of equipment and training to the Afghan army. My word. OK, we're going to talk a bit more about the States, Joe, because although little was heard from Joe Biden yesterday, the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, did the rounds of political TV shows to defend the US's mission in Afghanistan, to counter comparisons between what's happening now in Kabul and the humiliating fall of Saigon 46 years ago. The withdrawal was deliberately timed by the White House to coincide with the 20th anniversary of September the 11th. But it now seems that everything that possibly could have gone wrong has gone wrong. Alistair Dorber, Washington correspondent for The Times, spoke to me earlier about whether today's events are bad news for the White House.
From a foreign policy perspective, it's of course a disaster. It's a 20-year war, and the group that were in power and were kicked out when the Americans and the Brits went in 20 years ago is precisely the same group that's swept back into the presidential palace in Kabul today. Several thousand US soldiers have been killed. The whole campaign has cost almost $1 trillion.
Well, Joe, if you're Joe Biden, you've come in after 4 years of America First and Donald Trump. You were against the surge in 2009. You didn't want to see more US troops go in. And you're saying to yourself now, actually, if 73% of the American people have had enough of this, I am going to be the guy to end it, and I will reap the political dividend. I mean, you can understand why he did it.
Well, that's one interpretation. I mean, when US military forces are in foreign countries, they sign what's called a status of forces agreement once an established government is in place, and that agreement was signed with Donald Trump that set out a set of protocols for the behaviour and the rules of engagement of the American troops, but it also set out plans for withdrawal. Now, Joe Biden could have easily changed that status of forces agreement in the same way that that Barack Obama could have changed the status of a forces agreement in Iraq. In both cases, they chose not to do so. My sense is that it's less to do with public opinion in terms of the immediate moment, because that's 73%. It will be 73% next year, roughly. It'll be 73% in 5 years' time, and it would have been 73% 5 years earlier. That's not changing very much. The question is, what do you do with a country like Afghanistan? What do you do with a country like Iraq? When we've been in Afghanistan, when we being America and the United Kingdom, we've been in Afghanistan for 20 years. As you said, $88 billion, $88 billion has been spent on training and so on and so forth. There's a standing army of 300,000 Afghans. At what stage do you leave? Or do you just say, okay, we're going to stay forever, no matter how much it costs us in terms of money, no matter how much it costs us in terms of lives? And so if you're going to pull out, then really it's a matter of choosing when, and there is no good time. The Afghan army is not really going to get substantially better in a short period of time. The only question is whether you do it during the fighting season that runs from April to October, I think, in Afghanistan, or whether you do it outside that period when there are lots of logistical problems. And so if Joe Biden is committed to leaving, then the 20th anniversary of September the 11th proves an interesting time to do that. But really, I can't see the situation would have been any different at any other time, given the difficulty. And so we would have been facing this at any stage once he committed to leaving.
But let me put this to you, because it was put to me by one of my US panel earlier, Sarah Baxter, okay, from the Sunday Times. And think about this notion of United States troops being in Afghanistan for 20 years. That's too long. How long have they been in Germany? They're still there. How long have they been in South Korea? They're still there. I mean, not a huge number, but it costs money. But they're there for a reason. They're there to show other countries that they've got these countries' backs. And maybe there's value in that.
Yes, I agree. But obviously the situation in South Korea, the situation in Germany, the situation in Japan, the situation in all these places, in Guatemala, where America has state of forces agreements with these countries, it's clearly very different in Afghanistan. And in all of those other countries that you've talked about, the US presence is there to support the existing army, but that those armed forces have to be, to use an awful expression, to be able to stand up for themselves. Yeah. And clearly, the belief was that that this could not be achieved in Afghanistan without costing more money and, crucially, more lives. And the lives and the kind of engagements that you get in Afghanistan are clearly very different from those that you get in South Korea and certainly Germany. And so it's a very, very different situation. And it doesn't mean that the argument isn't valid, but it does mean that it's more complicated than simply a replication of South Korea.
All right, let's talk a bit more about what we discussed with my US panel earlier on the show. And we spoke to national US politics reporter for BuzzFeed, Kadia Goba, and she said many people who'd been out in Afghanistan over the last 2 decades were not surprised by the events of this week.
When you withdraw after 20 years from a war-torn area, and when you essentially hand over the country to people that you suspect would actually do these atrocities. I don't think any person doubts or is thinks it's unserious that these atrocities that will come, but many people I speak to say this is exactly what they thought would happen.
Meanwhile, Sarah Baxter, former deputy editor of the Sunday Times and reporter on US affairs, said the Democrats' plans to hand power back to Afghanistan's own government on the 20th anniversary of 9/11 were all but finished.
The idea was that on the 20th anniversary of 9/11, which is coming up very fast on September 11th, obviously, Biden intended to declare that America had left Afghanistan in the hands of its own government and security forces. What he's actually done is handed it back to the Taliban. And as somebody who was there as the Sunday Times' New York correspondent on 9/11, who witnessed the attacks on the towers and was there, I find it all, profoundly disturbing and saddening.
There we go. So, Joe Twyman, let's have a look at the front pages because, of course, they reflect the sentiments of Sarah Baxter and the other colleagues we've been talking to in the last hour or two. Where do you want to start those off with? I mean, so look at the Daily Mirror, okay? Taliban take Kabul, paras in to save 6,000 Brits, last stand at the airport in race against time to evacuate. And then you've got the Taliban rule returns to Afghanistan, the Independent, same picture of those guys with rocket launchers. And then the Daily Mail, what the hell did they all die for? A picture of 6, I can't see the guys at the back, troops carrying a Union Jack bedecked coffin of a colleague who's fallen in battle. After 20 years, Afghanistan abandoned in days, fears grow for our brave translators, mounting panic in rush to flee Taliban. Now families of 457 British heroes who sacrificed lives, ask, what the hell did they all die for? So what do you think?
I think it's really interesting that that more than one paper is taking this line that the Mail has chosen about this being the biggest foreign policy catastrophe in 65 years. So the idea that this is the biggest crisis since Suez. But of course, this is not a crisis that is of our making in the same way that Suez was. This is a decision that was made by the Americans, of which we are part. But let's face it: if the Americans had said stay, we would have stayed, and the Americans said leave, so we had to leave. We couldn't say, oh no, you guys can leave, but we'll stay here defending this. It simply doesn't work like that, and it shows the complete dependence that the British have on the US forces. And what it also demonstrates to me is the fact that a lot of the coverage talks about the fact that this was expected, but what has surprised analysts and clearly has surprised the Biden administration is the speed at which it happened. And so, yes, this handover was expected, as was previously mentioned. This handover was expected on September the 11th, so that Joe Biden could say, presumably in Washington, not in Kabul, we're handing over to the Afghan government and the Afghan security forces. And then after that, if it fell, then that would be their fault. The fact that it has happened seemingly with very, very little in the way of actual resistance is clearly surprising to the Biden administration, but at the same time should not be surprising given the modus operandi of ISIS and the speed at which the Iraqi army collapsed in so many similar ways as ISIS roared across Iraq.
Are we talking then about a failure of British and American intelligence, or did they get the briefings, as we heard earlier in that clip? They knew what was likely to happen, but they were, the Americans in particular, determined to meet that deadline, that timetable, so they could say they could have a political victory. And we had to go along with it, because for all the talk of boosterism and global Britain, in the end, well, we're the sideshow and the Americans don't consult us, and we just have to dust ourselves off and say, but we're still really, really close.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that we could have done, and that's clear. As for the failure of intelligence, I mean, ultimately we just don't know. We don't know what information Joe Biden and his administration were privy to when this decision was made. It may well have been the 300,000 Afghan army are up against 80,000 Taliban. They're not going to manage it. They're not good enough. But they will never be good enough, and they'll probably hold out long enough. That may have been the assessment. But I imagine it was not as clear-cut as that. I imagine various bits of information were presented, and then a judgment was made on that. But it was always going to be a toss of the coin. And on this occasion, for the Biden administration, and unfortunately for millions of Afghanis, that coin fell on the wrong side.
Yeah, just looking at those front pages, The Sun, escape from Kabul, thousands of Brits fleeing Afghan hell. Again, they've got a picture of those Taliban fighters with the rocket-propelled grenades. The Guardian, the fall of Kabul. And then End to Freedom all around are fearful faces of women. Which of these front pages most gripped you?
For me, this will sound a bit strange, but for me it was the Telegraph's front page. Okay. The photo that they had, and the photo they had there. And the reason for that is, obviously, we're all familiar with that photo of Saigon and the last helicopter out of Saigon off the American embassy there. What this showed to me was the banality of the situation. The fact that you have a guy with a clipboard and he's waving people over to the Chinooks so they can be helicoptered out. You have other guys sitting on the side drinking what looks like bottles of water. You have loads of camo cases and rucksacks just sitting there, and people are just strolling off. It was, for me, it really captured this feeling of how would I put it, of defeat, but a banal defeat. This wasn't this was just sort of, oh well, that's it then. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, so leave them to it then, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. It was the failure of defeat that was captured in this picture for me.
At the same time, and look at a quote from this Telegraph piece. One Tory MP said the Taliban's victory was the biggest single disaster of British foreign policy since Suez. I presume that's Tom Tugendhat. I think we've linked him to that quote. and he's the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and he spent 4 years in Afghanistan on active service, and he is particularly angry at the government's decision not to try harder with the Americans or not to try and get an American-less coalition of the willing to at least keep some presence there.
And it's his position is completely understandable. Having said that, anyone who's spent any time in the region knows how important this is. And of course, the big risk now is what happens in Afghanistan to all those Afghan civilians, particularly to women. And when we saw prior to 2001 the atrocities that the Afghan women had to put up with, and indeed Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel Prize winner, has commented that she's deeply worried by the situation. So we have an awful situation for people left in Afghanistan, but we also have an awful situation in the rest of the region and potentially the rest of the world. Pakistan borders Afghanistan. There are, off the top of my head, 215 million people in Pakistan. The potential for the contagion of Afghanistan's, however you want to characterize it, unrest, terrorism, however you characterize it, the potential for contagion in that whole region, in Iran and Pakistan, could be enormous. And the bringing uncertainty and difficulties and instability to the world's second largest Muslim population country is a huge, huge risk for not just September the 11th this year, but for potentially years to come.
Which makes the position of Pakistan all the more curious, because I hear and I read that Pakistan has always been influential with the Taliban. They've supported them, they helped create it, they funded it, they've given them refuge when they've been in difficulty across the border. And yet, if the Taliban govern as they did before, we're going to see these huge refugee flows, as you say, and there'll be blowback on Pakistan itself. So I don't get the logic. Do you?
Oh, well, it's because to say Pakistan does this, Pakistan does that, it's far more complicated than that. And so certain groups within Pakistan have supported the Taliban.
Well, the ISI, is it? The ISI, the Intelligence and Security Service, something like, I think that's the Pakistan's intelligence service, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's one element that's been involved. And similarly, there are certain groups that have funded the Taliban, some more openly than others. But there has been a lot of hostility to the Taliban as well inside Pakistan. But there's no doubt that now this could be the biggest humanitarian crisis to hit the region in many, many decades, and that will have huge impacts on Iran and Pakistan and Turkmenistan as well, particularly.
All right, Joe, thank you very much for now. That's Joe Twyman, founder of Delta Poll, live on your radio with me, Henry Bonsu, in for Kate Borsey. It's 12:30. Today's Times is on sale now with all the award-winning reporting you'd expect, plus features, reviews, and, of course, puzzles. And if you want to save nearly 50% on the cover price, a print subscription costs just £9 a week and gets you all 7 papers from Monday to Sunday. To find out more, search Times Print Subscription. Now it's time for the headlines with Daryl Jackson.
Across the UK, on DAB, online and on your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
Thank you. Good morning. The Afghan President Ashraf Ghani says he has left the country in order to avoid bloodshed. He used a Facebook posting to make the announcement. Reuters reports that the Taliban commanders say they have taken over the presidential palace in Kabul. Reports now suggest NATO has closed Kabul airport to commercial travel, only allowing military vehicles to operate. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson has appealed for all UK nationals in Afghanistan to come forward so they can be evacuated from the country. Henry Zeffman, chief political correspondent for The Times, says Boris Johnson has encouraged the world to come together.
What the government really doesn't want to happen is for one or two countries to start peeling off and recognising the Taliban as the new legitimate government of Afghanistan before the group is all willing to do that together. Now, clearly, eventually, there is going to have to be a recognition that the Taliban has taken control of Afghanistan. That's very unlikely to change anytime soon.
Alistair Dwarber, Washington correspondent for The Times, says this could be a disaster for Joe Biden.
It's a 20-year war, and the group that were in power and were kicked out when the Americans and the Brits went in 20 years ago is precisely the same group that's swept back into the presidential palace in Kabul today. Several thousand US soldiers have been killed. The whole campaign has cost almost $1 trillion.
Some of the police cordons set up in Kiev in Plymouth after Thursday night shootings have been lifted. Officers are said to have completed their inquiries at a number of scenes. 17 Biddick Drive will remain a secured scene, though, and forensic examinations will remain ongoing at that location over the coming days. And Canada's voters will go to the polls on the 20th of September after Prime Minister Justin Trudeau asked for Parliament to be dissolved. The election next month is 2 years ahead of when it should have been. Mr Trudeau's leadership is strong after COVID-19 vaccination rates and post-pandemic economic rebound. Looking ahead to tomorrow, a few showers in the east at first, then also across North Wales and northwest England. Mostly dry elsewhere with some cloud and sunny spells. Rain affecting western Scotland later. Now with the sport, here's Kane Reeves.
The Nuno Espirito Santo reign at Tottenham began with a 1-0 win over defending Premier League champions Manchester City without Harry Kane. The England captain was left out with speculation continuing to mount over his future. Son Heung-min, who signed a new 4-year deal at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in the summer, scored the winner.
It's just incredible performance. I think that everyone worked so hard to win this, to get these 3 points, and obviously Man City is currently the best team in the world, so I think we fight for the 3 points. I think this means a lot for us.
David Moyes says the experience Declan Rice gained at the Euros will be invaluable to West Ham this season as they opened their campaign with a 4-2 win at Newcastle on Sunday.
It looks as if he's come back with a little bit more experience, a little bit more nous, and we keep saying he's got even more in the locker, Declan, to go, and I thought he showed a little bit of that today where he was taking it on to another level today.
The Hammers claimed the victory after coming from behind, trailing 2-1 at the break. In Scotland, Raith Rovers have been rewarded for their shock 2-1 win against Aberdeen in the League Cup with a quarter-final tie at Celtic. And Postecoglou's side beat Hearts 3-2 to progress.
Probably the best football we've played so far this year. Totally dominated. The only sort of thing we didn't take advantage of some unbelievable opportunities to put the game to bed. But football's outstanding. The intent is outstanding.
Holders St Johnstone will face Dundee after beating Arbroath on penalties. Rangers will play Livingston and Dundee United host Hibernian in the other quarter-final ties. It's finally poised between England and India heading into the final day of the second test at Lord's. England reduced the tourists to 181 for 6 in their second innings, giving India a lead of 154. And Roger Federer says he needs knee surgery and will be out for many months. The 20-time Grand Slam champion first had surgery on the problem after the 2020 Australian Open before going in for a follow-up procedure in June last year. More reaction to the weekend's Premier League football can be heard with our colleagues on Talk Sport. They also have live Championship football for you on Tuesday night with leaders Fulham taking on Millwall.
Across the UK, on DAB Digital Radio, on the free Times Radio app, and via your smart speaker. This is Times Radio.
With me, Henry Bonswin, for Kate Borsey, and I've got Joe Twyman, my brother-in-arms. Joe is the co-founder and director of Delta Poll. Joe, a couple of other news stories to talk about. First of all, this one. The Times front page today includes the headline, Social Media Vetting for Gun Licence Applicants by Fiona Hamilton, who's a crime and security editor at the Times. And the story looks at how police will need to check the social media profiles of firearm licence applicants. And that's under new rules after the Plymouth mass shooting. And she explained to me how social media might be included in vetting for firearms licence processing.
I'm told that some police forces already do conduct social media checks for applicants, but it's done on an ad hoc basis at the moment. So some police forces will have a look at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, etc., but others won't. So I wouldn't be surprised if the government perhaps includes social media in whatever announcement they're going to make later this evening. And there will be statutory guidance on statutory new guidance on the issuing of firearms licenses that was already due to be published next month, which was the response to this consultation from 2019. And I think that the issues that the Plymouth shooting has raised will certainly be addressed in that.
consultation from 2019, so we're talking 2 years ago. The Telegraph also covered this on their front page and mentioned that the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, asked all 43 police forces in England and Wales to review their firearm application processes. Joe, what do you make of this story and the sense that the reason why the police didn't investigate this guy, the shooter, more thoroughly was because they were concerned about his civil liberties and right to privacy?
Well, I think many people will be absolutely astonished that there are police forces in this country that, when handing out firearms licenses, don't check social media. But of course, it is more complicated than that, not just from the point of view of privacy. And you may say, well, it's ridiculous that someone who so obviously posted publicly about his hatred for women and his support for misogynistic violence and so on and so forth, it's ridiculous that he wasn't picked up. But there is the question about, okay, when it comes to social media, there are different levels. And someone, for instance, who might, fearing their gun would be taken away, might simply post anonymously, might post under a different name, and so on and so forth. Then how far do you go in investigating that? I think it's another one of those examples.
At least to base one, this was open source. He didn't post these things, on some dark web. He posted them openly.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. As I say, in that instance, it's very obvious. The question is, where do you draw the line? And the police have clearly, in this particular instance, decided that it's far too loose in its application. And my suspicion is it's probably not because of their fear of civil liberties. It's because of their fear of the logistical challenge of taking things further. And something has to be. I mean, it's a cliche to say that something has to be done about this, but it's another example of where the laws that are in place are simply not fit for purpose when it comes to the modern world of social media and internet communications. And so even if, for instance, someone is posting anonymously, should that be traced? Should that be tracked? If they're posting on the dark web, should that be tracked? There are 750,000 gun owners in this country, and I think there would be widespread support for monitoring of some kind. But I fear that simply won't be enough. But it is definitely a step that's required nonetheless.
All right. In brief, on the front page of the Telegraph, you wanted to talk about this projected £2 trillion cost of levelling up. Now, I can imagine the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, who's a fiscal conservative, dare I say even Thatcherite conservative, having sleepless nights at that figure.
Yes, and I think it's a really interesting story because it talks about the bigger implications to the sound bites, if you will, that we keep hearing. We hear time and again about the levelling up agenda, and no one's quite sure what that actually means or what it will pan out to be in terms of specific policies. But what it's clear from this report, and I'm sure from many other assessments as we go on, is that it's going to cost a huge amount of money to, in effect, counter 2,000 years of history that have placed London and the southeast at the epicenter of this country's decision-making process. And to address that is simply not a matter of standing up and making speeches and policies here and there. If lasting changes to take place, then it is going to cost a fantastically large amount of money. And they make the comparison here between the reunification of Germany and the amount of money that was spent in East Germany to try and raise living standards there. And that, of course, has still not levelled up Germany, even so many years after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and so much money being spent. This is not an easy process, and yet it's simply been rolled out time and again that, we will level up as a country. Well, as I say, you've got to fight 2,000 years of history if you're going to do that effectively, and that really costs a lot of money.
Really giving us some pretty good historical perspective, because I thought, interesting, unification of Germany in 1990, but you're taking us back 2,000 years, so that's pretty impressive, Joe.
I'm from Colchester in Essex, which was the first capital of Roman Britain to then be replaced by London, and it's never caught up.
Oh no, Britannia! I came, I saw, I conquered. Veni Vidi Vici. Remember that? Veni Vidi Vici. Did you do a bit of Latin at school?
I came, I saw, I conquered.
Yes.
I personally prefer Veni Vici VC, but that's something different.
Oh, right. Okay, my God, yeah. What a sued. Anyway, look, it's midnight 41. Got Joe Twyman here, the co-founder and director of Delta Poll. In a moment, we'll be talking about what's coming up in the rest of the week and also some embargoed stories.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel.
The biggest stories and the biggest guests from politics, business and the arts.
Without a doubt, it's going to make things worse. It so undermines all that we've done with the Modern Slavery Act. It's horrifying.
Making sense of a changing world.
Everybody gets a sense that something really disturbing is already happening. And I'm hopeful evidence like this is actually going to galvanise action.
The perfect percolation of news, lifestyle, business and culture.
It's kind of like cramming for an exam. It's like, really, you should have been doing the work throughout the year, but you've left it to the night before. So
get it done.
Get on with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Pull an all-nighter.
Pull an all-nighter. The world is pulling an all-nighter.
Times Radio Breakfast with Asma Mir and Stig Abel. This morning from 6 on Times Radio. This is Times Radio.
All right, now on to some of those stories that have gone live in the last hour, Joe. And the first one is on COVID, and more of the country's best-known businesses such as Asda, lastminute.com, National Express, Free Now taxis and Better Leisure Centres are set to offer rewards to young customers who get vaccinated. Companies like Uber, Bolt and Deliveroo have already said they will offer discounted rides and meals for customers who get a COVID-19 jab to help boost vaccine uptake. Now, this seems to be a tactic that's proving popular. What do you think, Joe?
I find that often in the world of public opinion, free money does prove popular. That is something that tends to be a universal truth. Personally, I would have thought that one of the incentives for getting the vaccine is a reduced risk of dying from COVID. But it seems that is not enough for some people. And so given that it is important that everyone as far and as wide as possible is vaccinated, then I think a little helping hand, be it from Asda, lastminute.com or Better Leisure Centres, then if a little helping hand from them would certainly be appreciated, I think, even if it is just a free 3-day pass at a Better Leisure Centre of your choice.
I mean, in some countries, they're offering people entry to multi-million pound lotteries. Won't this strike some people as a bit kind of patronising and small beer?
All of it is relatively small bit, but I think it's less about the incentives themselves and it's less about the money. I think it's more about sending a message that this is really important, and so making it clear, particularly to young people who perhaps may think, oh well, what do I need to worry about that? It's emphasising that this is something that the whole of the country needs to get behind if it's to be successful, and so we've seen the incentives. But we also then see the quote from Sajid Javid talking about how important it is, doing everything they can to continue to protect their loved ones, themselves, their community, and this country. That's the line that they want to push across, and I imagine that we will probably see more of these over the coming weeks and months as the government tries to get as many of those 18 to 30-year-olds, and indeed if we go younger, then perhaps 12 and up, to get them involved as possible.
Let me give you the perspective of the director of the African region of the World Health Organization, Dr. Matshidiso Moeti, and she said to CNN, it was infuriating to see the vaccine hesitancy in the West, where countries like Britain and Germany and the USA have bought up hundreds of millions of stocks of vaccines, whereas I think even now only about 3 or 4% of the whole of Africa has been vaccinated, and she thinks it's outrageous and infuriating to see the vaccination hesitancy in this country. If you don't want them, send them to us. What do you think?
Well, I agree. I think it for many people it is infuriating for people who can't be vaccinated because of immunodeficiency issues. People who can't be vaccinated for a whole host of health reasons. They rely on other people to be vaccinated to protect them. Healthy people who all they have to do is turn up at a centre on 2 occasions and have a quick shot in the arm. And I think there are many people people who perhaps don't appreciate quite how lucky they are that they have the luxury to be able to say, actually, I won't have it. Or, I will have it, but as long as I get £10 off at Asda clothing.
There you go. This is the world we live in, Joe. Let's move on to this. You know the term greenwashing, yeah? Well, this has it at its core because there are concerns that some energy firms could be exaggerating their environmental benefits, and the government looks ready to review those electricity tariffs that claim to be green. Nearly 2/3 of UK energy consumers say their purchasing decisions are influenced by how eco-friendly an energy tariff is. And that's according to a recent YouGov poll for Scottish Power and Good Energy. But could it all be a lie? What do you think, Joe?
Well, I have to say, whenever I have signed up for one of these green energy tariffs, I have asked the person who I've spoken to on the phone to explain exactly how it's green, and their reply has been, it's 100% renewables, it's very green, and so on and so forth, but they're not able to provide details. I have been skeptical, but in the absence of anything better or anything more transparent, I've obviously gone with them. I would like to see the government making it very clear to these companies that they have to be transparent. They have to explain what green means, what 100% renewable means, and whether actually you are making an environmental step in the right direction by choosing these companies, or whether it is all just smoke and mirrors.
Does it matter if a company presents itself as green by purchasing renewable energy guarantees of origin certificates to offset the use of fossil fuels, should I say?
Well, I think that is an acceptable approach to take if you are open and transparent about it. But I think you have to make that clear. I think a lot of people, when they hear the term 100% renewable, will assume that it is tidal power, that it is wind power, that it is solar power, etc., that is coming down their cable and going into their appliances.
All right, let's talk about rail travel. That's quite a green form of travel, isn't it? And the Rail Minister, Chris Heaton-Harris, has insisted that the demand for rail travel will return to pre-pandemic levels despite currently lagging behind car use. Department for Transport figures show the number of journeys being made by train in Britain is approximately 57% of what it was before the coronavirus crisis, while car use has fully recovered. What about you, Joe? Has your use of train travel waned during the pandemic?
My use of train travel has collapsed completely. I had previously got on the tube twice a day, every day, 5 days a week, 51 weeks of the year, and since the coronavirus first lockdown began, I have been on the tube, I think, 8 times. Yeah. And that is, I think, true for a number of people in this country who have been fortunate, as I freely admit I have been, to have a change in circumstances that meant I'm able to work from home. Now, I'm sure that longer term things will change, but for a lot of people in this country, there is now a new normal, cliche though it is to say it, in terms of working arrangements. And to be fair to Mr. Heaton-Harris, he does make the point that that numbers will be the same, will be back to normal, but the times of day will be different. I just can't see that happening in the short to medium term, and perhaps not at all, if this change to more flexible working takes place. Because if people are working, say, 3 to 4 days a week from home, or 2 or 3 days in the office, that's clearly a change. Now, obviously, not everyone can do that, but that is going to have an impact on train travel, given what proportion of train travel is made up by commuters day in, day out.
Absolutely, and the price of train travel is still the highest in Europe, and it's a rip-off a lot of the time, isn't it?
Well, also there's been this issue around flexible tickets, because previously it was basically you may as well get a season ticket because it was inefficient to do anything else. They've introduced a new standard of tickets, which means, maybe you can travel 3 days a week, but in some cases that's a lot more expensive. Anyone who has been, who's ever tried to work out the cheapest route on a train knows that this is an absolute lottery, and it doesn't surprise me that the cost implications of commuting are one thing that people are definitely keeping in mind when deciding whether to stay at home.
All right. What do you think of sharks, Joe? Do you like sharks?
Couldn't eat a whole one, but
all right.
But no, I'm a big fan of sharks. Entire weeks devoted to sharks on satellite TV.
Yeah. Shark Week. I used to watch it on Discovery. Well, the reason I mentioned this is that it's a win for shark lovers and conservationists everywhere. Importing and exporting detached shark fins is set to be banned as some species remain critically endangered. Now, if you like Shark Week on Discovery, if they still run it, presume you think this is a move long overdue.
Yes, I do. And joking as I was about eating a whole one, I certainly would feel very uncomfortable about that. And I think this kind of sale is simply not necessary. I don't think there's any reason why the shark fin trade needs to take place. I don't think there's any respectable reason for this to take place. It has been prohibited for many years in one way or another. And Jaws remains my favourite film, one of my favourite films.
Going to need a bigger boat.
I'm happy to see it. Yeah, happy to see it continuing.
Excellent. So would Ali Hood, who is the Director of Conservation at the Shark Trust, she joined Jenny Kleeman and Chloe Tilley with Times Radio Breakfast yesterday to discuss the changes to British legislation, shark finning. She told Chloe about how many species of shark are facing extinction due to this practice.
Shark finning has impacted on a large number of shark species. If we look at oceanic sharks, for example, those on the high seas, they've declined by nearly 3/4 over the last 50 years, mainly due to uncontrolled fishing that was primarily driven by the fin trade. However, we must also note that the fin trade is declining due to tighter regulation and consumer campaigns. And the trade in shark meat, however, and other products is also increasing, hence the need to see the fin trade as an element of a wider issue of overfishing, which is the greatest threat to sharks and rays.
That's Ali Hood there. Well, Joe, you might not like the cutting or the finning of sharks. I don't either. But in some parts of the world, it is a delicacy. It's in a soup. And they would say, you can't tell us what to do. This is our culture, wouldn't they?
Yes, and that is true. But there are lots of cultural norms that we find unacceptable in this country with good reason. And as I understand it, there are perfectly adequate substitutes to shark fins, and so. I think some control over shark fishing, in the same way that we have controls over whales, aren't necessary. It's simply to prevent overfishing.
Absolutely. All right, it's 6 minutes to 1. Just time to run through some of the main events of the week to come. And from today, under 18s and people who have been double vaccinated in England no longer need to self-isolate if they're identified as a close contact of someone with COVID-19. And yesterday on Times Radio, Carol Walker spoke to the president of the CBI, Lord Billy Moria, about how this will help businesses hit by the pingdemic.
It's going to be a huge move, and successful economies are built on confidence, and confidently opening up the economy whilst also boosting public confidence to participate in it is going to be the key. And we've been saying for a while that we've got to use mass testing to stop mass self-isolation.
He's been pushing this for quite a while, Lord Billy Moria. What do you make of that, Joe? Do you share those sentiments?
Well, I think it's definitely a move in the right direction, and a reflection of the fact that clearly the rules need to be adapted to reflect the changing situation with vaccines. And if someone is double vaccinated, there's a lot of evidence to suggest that the potential for catching the disease and the potential for transmitting the disease are greatly reduced. And so these things are always a trade-off. But the economic benefits of allowing people to continue to work, or simply the social benefits of allowing people to continue their lives, if not as normal, then certainly as close to normal as is possible at the moment. The benefits of that are clearly outweighing the dangers once someone has been double vaccinated, according to the data. And so, taking account of that, I think is a very good thing. And I imagine that we will still see many similar tweaks and adaptations to the rules as the next few weeks and months continue, and the situation evolves that allow the country economically, socially, etc., to move back towards, if not normal, then at least something resembling that.
Yeah, I presume we're talking about rapid lateral flow tests with these, or are we talking about PCR ones in terms of, somebody who's been a close contact and then can be tested, and if they're negative, they can go to work?
I don't know the specifics, I'm afraid, but I'm assuming it will be. I'm assuming it will probably be lateral flow because they're easier to administer and cheaper, quite frankly.
Well, yeah. So we're talking test and release, and I presume it's something one could see being applied to other areas of life. So travel clearly and school isolation bubbles, because when the children go back, we don't want their schooling, their education to be disrupted going forward, as it has been for the last year and a half.
And the key question there, then, once the schools return, is what is the situation with vaccinations for school children? And up until now, we have seen objections to from a small proportion, but nonetheless a vocal proportion of the population to national vaccinations for adults. It will be interesting to see what the public's view is towards vaccinations for children, because the data suggests that the support is certainly very similar, but there is an underlying hesitancy when it comes to particularly 11, 12, 13-year-olds. Yeah,
because people have got these notions of dastardly scientists in white coats with giant syringes sticking them into the arms of innocent young children. But, by the time children in this country are 5 years old, they've had 18 different vaccinations shoved into their arms. And that's one of the reasons why, the infant mortality rate in this country is one of the lowest in the world.
If they're fortunate, they've had that number of vaccinations. Yes.
Yes, get the point. Looking ahead, also today, Northern Ireland relaxes its coronavirus self-isolation rules, bringing it in line with England, Scotland and Wales. What do you make of the way in which the different regions have gone about the way they've handled coronavirus, and, sometimes going with the whole UK government and sometimes setting themselves apart?
Well, I think there's a danger that these things can become politicised, and that a particular region will take an shall we say, adapted view of what is happening in England, not because the science supports it, not necessarily because it's the best thing to do, but simply because it shows they're doing something different, and they want to be independent of the government in Westminster. And sometimes that may be the right decision, sometimes that may be the wrong decision. But my sense is that it's not always a decision that's made entirely based on the medical evidence and the data, and instead, as I say, is sometimes influenced by the politics. And that, I think, is not an ideal situation when you're playing with people's health.
I'm sure Nicola Sturgeon would beg to differ, but Ruth Davidson, who's on Times Radio this week, might say, you got something there, Joe. You got something. Looking ahead, we've got the Office for National Statistics on Tuesday releasing the UK monthly unemployment figures. Parliament, as we've been saying, is being recalled on Wednesday to discuss the Afghanistan crisis. And also on Wednesday, the Office for National Statistics releases the UK monthly inflation figures. And on Friday, the UK monthly retail sales figures are released. Hey, Joe, you enjoyed that?
Who doesn't love some stats? Can't wait.
Fantastic. Joe Twyman, co-founder and director of Deltapol, be my brother in arms for the last hour. Hey, people, thank you very much for listening. The producers were